The ground rumbled. Kim Jang-cheol, now in the form of Demon King Kratos, rested his head on his hand, lost in thought. He sighed, reflecting that he used to be Kim Jang-cheol. He mused that yesterday he had suddenly become the Demon King Kratos, the final boss of the game he liked playing, but that it was a common story. The aim of that game, Paladin of Blood, was to revive the ancient hero who had fallen asleep. Kratos sighed, thinking to himself that he was Kim Jang-cheol, but telling someone that wouldn't even help. He realized that the problem now was Lord Kratos. The sound of footsteps echoed as Kratos walked. Kratos knew what the preparations were for Aid Zephyros, level 15. A monstrous figure roared. More roars echoed from the darkness. The Demon King Kratos declared that their starvation would end with today's great invasion. A surge of power emanated from him, a palpable wave of dark energy. Meanwhile, the cold monarch Sergei prepared, stating that they would make history that would last and rip the humans apart. Elsewhere, the Archduke of Fog, Hartok, commanded his forces to crush the elves. The scene shifted, showing a figure in a suit, seemingly observing the unfolding chaos. The Black Boulder Tyrant Ball declared that they would turn them all into their food. The sounds of battle echoed as the conflict intensified. From above, Hartok and Demon Lord Kratos surveyed the battlefield, their forces clashing below. A member of the demon army was commanded to listen up. The Black Boulder Tyrant Ball engaged in combat, his massive form looming over his enemies. The Black Boulder Tyrant stood amidst the chaos, his massive form a beacon of brute strength. Around him, the battle raged, but he remained unmoved, a mountain of muscle and fury ready to be unleashed. Meanwhile, Kratos issued a command to all demon folk, his voice resonating with authority. He ordered them to mobilize, his intentions clear, to seize control of the unfolding conflict. A unified resolve echoed through the ranks. They knew that whatever was coming had to be stopped at all costs. From now on, they would act as one. Zephyros' eyes burned with determination, his gaze fixed on the impending battle. He would not allow the enemy to advance. The great paladin prepared to strike, his blades gleaming in the dim light. Below him, Kratos watched with a calculating gaze, his plans already in motion. A sinister grin spread across the face of Demon Lord Kratos, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. He relished the chaos that was about to unfold. The Demon Lord declared that they would stop the attack, his voice filled with unwavering resolve. He would not allow their territory to be invaded. He commanded his forces to begin farming, a term that hinted at a brutal strategy of resource extraction and domination. Hartok, the Demon Lord, stood alongside the blonde warrior dress, the armored attacker, and demon with glasses, each ready to fulfill their roles in the coming conflict. The red-haired combatant found the idea absurd, his expression a mix of disbelief and anger. He questioned the logic of the plan, his frustration evident. The tall demon, long hair, screamed in defiance, his rage palpable as he prepared to unleash his fury upon those who dared to challenge him. The tall demon with long hair screamed, overwhelmed by the power he faced. Nearby, a figure lay defeated. The fallen were surrounded by their enemies. Far below, someone struggled to climb. A notification appeared, stating that someone had started their 20th playthrough. Aged Kimchi looked up, his expression grim. The words playable character Aged Kimchi LV 9990 appeared above him. He knew he would definitely die by his hands. Kim Jang-cheol reflected on his past, recalling how he became a graduate student in a farming course at a Korean university, hoping to become a rich farmer. He had been incredibly clever, quickly becoming the ace of his course. Being the top graduate student meant. The professor praised Kim Jang-cheol's cleverness, adding that his thesis writing would be a great help. The memory of that moment was crystal clear. Another professor told Jang-cheol to plow the fields. That was when he became the #1 slave. Jang-cheol wondered what kind of life he was living. He questioned why he was doing all the work when the professors were getting all the credit. His dopamine depleted, Jang-cheol was going crazy, wanting to kill all those professors. The only way to get his dopamine boost was to play games. It was a game that was super difficult and very hard to level up in, so hard that no player had cleared this game. For the 19th time, Jang-cheol wanted to feel a sense of achievement so badly that he played the game without sleeping at all. First time, second time, 10th time. And so, he became the first person to clear Paladin of Blood for the 19th time. The Demon King had been defeated. He was happy, Jang-cheol thought, the strongest in the world. The 20th playthrough would be of insanely hellish difficulty, he realized, but he needed to level up first to become the strongest. The character's level was 9990, and their equipment was displayed. The max level was 9999, Jang-cheol mused, so he should stop leveling it. How many years had this taken him? It was time for the 20th time. The screen prompted, "Will you start your 20th playthrough?" His finger hovered over the yes button. Suddenly, something began to happen. Jang-cheol exclaimed, wondering what was happening. His form began to glow with a blue light. The blue light intensified. The blue light intensified around Kim Jang-cheol. The light continued to grow. The light enveloped him completely. As the light intensified, Kim Jang-cheol was shocked by what was happening to him, but he tried to remain calm. He realized that his current blue form was his soul, and he was confident that he wouldn't fall. He was about to start a new life. He realized that he had entered the game as the Paladin of Life. He was shocked to see that he was in the tomb of the Paladin. He was excited to possess his character, NPC-aged Kimchi, who was almost at max level. He believed his life of being invincible and strong was about to begin. He was ready to begin his new life. He was now inside the body of NPC-aged Kimchi. The Paladin of Life stared intently, his expression unreadable. Now that he could see it clearly, Kim Jang-cheol realized he didn't want to turn into that. A surge of energy erupted. The transformation continued, regardless. Kim Jang-cheol questioned where he was going and what was happening to him. He realized that this was definitely it. Kratos screamed, refusing the transformation. Presently, the demon Lord Kratos sat upon his throne. Kratos sighed, admitting that this was driving him nuts. He thought that if he hadn't had that stupid thought after looking at aged Kimchi back there, he would have become the most overpowered character. Kratos lamented his stupidity and called himself an idiot. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord Advisor walked down the hall. The Demon Lord Advisor observes the situation, noting that Kratos has definitely gotten weaker. Meanwhile, Kim Jang-cheol continues his transformation. Elsewhere, a group of demons plot against Kratos, believing that he stopped his attack out of fear. They propose joining forces to remove him from the throne and share his authority. One of the demons wonders if Kratos is not weaker, and another points out that Kratos became king by taking the head of the previous demon lord. Another demon warns that 2 out of the 4 of them will either suffer fatal injuries or die. Azurat offers to be their shield, and another demon agrees to give it a try. Another demon roars, demanding to be the one to kill Kratos. A hooded figure declares that they are hungry, while another demon wonders if there is evidence that the demon lord has gotten weaker. The hooded figure stares intently. Azurat questions what the others want. One of the demons states that they will have to kill Kratos. The hooded figure repeats that they are hungry, surrounded by the other demons. The Demon Lord Advisor looks on, observing the unfolding events. A towering structure pierces the sky, its silhouette stark against the fiery sunset. The fortress stands as a silent sentinel, a grim reminder of the battles fought and the darkness that looms. The report was grim. Morale within the army had plummeted. Not only that, but there were increasing instances of infighting, demons turning on each other with savage hunger. The news was delivered with a formal bow. The messenger's hands clasped respectfully before him. Enraged, Demon Lord Kratos seethed at the report. His enemies believed he had grown weak and were plotting strike. He knew that if the 4 great demon generals attacked him together, he would surely die. He couldn't afford to appear weak. Kratos paused, considering the implications of aged Kimchi's demise. Since he hadn't possessed the body, was it simply a corpse? He decided that charging into the human world would be a better course of action. The messenger continued, presenting a video of the Paladin's tomb, sent by General Ogmia. A warrior cried out, begging for mercy as they were struck down. The warrior, blinded, desperately tried to stop the attacker, questioning their motives. The warrior screamed in agony, their eyes burning. The attack continued, the warrior's screams echoing through the chamber. The attackers stood triumphant, their pink frilly dress stained with blood. The Demon Lord Kratos considered his options, realizing that appearing weak was not an option. He knew he must stay in his current position, no matter what. At his current rate, Kratos knew he would either appear weak or be forced to surrender, and the 4 great demon generals would kill him. He also knew that if he charged into the human world, NPC-aged Kimchi would gouge his eyes out and kill him. Kratos sat upon his throne, contemplating his next move. Kratos wondered why he had come into this game world in the first place. He lamented that he couldn't even find happiness, realizing there was only one way forward. The only way forward would be to resolve the issue of food and get the demons to calm down. Meanwhile, Demon Lord Advisor approached Kratos, asking where he was going. Kratos responded, asking the advisor to pardon him, explaining that he was going to look at some lands for farming. The Demon Lord Advisor looked on with a concerned expression. The Demon Lord looked on, confused by Kratos' statement. The Demon Lord Advisor stated that Kratos was narcissistic and arrogant and had 0 manners for saying pardon. He added that it was gross and horrifying, asking him not to do that. Zephyros had appeared once before the battle with the Demon King, without any explanation. Zephyros' actions made him quite a popular character. The Great Paladin was told that the Demon Lord no longer wished to fight and was asked to go back. The situation was unprecedented. A subordinate begged Demon Lord Kratos to forgive him for being too weak to protect him. Players thought that the Demon Lord's advisor was either very loyal to Kratos or really respected him. The advisor thought to himself that he had never met a Demon Lord who lost that much trust from the demons, and that Kratos was really annoying. The advisor questioned if Kratos wanted to farm in the land of the demons, stating that he didn't know his memory was only as good as a pigeon's. Kratos, annoyed, exclaimed that he was the Demon Lord and told the advisor not to push it, stating that he would continue. He wondered why the advisor wasn't getting scared. The advisor reminded Kratos that both the former demon lords and even Kratos himself had already tried farming in this land. The advisor warned Kratos that he should be well aware of the harsh and extreme temperature differences. Kratos thought to himself that nothing grows on this land. Kratos knew this land was called the Land of Death, but with his current abilities, he believed it was possible to save it. He stared intently at the desolate landscape. Kratos thought that he really hated farming, but he needed to survive first. Meanwhile, Kratos' advisor continued to scrape his pen across the page, documenting the demon lord's activities. The demon lord's face contorted in frustration. The advisor remarked that the demon lord was strange, having become a beggar who eats dirt. Kratos snapped, demanding to know what the advisor was writing and ordering him to stop. The advisor insisted that he was merely performing his duties, explaining that recording the demon lord's chronicles was important. He thought to himself that the demon lord's ability to remember things had definitely deteriorated and that he was such a pain in the ass. Kratos observed that, in any case, the ground here definitely had 0 nutrients and no nitrogen either. The narrator explained that nitrogen is an element. It is an element that is absolutely necessary for the growth of plants. Plants are unable to make use of the nitrogen in the air by themselves, even though it makes up 78% of the atmosphere, because the atoms form solid triple bonds, making it nearly impossible for them to undergo chemical reactions. Humanity had developed the nitrogen fixation process through chemical engineering, leading to a huge increase in food production. But to do that in the Land of Death was impossible. There was nothing to be used as the foundation for farming. That meant they needed to make use of the nitrogen fixation mechanism in nature. Lightning. Voltage oxidizes nitrogen into nitrite. It then mixed with rainwater and got absorbed into the soil. And the main technique of Demon Lord Kratos was Bloody Strike. You died. The technique unleashed both lightning and moisture, an ability designed to create fertile soil. Nearby, Kratos watched the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord declared his attack, drawing blood. The Demon Lord roared in pain. Kratos cursed under his breath, noting the Demon Lord's repeated use of the painful technique. The Demon Lord seemed confused. From within the tree, the masked figure observed that the Demon Lord had grown weaker. The Demon Lord's condition was evident. He screamed in agony. Kratos stated that the Demon Lord had become weaker. Kratos realized that the Demon Lord was an assassin, attempting to provoke him into a fatal mistake. The Demon Lord, despite his pain, declared that this was better than dying, and prepared to attack. The attack was indeed bloody. The Demon Lord's strike landed with brutal force. The Demon Lord Kratos pressed his assault, his expression one of savage intensity. The force of the blow sent blood spraying. He continued his advance, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Kratos watched as the Demon Lord's attack continued to rain down. The Demon Lord Kratos cursed, realizing the attack had not gone as planned. From the Demon Lord's perspective, he could hear Demon Lord Kratos approaching. The Demon Lord's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense. Demon Lord Kratos taunted the Demon Lord, asking if he felt unwell. The Demon Lord prepared to strike back, his rage building. The Demon Lord roared in fury, his attack about to be unleashed. A voice cries out in frustration. The sky is a swirl of pink and orange hues. The blonde warrior dress stands on a hill overlooking a lush valley, a castle visible in the distance. The warrior reflects, noting that while the memories are faint, he is starting to recall his previous life. He realizes that he has lived this life more than 10 times, always headed for the same place, driven by a summon of duty. But now, that summon is gone, leaving him adrift. The blonde warrior dress wonders what he should live for now, as he sees the words NPC aged kimchi LV 9,990. He stares ahead, lost in thought. The warrior clenches his fist. The blonde warrior dress stands silhouetted against the pink sky, the wind blowing around him. Below, the Demon Lord's forces stood ready. A red-skinned demon stood firm, awaiting the coming battle. The Demon Lord Kratos smirked, thinking to himself that the rule of the demons was that the strongest was the Demon Lord. One of the warriors felt the immense pressure, realizing that each of the enemies was incredibly strong. He wondered how he could even use a skill, questioning if he was going to die. The warrior gritted his teeth, bracing himself. The warrior's body trembled under the immense pressure. The warrior felt the incredible pressure, realizing that the fight hadn't even started, but he was already gathering his strength to the point his body was trembling. Kratos smirked, amused by the display of fear. Kratos questioned if the warrior could defeat the 4 of them in his current state. High above the battlefield, the masked figure observed the unfolding events. Meanwhile, behind a large tree, Demon Lord Advisor and the armored attacker watched the fight, ready to intervene. The hooded figure, watching the scene unfold, wondered what was happening. The Demon Lord Advisor stated that they would see how he would fight and join in if it looked possible. The hooded figure, his eyes glowing red, thought to himself that they were evil bastards. Sweat dripped down his face as he prepared to fight. The Demon Lord advisor stated that they were demons, so of course they were evil. It was based on the long-time tradition of the demons that all fights were to the death, and there was no giving up. The demon with glasses yelled for them to wait up, noting how quickly he acted. The hooded figure steeled himself, resolving not to get scared and declaring that he would win because his opponent was weakened. The warrior prepared to strike. He wondered what he should do. The Demon Lord Kratos was at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. He had just tested his strength, expecting the Demon Lord to be very strong. But he realized he wasn't that strong, or at least not strong enough to brag about it. With a shout, Zephyros charged forward. The Demon Lord Kratos recognized the movement. There was no way he could dodge something like that. Zephyros continued his attack. The blade came down with tremendous force. Demon Lord Kratos was surprised, wondering how he had dodged it. Meanwhile, the masked figure noticed that Zephyros's left foot was pointing outwards. That meant he would definitely use a thrust. It was the exact same motion as in the game. The masked figure realized as Zephyros lunged towards Demon Lord Kratos. Kratos barely dodged the attack. One of the onlookers noted Kratos' expression, observing that he was about to counterattack and tear off Zephyros's arm. The masked figure questioned why Zephyros didn't wait and observe longer. Zephyros continued his assault. The attack landed. Kratos wondered what was happening. The masked figure recognized all of Zephyros's movements. They realized that Zephyros's movements were exactly the same as in the game. Kim Jang-cheol was taken aback when he first met Azurat, thinking it was impossible. The screen showed you died. Kratos' opponent was fast, threw in feints that were offbeat, and even had a wide range of attacks. He wondered if he could really be defeated. But, after dying once, Zephyros prepared to attack again. The great paladin struck Demon Lord Kratos not just once, but thrice, and then 10 times over. On his 128th try, the masked figure dodged the attacks. The masked figure recalled that in the next 19 playthroughs, they were able to completely make a fool out of him by having a no-hit run. Simply put, the Demon Lord Kratos was being toyed with. Simply put, Demon Lord Kratos was confident that there was no way Zephyros's attacks would hit him. The Demon Lord's face contorted in rage. The other Demon Lords watched the battle unfold. Zephyros continued his relentless assault. The masked figure watched as Zephyros continued to strike. Zephyros moved with incredible speed. Zephyros was having fun, laughing at Azurat for being weak and enjoying himself. The red-haired combatant and the blue-haired official watch as the battle unfolds. Meanwhile, the masked figure curses. Demon Lord Kratos grits his teeth, realizing something. He thinks to himself that this realization doesn't mean he can defeat Zephyros, but it is still important. Kim Jang-cheol realizes that this world shares the same rules as the game. The system informs Kim Jang-cheol that he has realized the basic rule of this world. The realization shocks Demon Lord Kratos. He wonders if this is the messenger he frequently sees in webtoons. The system informs Kim Jang-cheol that he has also succeeded at dodging his enemy's attacks with high concentration. Demon Lord Kratos continues to fight. As a reward, the system informs Kim Jang-cheol that a part of the game system that is used by playable characters has been unlocked. The targeting function has been unlocked. The Demon Lord Kratos stared intently, his gaze unwavering. Elsewhere, the masked figure observed the unfolding events through a targeting reticle, realizing this was the targeting system used for special skills. The realization dawned. Something significant was about to happen. With a swift motion, the Demon Lord Kratos struck. His attack landed, drawing blood. The force of the blow sent his opponent reeling. The Demon Lord Kratos pressed his advantage. Another strike connected, further weakening his foe. The impact of the attacks created a burst of energy. The masked figure watched with growing anticipation. The surrounding demons erupted in cheers, chanting Kratos' name. The Black Boulder tyrant knelt before the Demon Lord Kratos, defeated. Despite the victory, Demon Lord Kratos coughed, the strain of the battle evident. Another cough racked his body as he realized that Azurat was still alive, despite taking a bloody strike, an attack that should have been instantly fatal. Kratos realized that Azurat's recovery stat must be incredibly high, allowing him to replenish his energy at an alarming rate. Another strike landed. The force of the blow caused Azurat to cry out. Hartok and Sergei watched, realizing that Kratos was attacking Azurat to the point where he wouldn't die, but would still be in immense pain. Azurat groaned, realizing that he wouldn't die. Kratos wondered what to do next as a notification appeared. He had torn off all of Azurat's clothes, leaving him naked. He questioned the system's strange message, wondering if it was implying he was a pervert. A new system had been unlocked. The inventory's armor removal had been unlocked. Kratos wondered if there was some kind of good armor in the inventory. He looked at the inventory screen. Kratos reviewed his inventory, finding nothing useful among the items he already had equipped. He decided to eliminate Azurat first. Kratos stood over Azurat's prone form, declaring that he wasn't that strong. He knew Azurat's recovery ability was significant, and he would get up after some time. Then, an idea struck Kratos. Since Azurat wasn't dead, Kratos could still target him and continue to fire bloody strikes. He realized he could infuse the ground with tons of nitrogen. Kratos believed he was the smartest. He grinned, confident in his plan. Kratos observed the others, assuming they were scared of him, and decided it was time to test his plan. The masked figure watched Kratos, a question forming in their mind. The masked figure asked if they should tie Azurat up tightly. The masked figure's intentions were becoming clear. They wanted to tie up a naked man tightly. It was an attempt to humiliate both themselves and Azurat at the same time. Azurat, bound and exposed, hung suspended. Step 1 of the plan involved preparing the lightning rod. Azurat remained still, his eyes closed. The ropes binding him were taut. Suddenly, Azurat's eyes snapped open, revealing that he had fully recovered. Azurat taunted his opponent, declaring that they had indeed grown weaker if they thought they could kill him with a bloody strike. The figure below vowed that this time, they would definitely cut off Azurat's head. Step 2 was the bloody strike. The masked figure realized that with this, they could oxidize the nitrogen in the air into nitrite. The demon lord Kratos instructed Hartok to cover the whole area with fog so thick that water would be flowing. Kratos wondered if the masked figure intended to make this. Kratos mused over his opponent's predicament, realizing that by wetting the area, he could amplify the pain inflicted by his lightning. He acknowledged that he had learned something new. Meanwhile, Hartok, shrouded in a dark aura, carried out his orders. Zephyros, now fully charged with energy, prepared to strike. The next step in the plan was to spread the fog. Zephyros prepared to strike and repeat the attack. The strike landed. The black boulder tyrant cried out in pain. Kratos watched with a calculating gaze. Zephyros continued his assault. Another strike landed. The black boulder tyrant felt the impact of the attack. The black boulder tyrant's opponent roared, declaring that he would now infuse the area with nitrogen. He wondered what would happen if he got a bountiful harvest, becoming increasingly excited. The battle continued to rage. Blood splattered across the battlefield. The air crackled with energy. A hand reached out, seemingly preparing to manipulate the environment. Meanwhile, Kratos thought that he just needed to keep infusing nitrogen using this method. He then considered what to improve next. He was improving the soil. The text explained that the loose, monovalent structured soil neither allowed oxygen to enter nor drained water well. It was explained that for farming, crumbly, granular structured soil was ideal. Kratos realized that this was why he had to create what he was about to. That thing was manure. The Black Boulder Tyrant's opponent is impaled with wooden stakes. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord watches with a sinister expression. The Demon Lord demands that everyone bring him the shit. Hartok, Sergei, and the Black Boulder Tyrant are covered in blood. Someone reflects on the Demon Lord's actions, noting that after making an example out of someone and grilling them, he wants to smear Azura with shit. Hartok, Sergei, and the Black Boulder Tyrant stand together, splattered with blood. Someone exclaims that the situation is unbelievably cruel. The sun shines brightly in a clear blue sky. A vast landscape of green mountains stretches into the distance. A lone figure in a pink dress walks along a forest path. The blonde warrior dress pleads for help. From behind some bushes, Kim Jang-cheol and Sergei look on at the blonde warrior dress. The blonde warrior dress stood amidst the foliage, a serene expression on his face. Suddenly, a desperate plea echoed through the trees. The voice cried out, explaining they had been attacked by a group of goblins and begged for assistance. The injured man was being supported by his companion, who offered compensation if they were to help. The blonde warrior dress looked down at the pair. The injured man's companion looked on with a horrified expression. The blonde warrior dress reassured them, stating that he was not suspicious. Despite the blonde warrior dress's words, the injured man's companion thought he looked incredibly suspicious. The blonde warrior dress asked if the injured man had hurt his leg. The injured man's companion exclaimed in pain. The blonde warrior dress held the injured man. The injured man's companion asked the blonde warrior dress to lead the way. The injured man acknowledged the blonde warrior dress's strength, who then introduced himself as Envoy Rivage Azrahan. The blonde warrior dress stated that the one behind them was his servant, Diol Frontera. Meanwhile, the man being carried asked if he could know who they were. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair stated that things would be starting from now. The blonde warrior dress and his servant continued their journey, with the man being carried towards a distant town, stating that they would need to find out. Inside a dimly lit room, several figures sat around a table. Their discussion focused on a rather unpleasant topic. The red-haired combatant questioned how they were supposed to simply bring poop. Hartok wondered if they were supposed to make it on the spot. The blue-haired official exclaimed that this was crazy. Sergei stated that it had been a while since Ball last ate and that she could not poop, adding that she does not poop either, finding the situation gross and disgusting. Hartok remarked that even if they could poop, he wouldn't want to supply Ball with his, suggesting they beat up the low-ranking demons. From a nearby village, someone begged them not to do this. An unseen figure pleaded with them to wait outside, stating that they couldn't poop if everyone was watching. Two armored guards stood watch over a prisoner who sat bound on the floor. Meanwhile, Demon Lord Advisor was growing impatient, noting that the prisoners still hadn't produced anything. Hartok stood nearby, lamenting that he hadn't eaten in a while and was hoping for some scraps. He questioned the prisoner's ability to provide anything, no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly, Hartok grabbed the prisoner by the throat, his expression furious. Demon Lord Advisor thanked Hartok, stating that it was a great idea. Hartok began to choke the prisoner. Dark energy crackled around Hartok's hand. The dark energy intensified. The prisoner screamed in agony. Black Boulder Tyrant watched the scene unfold. Hartok's hand continued to emit dark energy as he choked the prisoner. Finally, Hartok succeeded in extracting a dark, swirling mass from the prisoner. The prisoner, his face partially visible, weakly asks what the substance is. Hartok's expression is cold as he looks down. The red-haired combatant explains that if he pierces the prisoner's stomach, he will die, and they won't get any more poop from him. He adds that they need more poop so they can collect more. Hartok remarks that the red-haired combatant's statement is smart, considering it's coming from him. The prisoner is kicked to the ground. Hartok says that if he feeds them with the prisoner's meat, maybe they'll start defecating. A purple energy surrounds the prisoner. The red-haired combatant looks on with anticipation. The prisoner's face contorts in pain. The prisoner screams as the purple energy intensifies. The red-haired combatant is ready to strike. Hartok extracts the purple energy from the prisoner. An unseen figure demands to know what is happening. The Demon Lord Kratos is shown with a menacing grin. Kratos declares that humans aren't the only animals that can defecate. The purple energy courses through the prisoner's body as he lies on the floor. Elsewhere, Hartok explains that there is no use for feces that have no nutritional value, and that they need to look for feces that can be used for manure. The Demon Lord Advisor listens intently to Hartok's explanation. Hartok continues, stating that manure provides the field with nutrients and is normally made with wooden ashes, weeds, and soil. The narrator explains that eggshells and chicken feces are also needed. It is explained that for wooden ashes and weeds, they can just use those empty houses they saw before, but the problem is eggshells and chicken feces. Kratos realizes something. Kratos orders Zephyros to bring him the map of their land. Zephyros acknowledges the order. The Demon King Kratos' hand rests on a map, its details matching one he recalls from the game. Kratos confirms that the map is exactly as he remembers it from the game. He believes he should be able to find them once he arrives at this place. The habitat of the demon seagulls is shown. It is noted that in the game, there are plenty of them all over the field. Zephyros rides on horseback, the text indicating that the seagulls ingest a great deal of nutrients from the human's land. It is the perfect place for them to poop and lay eggs. The Demon Lord Advisor asks Kratos if he intends to collect the feces of demon seagulls. Kratos replies that he is quick to catch on. The Demon Lord Advisor explains that the place is called the cliff from which one cannot return. He continues, stating that there are no stable holds, and if one falls, they'll get caught up in the rough waves. Kratos replies that he knows that much. The Demon Lord Advisor explains that the place isn't systematically available for players to reach. The Demon Lord Kratos declared that the cliff could be climbed. He was confident in his assessment. The demon seagulls flew around the cliff. In the distance, the cliff from which one cannot return loomed, waves crashing against its base as the hunting party approached. The Demon Lord Advisor wondered what Kratos was thinking. Many had tried to hunt the demon seagulls before, but all had fallen prey to the waves. Kratos told someone to make sure to catch the bag that would contain feces and eggshells when he threw it down from the top. Kratos thought that if this plan succeeded, everyone would be fed well. The Demon Lord Kratos grinned menacingly. The red-haired combatant looked up at the cliff. A demon was caught. Two demons sat on the ground. The cliff face loomed, a testament to the many failed attempts to ascend it. From his vantage point, the Demon Lord Kratos surveyed the treacherous cliff, the waves crashing against its base. Kratos wondered if this was his 13th attempt. He reflected on how he had tried everything to reach the top. He had tried hundreds of times, dying over and over again in the process. Each failure only fueled his determination. The other demon lords watched with a mixture of amusement and anticipation. Kratos continued his ascent, his claws digging into the rock. He thought to himself that in the end, he had succeeded. The climb was arduous, but he pressed on. He had succeeded by abusing a glitch. Having reached the top of the cliff, Kratos' hand gripped the rock face, his dark claws digging into the stone. Suddenly, the Demon Lord Kratos and Demon Lord Advisor are shocked by an unknown event. A booming voice echoed, commanding them to open the equipment inventory. A blue screen appeared, displaying the Demon Lord Kratos' equipment inventory. The voice commanded them to unequip all items. A surge of blue energy enveloped Kratos as his armor vanished. The Demon Lord Advisor and the red-haired combatant watched in stunned silence as Kratos was stripped of his gear. Naked, Kratos tumbled down the cliff face. He continued to fall, the ground rushing up to meet him. The Demon Lord Advisor and the red-haired combatant watched helplessly as Kratos plummeted. Kratos realized he needed to roll his body to survive the fall. He began to roll, attempting to lessen the impact of the fall. The armored figure exclaimed in disbelief as they witnessed the unfolding events. Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped Kratos, and he commanded all of his equipment to be equipped. However, the opposite occurred. Because of this, his armor pieces detached from his body, scattering against the cliff face. The force of the removal caused him to tumble further down the cliff. The armored figure watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what was happening. Kratos, now stripped of his armor, commanded his body to roll and unequip everything. More of his attire separated from him as he continued to fall. The armored figure continued to watch as Kratos plummeted. The cliff face stretched far below. The armored figure could only watch as Kratos fell further and further away. Finally, Kratos, now completely naked, plummeted towards the ground as a flock of birds flew by. The force of the attack was immense. The one responsible for the attack was revealed to be Demon Lord Kratos. The deed was done. Kratos realized that he was in a world where the game's system was shared, including equipment inventory, and that he had reached the edge of the map that supposedly no one could ever reach. Kratos realized it was possible to unequip someone. The Demon Lord Advisor told the red-haired combatant to go up and help all. The advisor then wondered if that was the right place. The red-haired combatant ascended the cliff face. Demon Lord Kratos shouted that he couldn't. The red-haired combatant, Ball, declared that he would follow his majesty. Kratos questioned what Ball was doing. Ball fell from the cliff face. The grip tightens, threatening to rip the arm from its socket. High above, Demon Lord Kratos plummets from the cliff face. The hand holding Kratos strains against the weight. Kratos struggles, finding the weight of his own body almost unbearable. He realizes his arm is about to be ripped off, yet he questions why he is even trying to save Kratos. Kratos recognizes his savior as one of the 4 demon generals, a threat to him. The red-haired combatant declares that he has no reason to help Kratos. The red-haired combatant grits his teeth, his red eyes glowing with effort. In a moment of despair, Kim Jang-cheol pleads for help. Kim Jang-cheol laments that his professor won't let him submit his essay. Kim Jang-cheol begs someone to tell his professor to stop using him as a work slave. Kim Jang-cheol considered that if he could get his essay in front of the professor, it might make a difference. After all, the professors loved him, and he was the best. He remembered someone suggesting that the professor might listen if it was him asking. He pleaded with him to try. He recalled that the person was a junior who followed him around. Since he had been the #1 slave, Jang-cheol thought the professor might listen to him, but Jang-cheol was told that it was his business. He had been scared that he might fall out of favor, that he might put himself in a disadvantageous situation. Maybe, just maybe, he reflected that if he had tried just a little more. Below, the red-haired combatant was being lifted into the air. He thought that if he squeezed everything he had just a bit more, he considered that if he tried his best to his absolute limits. He realized that the face in his memory might have been him smiling instead. The red-haired combatant screamed. His scream echoed. The red-haired combatant continued to scream. He was sent flying through the air. A crunch was heard. Another crunch echoed as the punch landed. The red-haired combatant was sent flying. The red-haired combatant is dragged away, bound tightly. He is then thrown off the edge of cliff. Falling through the air, the red-haired combatant plummets downward. The impact is brutal as he crashes into the ground. The force of the fall sends dust and debris flying. The Demon Lord Kratos watches the scene unfold as the red-haired combatant struggles to rise. The red-haired combatant thinks to himself that Kratos saved Ball at the cost of getting hurt. Kratos wonders why the red-haired combatant would do that. The red-haired combatant thinks that this hurts less than abandoning his follower. Kratos continues to watch the red-haired combatant. Kratos reflects on the situation, realizing that the red-haired combatant had no reason to do that and will end up regretting it. The red-haired combatant's face is shown, his expression unreadable. Tears welled in the red-haired combatant's eyes as he plummeted downward. Meanwhile, a voice echoed, filled with regret. It was the sentiment of what should have been done. Elsewhere, a man sat hunched over, muttering a sorrowful apology. The apology hung in the air, heavy with remorse. The man remained seated, his head bowed in shame as another figure stood silently nearby. Back in the demon realm, Demon Lord Kratos received a notification. The notification stated that even in a state where he had not fully adapted to the body of the Demon King Kratos, he poured all of his strength. As a result, the notification continued. Kratos had earned the sincere gratitude of Ball, one of the 4 demon generals. Kratos wondered if that was how grateful Ball truly was. The system notification continued, stating that in honor of his achievement, a system was established where providing his army with a sense of abundant happiness earns him a great amount of points. Kratos' expression hardened as he processed the information. The system announced that the Happy Point HP accumulation system was now open, and Kratos considered the implications of this new system. The demon Lord Kratos considered the words floating before him. Happy Point. Kratos wondered if these points could get him a discount on ice cream, questioning if there was even a place in this world that sold ice cream. He was startled by the sudden appearance of a new notification. Kratos realized he could interact with the interface. The notification explained that for each soldier in the demon army who felt happy from a full stomach, he would gain 1 happy point. The system informed Kratos that he could use these points to purchase stats. The screen displayed his current stats, showing that stamina, mental strength, dexterity, and magic power were all at 20%, and each could be increased by 10%. The system urged him to increase all 5 stats to attain 100% of Kratos' strength. Kratos decided to take a closer look. He saw that he could gain plus 10% stamina. The system then informed Kratos that in order to purchase 10% stamina, he would need 50 happy points. He noted that his HP was currently at 0 and scoffed at how expensive it was. The system also told Kratos that he could use HP to purchase skill enhancements. He saw that he had the skill Bloody Strike LV.1, but needed 250 HP to level it up. Kratos realized he couldn't do anything yet. He considered that if he could successfully farm, then he could gather quite a lot of HP. He thought that he would then become super strong and increase his rate of survival, too. And he imagined being thanked by someone. The thought of it could feel pretty good. Kratos grinned menacingly. The red-haired combatant, sweating profusely, thought to himself that he owed Kratos his life now, and that Kratos was a really mean demon lord who didn't save him out of good faith. From atop a mountain, someone shouted, "Oi, you guys!" The demon lord and his advisors looked up at the figure standing on the mountain. The figure, revealed to be the demon Lord Kratos, declared that he would put shit into the eggshell and throw it. The lower half of demon Lord Kratos is seen, his dark robes flowing around him. Below, those who had been watching Kratos' actions were shocked by what they were witnessing. The eggshell, now massive, was struck with a powerful blow. The eggshell exploded into a rainbow of colors. One of the demons watching below was reaching his limit, while another urged him to give everything they had to the farming effort. Kratos continued his work. A narration box described the first step in making manure: seagull excrement, eggshells, burnt tree ashes, all to prepare the farm's soil. The narration box continued, stating that next was to grind it all together and mix it well. One of the armored figures questioned if she was being asked to do the mixing, while the other pointed out that she had a lot of arms and should do it now. Sergei, the cold monarch, declared that her arms weren't meant for doing things like mixing excrement. Sergei's arms were then shown mixing the excrement. Sergei stood tall, her arms still mixing the excrement. Kratos offered an easier task. He instructed the bound warrior to remain still. The warrior strained against his bonds. Zephyros descended, his sword poised to strike. The air crackled with energy. The demon Lord Protector admitted he had been scared for a moment, noting that the others were hot-tempered and that he must not let his guard down. The blonde warrior dress protested, reminding them that he was the demon lord. Kratos declared that he would push on with guts and force. Kratos ordered Hartok to add water and fill the air with fog. Hartok questioned why Kratos would want to add moisture, as it would only make the stench harder to bear. The bound warrior struggled against his restraints. Kratos watched the warrior's futile struggle. The air crackled with energy as a surge of power erupted from an unseen source. Amidst the chaos, a figure was launched through the air, propelled by the force of the blast. Meanwhile, Demon Lord Kratos questioned if the moisture content was sufficient for his plans. Hartok confirmed that the soak manure was soft and ready, just as Kratos had instructed. Kratos ponderou o próximo passo: colocar o esterco em lugar seco e cobri-lo com cobertor feito de penas de gaivota. He realized that even just making a small amount of the manure would take a very long time. The scene shifted to show the blonde warrior in the frilly pink dress lying prone, as Kratos' advisor, the demon with glasses, looked on. Kratos knew that in order to make enough manure to cover this vast piece of land, he would need to act quickly. He admitted to himself that he had no choice but to mobilize all the demons, though something still bothered him. Kratos' expression hardened as he contemplated the situation. He resolved that it had to be done now, and that he would push ahead with the authority of the Demon Lord. Under a pale blue sky, a full moon hangs in the distance. The landscape shifts to reveal towering mountains. The mountains give way to a village of wooden huts. Inside one of the huts, a demon girl lies in bed while her father sits beside her. The girl weakly calls out to her father. Her eyes are wide with sadness. The girl wears a simple white gown. The father, his face etched with worry, scolds her, telling her not to say things like that. Tears well up in the girl's eyes as she says she misses her mom. Elsewhere, a monstrous demon roars, declaring that he is hungry. The monstrous demon approaches the demon girl, who looks up at him with fear. The monstrous demon's massive hand descends, ready to strike. The demon's maw opens wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The monstrous demon's red eyes glow menacingly as it prepares to devour its prey. The mother demon leaps in front of her daughter, attempting to shield her from the impending attack. The demon girl looks up, fear etched on her face as she witnesses the scene unfolding before her. The mother demon's expression is one of fierce determination as she prepares to defend her child. The demon girl calls out to her mother, her voice filled with desperation. The monstrous demon's face contorts in a savage snarl, its red eyes burning with hunger. The mother demon is struck by the monstrous demon. Elsewhere, a man lies on a table, seemingly undergoing some kind of procedure. The man wonders what reason he has to live. The man continues to wonder what he would have to live on for. The demon lord protector is taken by surprise. The red-haired combatant shouts for the demon lord, while the demon lord advisor stands beside him. The demon lord with glasses observes the scene, noting that the protector still has the strength to shout. The demon lord Kratos watches with a menacing gaze. Elsewhere, the girl demon, Flute, wonders what will happen to her if she is left behind, fearing that the higher-ranked demons will devour her. Flute's father cries out to her, telling her to hold on. The demon lord with glasses asks how many demons they have so far. He is informed that they have 20 demons and still need 30 more. The armored attacker prepares to strike the girl demon. Meanwhile, Kim Jang-cheol grips his controller tightly. Kim Jang-cheol's hand tightened around the controller, his knuckles white. Elsewhere, the armored attacker raised their weapon high above their head, poised to strike. Flute cried out, fear etched on their face. Meanwhile, the demon lord's expression remained resolute. His cape billowed behind him. Nearby, the red-haired combatant stood over a defeated demon, as the blue-haired official ordered Zephyros to gather the remaining demons and to stop all illegal acts of eating their own kind. He thought to himself that tyranny of this level was all right in order to achieve his goal. He believed that the role of a leader was to bear some sacrifices. The Black Boulder Tyrant's subordinate, Dyrok, questioned why they had been wasting their strength on farming. He thought it sounded ridiculous. The other demon warned Dyrok to be quiet, lest the demon lord hear him and he lose his head. Regardless, the demon declared that the land would become fertile. The other demon wondered what they were going to plant, as they had nothing to plant. The demon lord Kratos asked if they were curious about what he would plant. Kratos stood tall, looming over his subordinate. The demon was shocked to see the demon lord. Kratos recalled the purple flower he had briefly seen that day. The demon lord advisor stood nearby as Kratos held the flower. It was something that could be planted. The demon wondered if that was it. Kratos stood next to the flower. The demon lord advisor confirmed that they would plant the flower's roots. Ball and some of the farming squad had already dug it up from various places. The demon apologized, but explained to the demon lord that the roots of this plant could not be eaten. The red-skinned demon listened as Kratos explained that the flower, if consumed, would inflict extreme abdominal pain and could even be fatal. Kratos added that there was nothing else to chew on in this land. With a plick, Kratos planted the flower. He declared that the experiment to test whether it could be eaten should be concluded about now. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the tall demon with long hair was being restrained. Zephyros stated that it would happen right about now. The tall demon's eyes widened in horror, his face contorted in rage and fear. He wondered why they were doing this to his innocent daughter. Zephyros declared that his daughter should be eating this. Suddenly, the tall demon's daughter was thrown into the air. The tall demon screamed in anguish. He begged them not to eat her. The red-haired combatant yelled at Flute not to eat that. The demon with glasses watched the scene unfold. The tall demon was left gasping in shock and horror. Below, the scene is set with a view of the floor and a hint of what is to come. Flute, the small demon girl, holds a piece of food in her hand, ready to eat. Flute declares that she feels no pain and is full after eating. She then asks if she is all right. The tall demon with long hair appears shocked and concerned, sweat beading on his brow. Flute mentions that Lord Zephyros and Lord Ball also fed her the same food yesterday. Kratos explains that long ago, humans in a certain land made a poisonous plant edible through cultivation. Kratos continues, stating that they successfully cultivated it and were able to resolve their hunger issues. He then reveals that it is. The tall demon's face is shown with a sinister grin. Known as the potato, Flute expresses her gratitude to the demon lord, marveling at his kindness to a lowly demon like her. A notification appears, stating that a part of the demon army feels happy from eating and that HP has been received for the first time. The demon army received a notification that their number of points had increased by 1. Simultaneously, the army's HP increased by 1. The tall demon with long hair watched the events unfold, his expression unreadable. Flute, oblivious to any potential danger, looked on with a simple smile. The tall demon's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense. Flute, now crawling on the ground, appeared to be in distress. Despite the situation, Flute still managed to smile. The tall demon thought that just because he was the demon lord, it didn't mean he always had to look serious. He mused that a brat like Flute just had to eat their fill and grow up tall. The tall demon's face contorted into a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with malice. The tall demon's sinister grin widened. The tall demon's true intentions were revealed. He was fattening her up to eat her. He was indeed an evil demon lord. That was the expression Kim Jang-cheol wanted to make. The narrative shifts to the deepest place in the vast territory of the demon lord, known as Chavinda Antor. The territory is divided into 5 areas, and this deepest region is where the story unfolds. The climate in this area is extreme, freezing cold at night and burning hot during the day. The harsh climate is reminiscent of the Andean highlands. In the past, the people in the Andes did not have enough food, so they resorted to eating poisonous wild potatoes. A voice booms, questioning if others truly understand what humans are like. It is stated that they are capable of turning things that one asks them not to eat into something edible. A subordinate cries out to their demon lord, reporting that they've laid them all out. Another voice, presumably the demon lord, approves and commands Ball to crush them. A guttural roar echoes through the chamber. Ball launches himself into the air. He plummets downward with tremendous force. The impact sends shockwaves through the ground. His foot crushes the potatoes. The process, as the demon lord explained, involved freezing the potatoes for 5 nights, then using Baal's meteor stomp on them after melting them during the day. This caused the poison within the potatoes to leak out and evaporate. They were frozen, melted, stomped, and then evaporated. After repeating this process, they were dried up, stored, and cooked slightly. The result was wild potatoes that could be eaten, the completion of Chino. The potatoes sat steaming in a bowl. The demon lord Credos remarked that they were making manure. The demon lord declared that it was time for snacks. The demon lord anticipates that his army will enjoy the Chino. An official informs the workers that there isn't much Chino, so they should only take 2 pieces each. Another official suggests making more, since there are still potatoes left. However, the demon lord advisor argues that there aren't many potatoes left, and it won't be enough to feed the entire demon army. Therefore, the demon lord advisor states that they obviously have to plant the remaining potatoes and grow them 1,000-fold. A close-up of the demon lord reveals a sinister smile. One of the workers questions if they can eat the poisonous root. Another worker recalls that their relative died after eating it. Another worker tells him that the demon lord changed it, so it can be eaten now. He adds that Flute ate it and was fine. He then tells the other worker to look at the demon lord. The demon lord's face is shown, and the worker wonders if that is the face of someone who will give them food. The demon lord is looking forward to them eating the Chino and then rolling on the ground until they die. One of the workers is shocked. The workers are worried. The workers are still worried. One of the demons, tears streaming down his face, roared in disbelief. After the farming squad watched the first demon eat the Chino, they observed him closely. The demons quickly devoured all of the Chino. The demons began chanting Credos' name. The demons were grateful that the demon lord had given them food that could be eaten. The chanting grew louder as the demons expressed their gratitude. The demons' voices rose in unison, their cries echoing through the demon realm. The chanting of Credos' name reverberated through the ranks of the demon army. The demons continued to chant Credos' name. Credos, overhearing the chant, admitted to himself that he didn't really like it and would have to change it later on. The demon lord's advisor thought that the face Credos made seemed like he had no doubt that he would be able to make edible food on this barren land, and that maybe he could really bring an end to the tragedy caused by hunger. A part of the demon lord's army felt happy from eating. His health points increased by 50, now resting at 51. The demon lord Credos narrowed his eyes, contemplating his next move. He realized he had acquired a decent number of points and could become a little stronger. Credos considered what would benefit him the most, seeing that stamina, mental strength, dexterity, and magic power could each be increased by 10%. He admitted to himself that he didn't have any idea what to do right now, deciding to gather more points first. Meanwhile, the demon lord advisor told the farming squad to listen up. The advisor instructed them to tell the whole village, after they knocked off from work, that edible food could be grown even on this land. The advisor promised that demons who dug up wild potatoes would be given food vouchers that could be exchanged for chinos. The advisor announced that they would now split the manure squad. The demon lord advisor thought that while Credos was annoying, he was also of the most help, as the demons of the village faithfully dug up all the potatoes for him. The demons of the village were shown digging up potatoes. It was declared that one side would keep producing chinos that could be eaten. The stench of the manure was almost unbearable. The other demons, however, would be turned into fertilizer. 2 demons carried a crucified demon on a pole. Credos instructed them to take him away. The advisor ordered the demons to take 10 more steps forward, then 1 step back. The crucified demon was struck. Meanwhile, Credos resolved to work hard to produce nitrogen. Credos determined that there was enough manure and it was time to move on to the next step. He declared that they needed to spread the manure evenly across the land. Looking out over the vast landscape, Credos realized it was too much. It was too much land for the farming squad, who were surviving on only a few balls of chinos to cover. The crucified demon, enduring the torture, begged Kratos to just kill him. The demon general was a great worker, functioning well even while starving and able to work for a long time without rest. Kratos' eyes narrowed. The question hung in the air: was there truly no other option but to wait? Meanwhile, in his throne room, Demon King Kratos confirmed that he had given the order. The orders were clear: cease all attacks and dedicate as many troops as possible to farming. Messengers had been dispatched to the 4-star masters overseeing each area of Chavandantor. However, the Demon Lord advisor noted that they had yet to receive any response from the Star Masters. Kratos wondered if the messengers had collapsed from hunger along the way, acknowledging that spreading manure with the current number of troops was proving difficult. The Cliff of the Dead loomed, a stark reminder of the challenges ahead. This was the Demon's Land, the 1st-star area. Based on the Scout Demon's report, Demon Lord Kratos had indeed begun farming. It seemed that they had already created edible food. Kratos' name was spoken, a whisper in the dark. The speaker believed that Kratos was doing all of this because he was afraid, noting that since they became stronger when more demons died, Kratos had stopped the war and was reducing the number of people dying of starvation to keep them in check. The speaker was Saruthal, 1st-star master and father of the dead. Saruthal confirmed that the messengers sent to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-star areas had been dealt with. He continued, noting that the other star masters remained ignorant of the war's cessation and the new focus on farming. Saruthal believed the demons would all starve. Only then, he thought, would they become his food. Saruthal vowed to kill Kratos and become the Demon Lord. He then called for his aide, Fikamer. Fikamer responded, acknowledging Saruthal's command. Saruthal ordered Fikamer to destroy everything related to the farming that Kratos had implemented. The scene shifted to show Azurat crucified against the sky. Azurat hung limply, bound to the cross. It was said that Kratos was truly vicious, having turned Azurat into a living corpse to make an example of him. Another demon observed the crucified Azurat. Azurat was reassured that Lord Saruthal appreciated their aggression, and that they would be rewarded after Kratos was eliminated. Elsewhere, wraiths were summoned. The wraiths descended. One of the wraiths was ordered to destroy the wasteland. The wraith declared that the land would never be used again. The wraiths began to scatter the manure. The wraiths continued their work. Lord Fikamer was identified as the manure scout demon. The wraiths were commanded to throw the manure all over the land, laughing maniacally as they did so. The wraiths were told to scatter the manure evenly everywhere, so it could not be reused. The wraiths were instructed to mix the manure into the ground so thoroughly that not a single piece could be seen, burying it deep. The wraiths continued to laugh. The wraiths cackled as they spread the manure. Bound tightly, Demon Lord Kratos stared ahead, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, one of the demons asked what their next move should be. The other responded that the manure needed to be ground finely and mixed into the ground. It was explained that doing so was too difficult for the farming squad. Suddenly, a voice boomed, declaring that it was over for Kratos, followed by maniacal laughter. Fikamer stood with arms raised, channeling a surge of power. High above, a figure tied to a makeshift cross wondered what they were trying to achieve. The sky was a pale blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds and illuminated by a distant sun. In the distance, a towering castle pierced the sky, its dark spires a stark contrast to the serene landscape. There, a spirit-like figure sat perched on a rock, its form glowing with a soft, ethereal light. Nearby, another spirit exclaimed that if there were any bits left unturned, Demon King Kratos would make it a farmland. Number 2718 was told that they were working especially hard today, unlike their usual lazy behavior. Number 1341 agreed, but admitted that he didn't know. A blinding light filled the area. Looking at all the work they had done, one of the spirits expressed feeling proud. Another spirit stated that they had done something productive. With a click, the spirit scoffed, calling someone an idiot. Spirits continued to work diligently. One of the spirits declared that they would be an idiot too, adding that there wasn't much left. Another spirit questioned if they weren't too good at this, chuckling to themselves. The spirits continued their work. A death-like, the spirits floated upwards. The spirits continued to rise. The spirits moved through a rough terrain. Meanwhile, Demon Lord Kratos stood under an umbrella. The Demon Lord Protector 1 requested that someone rest somewhere nice. The Demon Lord Protector 1 continued to stand under the umbrella. How Kratos reacts. The sun beat down on the desolate landscape, illuminating a large wooden structure. Inside, the work of tilling the field had taken longer than expected. The sound of rustling filled the air. Meanwhile, Demon Lord Kratos and the Demon Lord Protector 1 stood amidst a vast collection of potatoes. Kratos observed that they were all in a dormant state. Kratos scoffed, stating that the potatoes wouldn't grow sprouts and were useless even if planted. It was as if each potato was peacefully sleeping in the earth. Suddenly, a hand reached out. Someone yanked a potato out by its sprout. The potatoes then passed out from shock. Their biological rhythm paused. Credos considered that their dormancy would end quicker if he left them for about 2 to 3 weeks in 4 degrees Celsius, then suddenly move them someplace warmer and darker. Credos wanted Sergei to imbue them with her cold energy. However, she was really angry right now. Credos also sensed that Hartok was up to something as well. Credos realized he wouldn't be able to avoid those two attacking him together, so he better think of another way. He had instructed his farmer soldiers to do squats to raise the storage temperature to about 23 degrees. However, Credos realized that they all got tired soon, making that plan a failure as well. He sighed in frustration. Credos then ordered Zephyros to the farms, stating that he would do what he could for now. He realized he needed to at least imbue the soil with nitrogen. The landscape was barren and desolate. Credos was shocked. The ground appeared to be bubbling. He noticed that the stench was filling the area. From below, a voice declared that everything was ready for planting. Credos wondered what kind of miracle this was. The masked figure chuckled, clearly pleased with the turn of events. He considered it a perfect success that the other was shocked. Nearby, the black boulder tyrant stood guard, his massive form a stark contrast to the scene unfolding. Meanwhile, the masked figure was being held captive, attempting to hide. The black boulder tyrant carried the masked figure, who demanded to be released. Fakamer, one of the bosses from the Cliff of the Dead, was captured. It was unclear if he had come on his own after hearing the call for reinforcements. Saruthal questioned Fakamer's presence. Before Fakamer could answer, he was struck. Saruthal wondered why he was being hit before he even had a chance to answer. It seemed like Fakamer was trying to hide something, and beating him up was considered the most efficient way to deal with that. However, Fakamer would not speak so easily. Despite the beating, Fakamer refused to yield. Saruthal, standing alongside the black boulder tyrant, watched as Fakamer was being beaten. The system informed him that he could use HP to purchase various stats, and he had 51 HP available. He used 50 HP to upgrade his stamina, increasing it from 20% to 30%. A red-haired combatant struggled, seemingly in pain. The red-haired combatant was struck by an unseen force. The combatant exclaimed that he was ordered to mess up the farmland. The scene shifted to a distant view of a castle. It was revealed that Saruthal was the one who cut off the request for reinforcements. Someone observed that Credos only becomes stronger when more demons are starving, calling it an act of revolution. Credos considered that taking down the first-star master Saruthal might be a chance, and that the demons who were complaining about the suspension of the expedition would take it as a warning. Someone thought that even if that wasn't an issue, they'll keep getting in the way of their farming if they just leave them be. Credos realized he needed a surefire way to deal with them. The problem, someone stated, would be how to defeat Saruthal, noting that he has the ability to turn his body like that of. Even in the game, Saruthal was all over the place in the Cliff of the Dead, which is already a complicated map. The stage had become a game of hide and seek with him. If killing pests is too hard because they hide, then you have to pull the pests out of their nest. The speaker's expression was one of intense focus. The landscape stretched out before them. A small, horned figure stood with a shovel. Below, a figure demanded to know what the other was looking at. Above, the horned figure stammered, unsure of what to say. The horned figure heard that it was thanks to their sacrifice that they now had food. The horned figure offered their thanks. A pair of red eyes glared from the darkness. A monstrous face contorted in a furious scream. The tall demon with long hair, bound and enraged, roared at Azurat for mocking him. He vowed to kill her. Azurat, unfazed by the threat, screamed in response. Meanwhile, the bound demon Lord Credos, in a fit of rage, promised to find and kill Credos the moment he was free. His fury was palpable. Elsewhere, the demon Lord Credos questioned the situation, wondering if he was now to be targeted. In a distant location, a group celebrated with joy. Their banner congratulated someone for becoming the second lightning rod in the office. The celebration continued, the crowd chanting with glee. Back with the demon Lord Credos, he questioned the meaning of second lightning rod. Credos began to realize the implications. He rejoiced at the prospect of being free. He wouldn't have to become a rotisserie chicken. Credos, bound to a makeshift cross, could only manage a confused sound. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, declaring a strike. The voice clarified that there were now 2 lightning rods. Another strike was declared. The source of the strikes was revealed to be Saruthal. Saruthal cried out for his confidant Fakamer. The force of it contorted the demon lord's face in a silent scream. The raw energy continued to pour out of him. His body glowed with an intense, golden light. Fakamer cried out, questioning how painful it must be. The demon lord's features twisted in agony as the power surged. The golden light intensified, engulfing him. Fakamer screamed for him to stop. The demon lord's eyes narrowed. He realized it was the reconnaissance wraith from the game. It seemed they were keeping a close watch. The demon lord's rage was palpable as he vowed to make anyone who dared ruin his harvest regret it completely. His expression was one of pure, unadulterated fury. Meanwhile, a small demon child was diligently digging in the dirt with a small shovel. Elsewhere, Kratos observed that they were working hard on farming. The small shovel broke through the arid soil. Suddenly, a voice called out, asking what she was doing. The small demon child stammered, unsure how to respond. From the shadows, Kratos mused that the Demon King and the 4 heavenly generals were all adults. The small demon child continued to dig, thinking that she should help. Zephyros scoffed, calling her a stupid, low-ranking demon brat. He thought to himself that the asshole beside him already plowed the field. Zephyros told her that she should at least do something actually useful. The small demon child was surprised and thanked him. Zephyros retorted that she plowed the field and became a lightning rod for them, too. Azurat's efforts were met with a mix of surprise and appreciation. The small demon child's innocent question was answered with a barrage of compliments, acknowledging the value of their hard work. Meanwhile, behind a mask, an observer noted that someone was already losing their composure. Elsewhere, the demon lord expressed his frustration that the potatoes were not sprouting, despite his efforts to keep the storage warm. Despite the demon lord's pessimism, a small figure thanked the potato sprout, seemingly oblivious to the impending starvation. Turning his attention to the child, the demon lord called out to them. His expression hardened, a stark contrast to the earlier scene. Far away, a fortress stood silhouetted against the setting sun. In a grand hall, an official voiced his concerns about the Demon King's plan, questioning whether Saruthal would risk coming to rescue Fikamer, even knowing it was a trap. The Demon King listened intently. He reasoned that to lure the idiot out, they would need to eliminate every single one of his subordinates first. The order was given, leave none alive. The red-haired combatant stood tall, towering over the other demons. Meanwhile, a small bird flew overhead, carrying a glowing green orb in its talons. Elsewhere, Saruthal sat upon his throne, dismissing Kratos as a fool. Saruthal wondered if the demon lord truly believed that waiting around, ready to attack, would make his subordinates appear. Saruthal acknowledged that while it was unfortunate for Fikamer, he had only one true goal. That goal, to ruin the harvest. He commanded his crop wraiths to go forth. The crop wraiths began to move. The wraiths, spectral and swift, descended. They moved with increasing speed. The wraiths surged forward, intent on oblivion. The crop wraiths continued their advance. The crop wraiths materialized, their ethereal forms swirling with ominous energy. From a darkened vantage point, Saruthal watched with narrowed eyes. He remarked that their appearance was just as he expected. It was foretold that the crop wraiths would appear. Saruthal stood on a balcony, overseeing the unfolding events. He declared a welcome to their graves. A sinister smile crept across Saruthal's face as he watched his plan unfold. The crop wraiths moved with unnatural speed and ferocity. The warrior recalled the first time he encountered these crop wraiths in the game, remembering the pure despair he felt. These wraiths were Saruthal's second elite force. The warrior realized that the real problem was that they always moved in swarms. He knew that if they even touched you physically. The warrior's warning echoed as the nature of the crop wraiths became clear. They latch onto their victims, rapidly aging them. One of the warriors found himself ensnared, the spectral tendrils already beginning to drain his vitality. The wraiths, mimicking the skills of their prey, proved to be a complete nuisance. Zephyros narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. Kratos considered that there was a way to wipe them out, wondering who wanted to be fried first. He realized that he needed to attack them with lightning-based items. Suddenly, one of the wraiths shouted that it was a trap and ordered everyone to run. Zephyros, however, refused to yield. The wraith revealed that the real trap was what came next. Someone questioned what the blood was, realizing it was the blood of Kratos that had been smeared the night before. Zephyros prepared to strike. Kratos unleashed his Phase 2 ability. The demon lord Kratos' power surged, crackling with golden energy. The energy spread outward, a wide area bloody strike. The attack engulfed the wraiths. The wraiths were struck by the attack. The demon lord Kratos watched as the attack hit its mark. The wraiths were caught in the wide area bloody strike. One of the wraiths exclaimed that they could now be hit with physical attacks. Another wraith ordered the deployment of the farm guards. The farm guard charged. The farm guards, wielding farming tools as weapons, rushed forward. The guards swung their tools with surprising speed and ferocity. One of the wraiths noted that the farm guards might look unimpressive. Demon Lord Kratos observed the battlefield, noting that even the strongest units were being dispatched with ease. The wraiths were proving to be no match for the demon lord's power. Kratos reveled in his power, feeling like a true alpha demon king, wondering if he truly fit in this world. He then demanded to know if any wraiths remained that hadn't been dealt with yet. The wraiths continued to fall before his might. Kratos declared that he would finish them off personally. He paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Below, a small, horned figure looked up in alarm. Kratos wondered what was happening and since when. His expression hardened, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Below, the small figure was attacked by a wraith. The small, horned figure cried out as it was attacked. Kratos scoffed, thinking that there were always clueless ones. He decided that the priority was to eliminate as many escaping crop wraiths as possible. Something else, however, was more important. Kratos wondered how he would handle the situation, realizing that Bloody Strike wouldn't reach that far. The wraith continued its assault. The wraith launched a projectile at the small figure. Kratos questioned what the wraith expected to achieve by throwing that. The projectile hurtled towards its target. The projectile continued its trajectory. The wraith's projectile closed in. Suddenly, a pink energy surrounded a potato. Kratos looked on, confused. With a soft poof, a pink, ghost-like figure dissipates. Another poof sound accompanies the appearance of a potato with small sprouts. Nearby, the small, horned figure is surrounded by potatoes and watches with wide eyes. Above, the wraiths continue their descent, each impact marked by a thud. The wraiths fall toward a building. Kratos observes the potato, noting that it has sprouted. His eyes widen in alarm. He realizes that wraiths accelerate aging. It is explained that the pink energy jump-started the stalled biological clock of the potatoes. Kratos praises someone, saying, "Good job, kid." The farm guard recoiled in fear, witnessing something unexpected. Meanwhile, Demon Lord Kratos addressed his forces, perched atop a mountain of potatoes. He commanded the farm guards to listen up. Kratos declared that they should forget about luring Saruthal out. Instead, the Demon Lord grabbed a potato. Kratos grinned, stating that going on the offensive would benefit them more. With a fierce cry, the small demon swung her blade. From the shadows, a pair of red eyes watched the scene unfold. The monster's maw opened wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The captured warrior screamed in defiance, even as the small demon apologized, stating she just needed one more. The monster continued to chew. The warrior remained bound. A notification appeared, indicating that a part of the demon army felt happy from eating, and that the number of points added was 1. The HP was at 302. It was then realized that including the newly added recruits from the last round that received Chino, that would be 300 demons. The Demon Lord wondered who the other one was. The Demon Lord thought that whoever it was, the more HP, the better, and that they would need to save it for the Saruthal raid. The order was given. The Farmer Corps was to advance. The Farmer Corps charged forward, weapons raised. The demon with glasses declared the harvest bountiful. Below, the bridge was severed. Azurat watched the events unfold. The order was given to cut off the bridge. The bridge was destroyed. Someone mocked the situation, wondering what they would do without a bridge. The speaker dove down towards the army. The figure descended. The speaker laughed, calling Kratos a fool. They mocked the fall. The figure continued to fall. Kratos plummeted downwards, his fall only broken by the 2 large, white orbs he had summoned. The orbs, each bearing a worried expression, seemed to be struggling to slow his descent. The descent continued, the ground rushing up to meet them. Faster and faster they fell. Azurat watched Kratos fall, recoiling in disgust. Kya, Zogos. Disgusting. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord Kratos continued his descent, the food wraiths looming below. Scary, scary. The Demon Lord Protector watched Kratos fall, a thought forming in his mind. The Demon Lord Advisor was nearly struck by the Black Boulder Tyrant's axe. The Black Boulder Tyrant continued his assault. The Demon Lord Kratos, plummeting towards the ground, thought to himself, according to my brilliant strategic plan, the food wraiths should be terrified of the potatoes. But if I charge in all alone and unarmed? One of the food wraiths exclaimed, "He's alone and has no cursed potatoes. Go food wraiths." The food wraiths believed that even grazing him meant victory for them. A monstrous roar echoed through the chamber. The wraiths scattered as Kratos plummeted through their ranks. With a surge of power, Kratos activated his quantum leap ability. The wraiths were shocked as the Demon Lord phased through the walls. He landed heavily on the cavern floor. A soft poof sound filled the air. One of the wraiths exclaimed, unnerved by Kratos' ability to move through solid matter, questioning when he had gained such an ability. The wraiths, realizing he was above them, urged each other to grab him, believing that catching him would secure their victory. They were astonished by the Demon Lord's sudden disappearance. One wraith declared that this was the 19th time they had attempted this, claiming to have seen every corner of the map. Kratos considered combining all the areas where enemies appeared in the game into one place. The wraiths continued to patrol the area. The Demon Lord Kratos' face is shown, his expression unreadable. His opponents declared that even as the Demon Lord, this would be his end, taunting him about being tired. Kratos continued to move through the area, dodging the attacks. Kratos declared that he was a veteran player. The Demon Lord's face was shown again, his expression intense. He commanded them to make it. The food wraiths continued their assault. The area was filled with food wraiths. The food wraiths continued to move around the area. Kratos stated that this was his farm. The Demon Lord Kratos flew through the air, observing the food wraiths. Kratos admitted that he was unsure at first, but the Demon Lord's words were spot on. Kratos instructed Zephyros to lead the Farmer Corps and follow the map while he herded the food wraiths into one place. The Demon Lord Advisor considered the abandoned ancient aqueduct, noting that it was a dead end and likely held nothing of value. Kratos realized it was a secret shortcut. After escaping the horrifying cliff of the dead, Kratos scoured the area right before reaching the final map and found it. Zephyros observed that there was nothing there, yet it was made with such detail. Zephyros thought to himself as he walked through the tunnel. Zephyros wondered why the texture was different there. Zephyros affirmed that it was true. Zephyros realized that was how the places were connected, and that the tunnel connected the place where they had their first battle with Saruthal to the cave. Zephyros thought he couldn't go in, but it turned out he could come in after clearing the area. Zephyros recalled that he could obtain the elixir of metamorphosis there, and that he was told to grab it if it existed in the real world. The elixir of metamorphosis, the compressed soul of countless dead meat piles. It can only be consumed once, but who knows what might happen. Meanwhile, Kratos' underlings celebrate their success. They believe it's a sprout, ready to be planted. One of the underlings, named Flute, is overjoyed. He tells his companion to wait for him, because they can finally live and eat their fill. Elsewhere, Kim Jang-cheol's grandmother promises him that he'll have a full dinner tonight, telling him to just wait a bit more. She assures him that he'll have a full dinner tonight if he just waits a bit longer. Kratos thinks to himself that anyone who tries to get in the way of them finally eating will face his wrath. The demon King Kratos declared that his enemies would be completely wrecked. Nearby, Saruthal continued to observe the unfolding events. Saruthal mused to himself, acknowledging the strength of his opponent. Another figure declared that he would help as well. Kratos stated that this was a job for the boss. The scene shifted to a figure standing before a massive, glowing blue gem. The figure called out to the heart of Ice Spirit. The spirit was asked to bind and defeat more spirits with its mighty cold, and to grant more troops and power. The demon Lord Kratos descended, ready for battle. He landed with tremendous force. Someone exclaimed, questioning how Kratos knew to come there. Kratos responded that it was none of their business, declaring it was time to exterminate pests. The sounds of battle echoed through the icy cavern. The figure continued to move deeper into the cavern. The ancient being scoffed at Kratos, calling him a fool and questioning if he thought he could defeat him alone. Kratos responded that he had not. The cavern continued to rumble. The ancient being declared that he would show Kratos his true power. Kratos wondered if he had seen it before. The narrator explained that while chasing Saruthal, who kept fleeing through the cliffs, he ended up constantly encountering his subordinates. The narrator continued, stating that by the end, he practically wiped out all the cliff mobs. The narrator explained that then the guy flees into this room where the heart of Ice Spirit lies, a terrifying artifact said to be created by an ancient dragon at the cost of its life, a chilling frost that traps dead spirits in this world. Saruthal attempts to bolster his forces, summoning more followers with his power. But the paladin arrives just in time, signaling the beginning of the final battle. The demon lord then uses his true ability. A swirling vortex of power manifests. The vortex intensifies as the demon lord prepares to unleash its full potential. The demon lord explains that this is why the swirling energy continues to build. The energy reaches a critical point, ready to be unleashed. The demon lord grins, confident that he will win this battle. He intends to win by perfectly copying his opponent's stats and materializing them. This is the endgame, where he possesses the same stats as his character, which are at their peak, with insane attack power and a nearly broken evasion skill. Just one mistake, and you're instantly dead. Saruthal's plan hinged on copying his opponent's stats, but he realized the stats he copied were from Demon King Kratos. A sinister grin spread across Demon Lord Kratos' face. Zephyros cried out in pain. The great paladin's fist clenched. A screen appeared, displaying the option to use HP to purchase various stat upgrades, including stamina, mental strength, physical strength, dexterity, and magic power. Zephyros' current HP was 302. He used 50 HP to upgrade his dexterity, increasing it from 20% to 30%. Demon Lord Kratos watched as Zephyros struggled. Zephyros looked on in shock. Zephyros screamed in agony. The great paladin was struck. Zephyros cried out as he was hit. Zephyros used 50 HP to upgrade his physical strength, increasing it from 20% to 30%. The exchange of power was palpable. Zephyros screamed in pain, questioning why Demon Lord Kratos was unaffected. Kratos grinned, thinking that this was like farming. He mused that it required brains, too. Zephyros coughed up blood. He used 50 HP to upgrade his magic power, increasing it from 20% to 30%. Zephyros then used 50 HP to upgrade his mental strength, increasing it from 20% to 30%. Kratos was stoked. Zephyros was surrounded by golden aura. He screamed in defiance. Zephyros grunted. The golden aura intensified around Zephyros. The ethereal energy continued to swirl, a visible manifestation of the power being unleashed. With a resounding thud, Zephyros landed back on solid ground, the impact sending ripples through the water at his feet. The water rippled and churned, disturbed by the immense power that had just been unleashed. A screen appeared, confirming that Zephyros had used his HP to upgrade all of his stats by 1 tier. The screen displayed the updated stats: stamina, mental strength, physical strength, dexterity, and magic power, all now at 30%. Demon Lord Kratos watched with a calculating gaze, his expression unreadable. Another screen appeared, announcing that the Level Up All Stats growth quest had been achieved. As a reward, a new skill was unlocked, Summon Farmer's Throne, with an unlock cost of 100 HP. The screen displayed an image of the throne of the Farmer King, equipped with a variety of sturdy farming tools. Kratos remarked that he actually needed some new gear. The name Kratos echoed in the chamber. Kratos wondered if they thought it was over. The swirling energy crackled around the battlefield. Kratos remarked that there was always a phase 2 in the second half of a fight. The Demon Lord declared that this was his origin, the form of the ancient evil dragon. The transformation began, the Demon Lord's form shifting into that of a massive dragon. Kratos observed that the transformation looked insane in person, noting the attack power and HP pool were no joke, and that Zephyros was the boss of the final area before the last boss. Kratos wondered what would happen next. The transformation continued at a rapid pace. The Demon Lord's dragon form loomed over Zephyros. NPC-aged Kimchi declared that he had just come from the final boss zone himself, questioning what would happen now. The Demon Lord's transformation continued, his dragon form becoming more defined. The newly summoned farmer's throne stood ready, the demon farmers awaiting orders. The face of the ancient evil dragon was revealed. The dragon form of Demon Lord Kratos paused, suggesting they hold on and talk first. The dragon's pause was short-lived, as the summoned farmers were sent flying. The farmers, despite their efforts, were proving to be good targets. The farmers were being beaten. The farmers cried out, questioning if they dared interfere with their farming, begging for their lives. Kratos considered that he could probably beat him if he fought him head-on, but it talked and moved, and it didn't feel right to kill it himself. He thought that maybe everyone was still too hungry to fight properly, as they had been beating it up for a while now, and it still wouldn't die. The Demon Lord considered that maybe they should beat it more efficiently. A skill was unlocked, Summon Farmer's Throne. The skill, Summon Farmer's Throne, was activated. A beam of light shot down. The farmer's throne materialized. The farmer's throne descended, a symbol of unexpected power amidst the chaos. The impact of the throne's arrival sent tremors through the battlefield. Dust and debris exploded outwards as the throne made contact. The Demon Lord Kratos, momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, could only utter a confused, "Huh." The summoned farmers stood ready, their simple tools now imbued with an unknown power. The other demons watched from a distance, unsure of what the arrival of the throne meant for the battle. One of the farmers reveled in the Demon Lord's demise, declaring it a true display of demonic villainy, something that lesser demons could never imitate. Another farmer agreed, affirming that it was indeed Kratos who had delivered the final blow. NPC-aged Kimchi dismissed the praise with a casual, whatever. Kratos, enraged by the turn of events, roared in fury. The force of his rage reverberated through the air. Meanwhile, Kim Jang-cheol, witnessing the scene unfold, exclaimed in shock. Two large, stone-like figures stand bound to crosses, their expressions unreadable, leaving one to wonder what purpose they serve. Meanwhile, a spectral figure ascends into the sky, leaving Kratos to observe its departure. In the distance, more figures are crucified, dotting the landscape like macabre scarecrows. Elsewhere, workers carry baskets overflowing with potatoes, a sign that the potato sprouts have emerged. From above, the farmer's throne is visible, now cleared of any threats to the harvest. A red-haired combatant declares that it is time to plant the potatoes, his enthusiasm shared by the other workers. Demon Lord Kratos grins, a sinister expression on his face. Suddenly, a large, glowing blue crystal materializes. Kratos looks on, questioning what is happening. His eyes narrow, a sense of unease washing over him. Kratos wonders if he resumed from his 19 tries in the game, as a reward message appears, indicating that a hidden event has been triggered. A large, glowing, geometric object hovers in the air. Within the heart of the ice spirit, a sealed origin awakens from misuse. A surge of energy emanates outward. The energy continues to build. From above, Demon Lord Kratos descends, observing the unfolding events. The energy intensifies around a small, dragon-like creature encased in ice. The small dragon remains trapped within the ice. Kratos watches with a stern expression. The dragon-like creature, still encased in ice, exclaims, "T-bone." A close-up reveals the small dragon's wide, innocent eyes. The small dragon looked around curiously. The dragonling then exclaimed that he wanted that bone. Suddenly, a figure descended. The figure landed before the small dragon. The dragonling wondered if this was the creature. The Demon Lord Kratos stared down at the small dragon. Kratos reached out a hand. The dragonling exclaimed with excitement. The dragonling recalled hatching from his egg, surrounded by darkness and fear. Kratos held the dragonling in his hand. The dragonling thought that his daddy had finally found him. Kratos grinned, his red eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. The dragonling, oblivious to the danger, thought how cute Kratos was. Suddenly, the dragonling looked up at Kratos, a dawning realization in his eyes as he questioned if Kratos was his dad. Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupted, declaring that they would eat it. A horde of demons, led by the red-haired combatant, charged forward, eager to devour the dragonling. Kratos held the dragonling in his hand as the demons chanted about eating him. The dragonling, still naive, repeated the demons' words, wondering if they would eat him. Kratos roared at the other demons, telling them that they were fools and that they needed to raise the dragonling first to get more out of it. The dragonling paused, confused by the talk of being eaten. The dragonling realized that his daddy was going to eat him, and he was confused. Kratos looked off to the side, a thoughtful expression on his face. The farm corps had returned, and their arrival was heralded with a cry of daddy. The returning forces were greeted with enthusiasm. The demons cheered, celebrating the success of their efforts. The demons embraced the returning members of the farm corps, happy to see them back. The dragonling, cradled in Kratos' arms, sensed the warmth of the returning demons. Kratos' expression shifted, his earlier amusement replaced by a sinister grin. He thought they were totally terrifying. In the distance, a towering structure loomed against the blood-red sky. The dragonling, now alone, trembled in a corner. The small dragonling looked up, its eyes wide with fear. Kratos' face was filled with malice. The dragonling, curled up in a corner, believed the rocks were simply waiting for it to grow. Kratos wondered what he should feed the creature. He recalled hearing that baby dragons ate refined gemstones, but there wasn't a single jewel to be found, only heaps of rusty old metal. Meanwhile, Fakama reported in to Kratos. As expected, Kratos found that they were facing difficulties building the ridges. Kratos sighed, unsurprised. To plant crops properly, one needed to build ridges or mounded earth along the boundaries of fields or paddies. Naturally, this required pure soil only. But the land was full of rocks, causing the workers to break their pickaxes. The workers kept digging, but more rocks kept popping up. The dragonling wondered why there were so many rocks, realizing that they were all just slaves being worked to death. Kratos realized this wasn't a field, but a coal mine, and at this rate, it would take forever just to clear the rocks. Kratos considered the situation, realizing that if they continued to expend manpower at the current rate, they would quickly exhaust their supply of rewards. He knew that even reinforcement from the other lords wouldn't solve the underlying problem. Kratos sighed, wishing he could be like the main character of some other comic, able to summon a familiar, perhaps a wombat that clears rocks, or something equally useful. Meanwhile, the dragonling continued to strike at the ground with their small axe. The dragonling looked up, startled. Kratos also noticed the disturbance. He shook his head, deciding to stop whining and find a way to fix the situation. Kratos muttered that this was just another in a never-ending series of unpredictable problems. Suddenly, the dragonling shouted a warning about razor winds. A powerful vortex of wind began to form. Kratos turned to face the approaching winds. The winds intensified. The razor wind tore through the landscape, a destructive force of nature. Realizing the danger, Demon King Kratos cursed, admitting he had forgotten about the razor winds. It was a known fact that the wasteland was prone to these random and devastating razor wind events. The narration warned that being caught in one of these winds meant certain doom. Anyone caught in the winds would be shredded to pieces in an instant. Kratos shouted for everyone to take cover and hide behind the rocks. With the dragonling still in his arms, Kratos braced himself against the approaching storm. The order was given to get under anything that created shade and to get down as low as possible. Kratos realized that, even from this distance, the wind pressure was already insane. He thought that what he had felt in the game was nothing compared to this real danger. The narration declared it a natural disaster and the biggest threat to farming. Kratos led the charge, urging the others to get down as they ran for cover. The little girl runs, desperate to escape the approaching danger. Elsewhere, the demon Lord Kratos is surprised by the turn of events. Azurat is impaled on a wooden stake, held aloft amidst the swirling winds. Flute is knocked off her feet by the force of the winds. Demon Lord Kratos expresses his frustration at the girl's continued presence. Another demon is caught in the razor winds, struggling to maintain his grip on a small, blue dragon-like creature. The tall demon shouts that he will protect her, threatening to kill anyone who follows. Another demon warns the demon lord that it is too dangerous to go any further, fearing he could die. The tall demon grits his teeth, determined to push forward. Kratos realizes that he cannot afford to lose his precious lightning rod or laborers, understanding that farming isn't some laid-back activity where one can just chill and pick apples and pears. The tall demon yells at Azurat, telling her that she doesn't know anything and to get out of the way. The demon lord realizes that to farm is. The demon lord's words hung in the air. To live is to go to war, after all. Suddenly, Azurat found herself face-to-face with the demon lord, who commanded her to get out of the way. The Demon Lord moved with incredible speed. He descended upon Azurat with a devastating kick. The force of the blow sent her flying. The Demon Lord's attack left a trail of destruction in its wake. Azurat cried out as she was struck. The Demon Lord's eyes burned with intensity as he watched Azurat. Azurat, struggling against the binding knot, felt the pressure mounting. The Demon Lord mocked her efforts, declaring that even one of the 4 heavenly kings couldn't undo the knot. He taunted her, saying she would never be able to untie it and should just get out of there. Azurat gasped, realizing the gravity of her situation. Azurat is impaled on a makeshift cross, held aloft by the Demon Lord Kratos. Nearby, NPC-aged Kimchi could sense the Demon Lord's power, but he thought that the Demon Lord wasn't that sturdy. The Demon Lord's power continued to surge. The surge intensified. The Demon Lord Kratos roared. With a burst of speed, Kratos moved. His foot slammed into the ground. And yet, NPC-aged Kimchi still went that far to help people. Kratos continued to carry Azurat on the cross. The Demon Lord continued his advance, Azurat still impaled. Azurat's face was covered in blood. Azurat was still impaled on the cross, unmoving. The Demon Lord Kratos continued his advance, his dark cape billowing behind him. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he approached. With a swift motion, Kratos slammed his foot into the ground, sending a shockwave through the earth. The force of the blow was so great that it reached another fighter, who cried out, "My daddy!" Nearby, a small, winged creature watched the events unfold, thinking to itself that the fighter was a kind creature. The shockwave continued to spread, tearing through the battlefield. The small creature was sent flying through the air, along with debris and dust. The creature cried out as it was thrown back. The force of the impact created a massive fissure in the ground. The ground continued to crack and split apart. A towering column of energy erupted from the fissure. The energy surged outwards, engulfing everything in its path. The Demon King Kratos noticed that the razor winds had weakened. He wondered if his opponent had used cold energy to weaken the upward drafts. Meanwhile, a bone-chilling attack was launched. The attack landed with tremendous force. Kratos realized that this was too much. The attack was meant for a baby dragon. The force of the attack continued to intensify. A swirling vortex of energy began to form. Amidst the chaos, the baby dragon was seen. The attack struck its target. Far away, a castle stood tall against the night sky. Inside, Demon Lord Kratos lay still on his bed. Elsewhere, someone approached with purpose. The armored figure stopped, declaring that they were allies for now. The Demon Lord Advisor listened intently. The Demon Lord Advisor stated his intention to cut off someone's head. Azurat considered her next move, thinking that after she took out Bile and Azurat, one of them would become the new Demon Lord. The Demon Lord Advisor and Azurat walked together, agreeing that until then, they were allies. Back in the room, the Demon Lord Kratos remained still. The Demon Lord Advisor and Azurat stood over the Demon Lord Kratos, who was still lying in bed. Azurat clashes with an unknown assailant, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The masked demon's expression is hidden, but their intent is clear, to protect the Demon Lord Kratos. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord Advisor's hand moves with purpose, his fingers closing around something unseen. Azurat's eyes widen as they realize the Demon Lord Advisor's true intentions. The Demon Lord Kratos' face contorts in a grimace, his eyes snapping open, revealing a flash of red. Azurat realizes that Kratos had been waiting for them to make their move, his eyes wide open the entire time. The Demon Lord Advisor's hand continues its action, the scene bathed in a red glow. Azurat shouts that this is their only chance. Elsewhere, the Black Boulder Tyrant questions what the armored attacker thinks they are doing. The Black Boulder Tyrant and the armored attacker stand in a doorway, their intentions unknown as they look down at the Demon Lord Advisor and Azurat. The Black Boulder Tyrant warns that the Demon Lord is sleeping and should not be disturbed. The Demon Lord Kratos' face is contorted in a grotesque expression, hardly resembling a sleeping face. It's no wonder he's the Demon Lord. The Black Boulder Tyrant threatens that if they wake him up, he won't let them off. The Demon Lord Advisor expressed his frustration that he had to deal with the dumb muscle head acting as he was. Meanwhile, the masked figure stated that they owed the Demon Lord Kratos their life and were simply repaying that debt. Elsewhere, the armored attacker thought to themselves that next time, they would be on the Demon Lord's side. The Demon Lord Kratos, still in his slumber, was unaware of the events unfolding around him. He was having a nightmare, thinking that planting potatoes had brought tons of problems and that the crops would fail, leading to starvation. The masked figure simply accepted that this was just how things were going. A small, horned child was seen digging in the dirt with a trowel. A close-up revealed a hand holding the trowel. The masked figure remained silent. The Demon Lord Advisor stated that one had to put their life on the line. The Demon Lord Advisor told Azurat that he preferred to fight, as that was more his thing. The Demon Lord Kratos, with glowing eyes, declared that they would regret this, calling them inferior fools. The Demon Lord Advisor, Azurat, and the red-haired combatant were seen walking down a hallway. The red-haired combatant and the Demon Lord Advisor listened as they were informed that the Demon Lord was awake. Elsewhere, Kratos seemed disturbed by the news. The hooded figure scoffed, claiming they weren't taking anyone's side and were merely repaying a debt. They wondered why the Demon Lord Kratos was a living lightning rod. Kratos, his eyes wide with fury, questioned how the hooded figure could walk around talking like everything was normal. The hooded figure remained unfazed. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupted from the Demon Lord Kratos. The force of the blast was immense. The Demon Lord Kratos stood with a hulking figure behind him. The red-haired combatant urged everyone to mobilize and continue clearing the rubble, noting that the rocks were almost all gone and Zephyros was stacking them. Kratos glared intensely. He turned his gaze towards the distance. From his vantage point, the Demon Lord Kratos surveyed the landscape, where many figures were working. Kratos was informed that Zephyros was present and that the Demon Lord had awakened. The Demon Lord Advisor questioned where all the rocks had been placed. The Demon Lord Advisor clarified that if he meant the rocks, they were far in the distance. A small figure flew through the air. The figure was sent hurtling through the air by a powerful force. The small, blue dragon-like creature was sent flying through the air, exclaiming in surprise. The creature was seen munching on rocks moments before. The small dragon swallowed the rocks. The dragon realized he was too small to block the razor wind, but because he ate everything without being picky, he would grow faster. The dragon cried out for his dad as T-Bone appeared. T-Bone caught his sweet baby. Razor winds did not come often, as it took time for them to build up. The group determined that if T-Bone kept watch from above and fired cold air at the right time, they could stop the natural disasters in advance. However, without any weather forecasts, they acknowledged they had no choice but to rely on T-Bone. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord Advisor inquired if they should make more chuno, as the reward stockpile was running out. Kratos dismissed the need. It was stated that the first enemy of farming was natural disaster, and the second was costs. The armored figure declared that the walls would have to be overcome. The scene shifted to a grand hallway. Elsewhere, Sergei sat before a mirror, seemingly troubled. She stated that she had nothing to talk about. Siegi sighed. Sergei grimaced, noting the lingering manure stench, even after days of not going out to the field. Just then, a knock echoed as Saruthal announced that he needed to speak with her. Sergei wondered why the Demon Lord would come to her room, something he had never done before. Saruthal insisted that he really needed her help and pleaded with her to open the door. The camera focused on the ornate doors. Saruthal's words hung in the air as Sergei considered his plea. She suggested they avoid saying anything misleading, noting that misunderstandings often arose when they couldn't see each other's faces. She asked him to go back, but Saruthal insisted on coming in. Sergei, agitated, told him she had nothing to say. Suddenly, the door behind Saruthal exploded inward. Sergei, shocked by the sudden intrusion, exclaimed in disbelief at the sight before her. She wondered who would barge into a lady's room like that. The intruder's feet landed heavily on the floor. Sergei stared, questioning what she was seeing. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord Kratos lamented that without Sergei, he could do nothing. Sergei's expression hardened. A slight blush appeared on her cheeks. Kratos declared that if it meant saving costs, he would kneel all she wanted. Kratos stated that he needed her sharp and precise blade. Sergei paused, considering Kratos' sudden request. She thought to herself that if he was going to say it, then fine. She would at least listen to what he had to say. Meanwhile, Kratos knelt before her, thinking to himself how ridiculous the situation was and that she had seriously lost it. The scene shifted to a vast field of potatoes. Kratos commanded someone to cut up the potatoes for him, adding that they had to cut them in half to plant them. Sergei realized that Kratos had just played her, calling him a damn demon lord. The task at hand was simple, to evenly slice the enchanted potatoes, avoiding those marked with a specific symbol. One of the potatoes, mid-slice, expressed its surprise. The armored attacker declared the task easy, announcing the arrival of the next potato. The Demon Lord Kratos retorted that he never agreed to participate. Suddenly, the armored attacker shouted a warning as they began slicing through the potatoes. The blade flashed, slicing through the air with precision. With blinding speed, the armored attacker unleashed a flurry of cuts, each one perfectly executed. The potatoes, now sliced with incredible accuracy, floated in the air. Demon Lord Kratos looked on in disbelief. He exclaimed that it was no joke, questioning how the armored attacker could cut with such accuracy. Demon Lord Kratos grins, holding up a perfectly sliced piece of potato. The armored figure insists that Kratos is the only one capable of completing the task. The masked figure seems flustered by the comment. The masked figure shouts, warning that they won't fall for any sweet talking. The masked figure continues to yell, calling Kratos a liar, villain, and swindler. The armored attacker stands their ground as the Demon Lord Kratos approaches, causing the masked figure to exclaim in surprise. The armored attacker and Kratos stand face to face. Kratos looks down at his sword. Kratos prepares to wipe his blade. The masked figure questions what Kratos is doing. Kratos remarks that some potato juice got on him. Kratos states that he should wipe it off, using his sword to do so. The masked figure, visibly agitated, questioned if Demon Lord Kratos had lost his mind, demanding an explanation for his strange behavior and a look in his eyes. The masked figure's inner thoughts betrayed their outward frustration, as they found Kratos' eyes to be sincere, warm, and deep. Meanwhile, Kratos seemed pleased with his work, noting how clean the blade was. He reminded himself that if the knife wasn't cleaned well, disease could spread between the potatoes, so he had to wipe it thoroughly and sincerely. Kratos then turned to the masked figure, asking them once more for their help. The masked figure's inner thoughts revealed that they believed they were the only one who could assist Kratos. They also thought that Kratos was the demon who could cut these potatoes while helping them save Chino. The masked figure relented, stating that they would help him just this once. The masked figure continued, admitting that they would help him only this time, because he really couldn't do anything without them, calling him a silly demon lord. Kratos, seemingly excited, declared that he would bring some boiling water and cloth, too, and that they would be cutting them all night together. The masked figure questioned what he was so excited for, calling him a fool. The blue-haired official demanded that the masked figure hold out their left arm so he could wipe it off quickly, accusing them of trying to sneakily hold his hand. The masked figure apologized, asking if the official was tired from the potato cutting. They added that it wasn't as if they would die from it, stating that there was a song perfect for the mood. An illustration showed potatoes sprouting, their leaves growing, and their flowers blooming. Sergei, one of the demon lords, was revealed to be one of the dumb, inferior ones. Azurat volunteered for servitude after receiving a few compliments. Azurat, bound to a wooden cross, pondered the definition of life and what it meant to live, questioning what a lightning pod had to live for and whether a life of suffering was truly worth living. A small demon girl informed Azurat that the elders had saved some Chino for him, inviting him to play the Chino throwing game. Azurat called the girl a little brat, thinking that he, the great demon general, would not play with a low-class demon. He told her to come down there, and he would eat her alive. The demon with glasses mocked Azurat, telling him that he couldn't even throw it properly and urging him to do it right, threatening to kill him. The small demon girl threw a Chino at Azurat. The demon with glasses mused that Azurat was completely out of commission, having been beaten like a fool and left a total wreck. The demon lord advisor maintained a composed expression. Meanwhile, in another location, a group of demons celebrated finally planting potatoes in their field. The demon lord advisor thought that Baal was dumb from the very beginning, so he had no expectations of him. The demon with glasses considered that everyone's intelligence there was below average. The other demons thanked Lady Sergei, expressing their gratitude for her cutting all those potatoes for them. Sergei retorted that she didn't cut them for their sake, questioning the dopey look on their faces. Sergei wondered if that was the face of a great demon general. One of the demons asked if they weren't ashamed as a demon, crying over something like seed potatoes. The demon lord advisor declared that they were all idiots. Hartok, the intellect of demonkind, vowed to steal the demon lord's throne. The demons were instructed to keep planting while listening, as soon the potato sprouts would grow and poke above the soil. The red-haired demon declared that when the time came, they would need to begin thinning the buds. Another demon stated that Baal was good at cutting things up, asking who he should cut. He was immediately told to forget it and shut his mouth. It was explained that each seed potato could produce as few as 3 sprouts. The demon with horns asked if more sprouts were better or if fewer were better. One of the demons exclaimed that more was better, while another countered that fewer was better. The demon with glasses wondered why fewer sprouts would be better. Another demon stated that more of anything was good. Another demon stated that the demon lord must have said it wrong. Lord Hartok called the demons inferior morons. Hartok thought to himself that if there were too many sprouts, they would steal nutrients. Hartok leaned against a tree as he watched the demons. Hartok is asked how he knew so much about farming and if he had farmed before. Hartok wonders if they really need to learn something so basic, referring to the sprouts. The other demon states that the sprouts and the potato itself share nutrients, asking if that isn't obvious. Hartok considers how many sprouts would be ideal. Hartok sighs, thinking that if they only consider the loss of nutrients, they might assume 1 sprout is ideal, but if that one breaks, the root potato might die. Hartok states that after the bud thinning, there will be more to do. Hartok is asked what that might be. He explains that they have created artificially healthy soil, adding compost, tilling the soil, and improving air circulation. The demon with glasses observes that kind of soil won't benefit just the potatoes. Azurat thinks that unwanted weeds will grow too, stealing nutrients. Hartok says that they will have to remove those as well, and they could figure that out with just a little thinking. The other demons applaud Hartok, calling him a genius. The demons continue to applaud Hartok, the farming genius. The crowd's reaction was one of awe and disbelief, as they considered the implications of Hartok's words. The demon with glasses, however, seemed to revel in the moment, declaring Hartok a genius. The declaration was echoed by another demon, the sentiment spreading through the crowd. Elsewhere, the demon lord Kratos seemed to be having an epiphany, remembering that his mother always called him dumb. Kratos leaned against a tree, lost in thought. He wondered why he was crying like an idiot. The demon lord approached Kratos, seemingly amused by his state. The demon lord praised Kratos' wise and intelligent mind. The demon lord declared that from this day forward, Kratos would lead the Farmer Corps as the chief leader. Kratos, still leaning against the tree, thought that his intellect existed to kill and steal. Another demon, seemingly an official, demanded that everyone show some respect to the elite of demonkind. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating Kratos' new position. The newly appointed leader of the Farmer Corps descended the steps, his cape billowing behind him. The other demons watched him approach. Suddenly, an enraged voice boomed out, demanding silence. The voice continued, berating the demons as dumb and inferior. Hartok, visibly taken aback, could only utter a surprised "oh." Kratos admitted to himself that he would lead them just a bit. A wave of energy emanated outwards. The Farmer Corps demons were sent flying. A screen displayed the words, "4 psychological battles." Zephyros wondered what that was about. Kratos looked on, a blue screen floating in front of him. The screen declared that he had seen through Bile's neglected heart and turned him into a loyal subordinate. The red-haired combatant was surprised, claiming he had no idea he had done that. The screen then stated that he gave the friendless Azurat a friend and reduced his violence. Azurat wondered who this friend was. Azurat's actions had unexpected consequences. She had melted the heart of Sergei, a feat previously thought impossible, leaving her to wonder what she had done to achieve such a result. Meanwhile, Kratos had instilled confidence in Hartok, who had only ever desired recognition. The Farmer Corps' influence was spreading further than he realized. Kratos mused that all of them had such fragile hearts. A notification appeared, indicating that he had earned 200 happy points and could now unlock a new skill. The notification revealed the new skill, Blood Eye. Kratos wondered about the Blood Eye, noting that it wasn't in the game and speculating if it was an original skill, like the Farmer's Throne. The skill allowed him to see a short glimpse of the future of the target he was observing, up to 6 hours ahead. The notification specified that the target he observed could be a living creature or an object. Kratos' eye glowed red as he activated the new skill. The skill could even see the sky. Kratos wondered what he was seeing. An ominous energy crackled in the sky. Kratos declared that he had the weather forecast. The map detailed a location somewhere between the forsaken lands of the demon race and human territory. The village of the exiled came into view. Footsteps echoed through the village. Inside a building, Diol was informed that he was fully recovered. Someone expressed their relief to Lord Rivich. Diol thanked someone for taking such good care of him. The speaker mused about becoming rich and a noble who could boss people around. The man chuckled, wondering if it was a dream he wouldn't be able to fulfill even in the next life. Someone announced that they were planning on returning to the kingdom and asked Aged Kimchi if he would come with them. Aged Kimchi's expression is unreadable as he considers the offer. Meanwhile, one of the men explains that he doesn't even remember who he was and that he didn't live among humans either. He continues, recalling that even when he first came to this village, he wasn't exactly welcomed. The villagers had not exactly welcomed him. Aged Kimchi wonders if someone like him could even be accepted. The man suggests that he try wearing different clothes. He suggests that Aged Kimchi try wearing different clothes. The man comments that the strange outfit must be something Aged Kimchi is really attached to. Aged Kimchi thinks to himself that he wants to take the clothes off too, but he realizes they won't come off. He realizes it's like they're a part of his body, and thanks them for their concern. Aged Kimchi listened as the man spoke of the cruelty of their situation, living in such a place simply for being descendants of exiles. He promised that when he returned to the king, he would be sure to tell their story. The noble reflected on his role, a noble who came by royal order to scout near demon territory. He thought about how he had no unnecessary pride and was respectful and decent, wondering what kind of person he was. The noble swung his sword, a blur of motion. The blade connected with its target. He thought to himself that he merely answered the call of duty. The noble stood with his companions, simply repeating slaughter over and over again. He wondered if he was someone like him. He questioned what else he could even do besides killing. Meanwhile, a group of workers stared in awe at a small sprout emerging from the ground. They exclaimed that it was a sprout. The workers celebrated as the sprout emerged from the ground. The sprouts were indeed plentiful, as one of the workers observed. Nearby, a child excitedly announced to Azurat that the sprouts had emerged. Elsewhere, Hartok addressed the farming corps, declaring that they would begin the next phase, earthing up. Hartok was then asked to explain the process. The explanation was provided. Earthing up means covering the stem of the sprout slightly with soil. The reason for this was to prevent the sprouts from changing color, losing flavor, or even becoming toxic. The speaker then declared that one could call this a potato. Darkening began. The others were told to give Hartok applause. Hartok then decided to check today's weather. He invested 200 happy points into the weather forecast ability. It was noted that blood eyes had been enhanced, and the activation began. The strain was evident as the powers surged through him. The exertion was proving to be exhausting. Nearby, one of the workers remarked that the Demon Lord was crying, while another guessed that he was happy the sprouts were growing. The information display highlighted that he was using the skill Blood Eyes to foresee the sky's future. The forecast indicated that over the next 6 hours, it would be mostly sunny and dry, suggesting the need to bring out the humidifier. Hartok noted that there would be no razor winds that day, telling T-Bone to rest up. He held a small, carved piece of wood in his hand. An urgent report was delivered to Kratos, who responded with a questioning him. The report stated that Planus, a subordinate of the second Star Master, had arrived. Hartok's expression remained unchanged. From below, Laploa, a loyal retainer of the second Star Master Planus, greeted the Demon Lord. The message continued, stating that they had arrived right after receiving the ceasefire order and the farming message. A towering figure made of wood stands tall. Nearby, a subordinate reported that someone had declared their intention to become the new Demon Lord, claiming the current one was weakened. The listener, seated on a throne, expressed his frustration, declaring that all demon bastards were the same. The speaker warned that if the third Star Master, Ruster, subjugated the second Star Master and they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to hold them off easily. Kratos agreed, acknowledging that while their levels might be lower, their numbers would be overwhelming. The figure insisted that they must go before the second Star Master fully fell and defeat the other Star Master quickly. The region under attack by the third Star Master was identified as the bottomless abyss of the dead, also known as the Swamp of Decay. Compared to the game map, it was said to be about 10 times bigger in reality and ridiculously far. The abandoned well, which handled power-ups and warps in the game, could have helped, but even the well beneath the Demon Lord's castle wasn't functioning. Kratos wondered how they could balance both farming and fighting, then questioned why he was even worried. Someone declared that they were the Demon Lord. It was stated that the final boss doesn't personally go out anyway. A hulking demon declared that he would follow the Demon Lord's orders, no matter what. Meanwhile, 2 of the loyal 4 heavenly generals headed out to battle. Some strong but low IQ demons, deemed useless for farming, would accompany them. Since they were coming from the boss area, the shortcut system was fully connected. There was a quick route that led straight to the Swamp of Decay. Elsewhere, the genius wide-range sprayer was heading out. Hartok declared that he and Fakamer would stay behind and focus entirely on raising potatoes, confident that all would be well. The second Star Master Planus expressed his displeasure. Planus was furious that someone dared to defy the Demon Lord's command and commit treason. Planus confirmed that this was a rebellion, but warned not to misunderstand. The monstrous figure declared that he had no other choice. He resolved to stop the war immediately. Meanwhile, Ruster, the third Star Master, believed that the Demon Lord's actions would lead their race to ruin. Another demon insisted that the Demon Lord had promised to make the land fertile. The monstrous figure argued that they wouldn't even need to wage war on humans to feed themselves if the land was fertile. Ruster countered that this wasn't the real problem. The demons were fighting bravely. They believed they were defending the pride of their demon race and their history. The battle raged on. The sounds of battle echoed. A monstrous figure looms, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Nearby, the red-haired combatant and Azurat stand ready for battle. The demons exclaim that they are facing the 4 heavenly generals, as Ruster agrees. The armored figure declares that they are a race that fights. A foot stomps down with immense force. A young girl with dark hair exclaims that they love fighting and enjoy killing. The armored figure wonders when they became like this. The young girl wonders why things turn out like that, as she calls for her dad to come to the field quickly. Someone realizes that they might finally understand. Azurat is seen in profile, her expression unreadable. The young girl is seen with a demon, smiling. The text states that they value lives rather than taking them. A vibrant field of flowers stretches out, bathed in a soft, ethereal light. The voice echoed, declaring that something could give them even greater pride. Nearby, a small group of demons looked on, their expressions a mix of awe and anticipation. Demon Lord Kratos stared intently, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Below, Kratos and Fakamer watched with interest, their expressions unreadable. The field of flowers continued to stretch out, filled with tiny figures. The title card proclaims, "What a bountiful harvest, Demon Lord." High above, a figure shouts the words, "Demon Lord," as they descend towards a battle already in progress. Below, a smaller figure gazes up in awe, exclaiming that they have never seen anything so beautiful. The Demon Lord's face is shown in close-up, his expression unreadable. Below, the great paladin Zephyros clashes with an unseen opponent, the sound of their impact echoing. Zephyros continues his assault, his sword a blur of motion. The force of the blow sends his opponent flying back, eliciting a cry of surprise. Zephyros presses his advantage, continuing his relentless attack. The Black Boulder Tyrant is struck, crying out in pain as he is sent reeling backwards. The Black Boulder Tyrant screams in agony as Zephyros unleashes a flurry of blows. Zephyros delivers the final blow, his sword poised to strike. Indeed, the flowers had bloomed, blanketing the landscape in white. Before him, a young demon girl noted that there were a lot of them. The Black Boulder Tyrant, still reeling from the recent blows, questioned Zephyros' motives, reminding him that he claimed he wasn't there to kill anyone and that his words and actions didn't match. Azurat conceded that the Black Boulder Tyrant had a point. She declared that there were things one needed to kill to save others. The Black Boulder Tyrant roared that her statement made no sense at all. Hartok commanded that all the useless flowers be cut off immediately. The order was passed down. The villagers looked on in horror. NPC-aged Kimchi, crucified, screamed at the Demon Lord, declaring that he would not forgive him, while Kratos mused that even with such scenery, the Demon Lord was still ruthless and truly was the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord demanded to know what everyone was doing and ordered them to hurry and pick the flowers, while one of the crucified screamed that he was a bastard and a lunatic. The Demon Lord surveyed the field of flowers. The villager, clearly distressed, carefully plucks a flower from the field. The flower is added to the growing collection. Meanwhile, the blue-haired official urges the chief cultivator to continue his work. The official explains that if left alone, the flowers will consume all the nutrients gathered from the sunlight to form flowers and seeds. Hartok observes the scene with a sinister expression. The flowers are being plucked. The chief cultivator continues to pick the flowers, his face contorted in anguish as the official watches. Hartok laughs, claiming he can hear the word potato echoing from here, mocking the villager's plight. The red-haired combatant declares that the Demon Lord enjoys destruction. The flowers are being destroyed. Sergei and the Black Boulder Tyrant stand over a bound figure. The Demon Lord Kratos sits on his throne, stating that staging a rebellion is what they get for their actions. The red-skinned demon, bound and defeated, demanded to be killed, lamenting that a demon who had lost the pride of battle might as well be dead. Meanwhile, Hartok gave the order to strike. The bound demon was struck by a powerful blow. Despite the attack, the red-skinned demon chuckled, stating that his body was armored and the attack barely stung. Hartok scoffed, acknowledging that the attack barely did any damage. Elsewhere, the armored attacker declared that he had just gotten something useful, a third-generation lightning rod. The lightning rod struck. The red-skinned demon screamed in agony, demanding to be killed. One of the officials exclaimed that someone needed to get the lightning rod off of him, noting that the demon had been losing his recovery capacity lately. Hartok agreed, stating that it was time to retire him. Suddenly, the official noticed something and exclaimed in surprise. The rope binding the red-skinned demon had been cut. Azurat calls out to the masked figure, who stands among the flowers. Azurat's eyes widen in shock. A deep voice booms, declaring that Azurat has mocked him for far too long. The voice continues, promising to devour Azurat before Kratos can. Azurat's expression is one of pure terror. A surge of red energy erupts around Azurat. A large, clawed foot steps onto the ground. Azurat cries out as a massive figure looms over them. The red-skinned demon thinks to himself that it has been too long since he last walked on land. The demon's massive form continues to rise. The red-skinned demon tells Azurat that they have regressed. The demon shouts at Azurat not to start using big words all of a sudden, calling them a lunatic. The red-skinned demon carried the pale demon over his shoulder, ignoring his protests to be put down. Ignoring the pale demon's complaints, the red-skinned demon continued to carry him. The red-skinned demon stated that this was the Demon Lord's order, and the pale demon would remain in this state for a while. The pale demon considered this a disgrace. He vowed to never forget this humiliation. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord Kratos mused that he had worried the pale demon might start rampaging again. The scene shifted to show Sergei. Sergei knew that the blonde warrior dress would be paralyzed for at least 6 hours, so she let him go. Elsewhere, Hartok declared that harvest time was near in order to speed things up. With Sergei's ultra-fast weed cutter, the flowers were wiped out in an instant. Sergei continued to clear the field. Hartok's awakening finisher made watering a breeze. The autumn harvest was approaching, but the rations for labor wages were steadily decreasing. Even though demons were accustomed to starvation and surviving on little, the work continued. It was clear that the workers were growing tired. Nearby, Demon Lord Kratos stood silently. The pale demon, Planus, the second star master, spoke up. Planus stated that he had come to express his gratitude for being saved. Kratos listened intently. The Black Boulder Tyrant questioned the meaning of Planus' gratitude. The Demon Lord Kratos glared intensely. The Black Boulder Tyrant wondered why Kratos was getting angry. Kratos thought that Planus was a bastard for coming empty-handed to give thanks, and that he should have at least brought a box of drinks or some red ginseng. Planus explained that he was currently gathering the subordinates of the third Star Master. The plant-like demon stood before Planus. Planus mused that they didn't even have food for themselves, realizing he had gotten too used to K-culture. Elsewhere, a muscular demon was being fed by smaller demons. He wanted to see those guys eat until they were full. The muscular demon continued to be fed. Planus wondered why he decided to start farming in the first place. Planus told the plant demon that he would quickly prepare the troops. The plant demon stood in a field of crops. Planus thought that he was one of the weakest and least developed bosses. Planus recalled that the plant demon worshipped power as truth and showed intense loyalty to Kratos. Planus considered that since he was a plant, maybe he would be helpful in farming. The crops grew. The plant demon stood in the field. The plant demon observed that the soil was fertile. The plant demon observes that the soil is filled with nutrients, unlike anything he experienced in the swamp of decay. He continues to walk, taking in a new environment. The plant demon recalls a time when he was just a sapling. He remembers that there was never any nutrition in the soil where he grew. But this land is different. This is land cultivated by Demon Lord Kratos. The plant demon continues his descent. He feels the power of the land. The plant demon continues to descend further. He is surrounded by the fertile soil. The plant demon continues his descent. He realizes that he can grow stronger here. The plant demon exclaims in realization. The plant demon realizes that he can become the Demon Lord. The plant demon's roots begin to move. The roots continue to move. The day begins, and Demon Lord Kratos announces that it is time for demon morning exercises. Kratos' mouth opens wide as he shouts. The workers begin their exercises. Kratos raises his arms, leading the group. The workers continue to exercise in unison, following Kratos' lead. The workers' faces are contorted in exertion as they continue their morning exercises. Kratos continues to shout, pushing the workers to keep up the pace. Kratos observes the workers, thinking that they were a complete mess at first. He continues to observe the workers, realizing that they are now moving precisely according to his commands, as expected of demons' physical potential. Kratos shouts that even when he is giving a surprise signal, they must roll left. The demon workers are lined up, and a voice commands them to move to the left. Following the command, one of the demons shouts for them to move to the right. Again, the workers follow the command. Kratos thinks that basic stamina is essential for tough farm work, and now they will do just fine without him giving orders. Suddenly, a red-haired combatant rushes in, exclaiming that something terrible has happened. The red-haired combatant shouts that all the potato leaves have turned yellow. Kratos looks on with a serious expression. The potato leaves are indeed yellowed and withered. Kratos, along with Azurat and Fikamer, surveys the field of dying potato plants. Fikamer knew it was impossible after all. Azurat looks on with concern. Even Kratos doesn't know what happened, wondering if there was not enough wind or water. Kratos scoffed, wondering if he actually had hopes for farming. Meanwhile, Kratos, the advisor, approached the Demon Lord. He asked what was happening. The Demon Lord Kratos remained silent, observing the withered potato plants. He crushed one of the plants in his hand. The roots of the potato plant vibrated intensely. The potatoes themselves appeared pale, but enormous. Kratos, the advisor, was shocked by the sight. The Demon Lord Kratos observed that the potatoes were still pale, but 3 times the size of the first ones they had planted. A sinister smile crept across the Demon Lord's face. He mused if he should say the potatoes had awakened, noting that they had absorbed all the nutrients from the leaves as they grew. The Demon Lord Kratos realized that it was all to become bigger. The Demon Lord was surrounded by his advisors and workers, all observing the strange phenomenon. Kratos' minion declared that they all raised these. The camera panned up to reveal the Demon Lord Kratos, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Elsewhere, Planus stood with his arms crossed, flanked by his subordinates. Nearby, another Demon Lord looked on with a tear in his eye, while his advisor watched with a grim expression. In the distance, a castle stood tall. Demon Lord Kratos lay on his bed, deep in thought. He repeated the minion's words, pondering who had raised these. A tomato plant grew in a pot. A voice declared that the cherry tomatoes were growing nicely, too. A woman told a young Kim Jang-cheol that he raised this one. Kim Jang-cheol sat in his car, lost in thought. Kim Jang-cheol's face contorted in a scream, his eyes wide with horror. He was strapped to a bed, an oxygen mask covering his mouth and nose. The room around him was dark and sterile. Elsewhere, Planus lay in bed, lost in thought. He dismissed his own sentimentality. A calculating type like him didn't feel such things. Planus believed they would soon have plenty of potatoes to eat. However, he knew they couldn't let their guard down by clinging only to potatoes. They could all starve to death in an instant if a potato blight hit, like the Irish Great Famine. The text explained that the Irish potato famine from 1845 to 1852 was caused by dependence on potatoes, but potatoes could solve the immediate food issue. Planus knew they needed to quickly secure other crop seeds. He was determined. Planus yelled in frustration. The structure above began to crumble. Someone questioned if it was due to faulty construction. As the structure broke apart, Azurat looked up, surprised by the sudden collapse. Debris rained down. The falling debris continued to plummet. More debris fell. Azurat stood amidst the destruction, questioning what was happening. Her expression turned to one of anger. Elsewhere, a small, pale-skinned demon with horns and pointed ears looked up at the sky. The demon stood among plants with leaves that had been eaten away. The demon recalled that the demon lord had mentioned that potato leaves naturally die off as the potatoes grow. A single potato leaf fell from the sky. Potato leaves drifted through the air. Something felt wrong to Azurat, who realized something was off. She examined a potato plant. Azurat realized something was terribly wrong. She cried out for the potatoes. Azurat rushed forward. She continued to move. The demon lord Kratos stood amidst the potato field. He was surrounded by tree roots. The demon lord Kratos was told that he was like a little bug. Azurat's eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized the figure before her. It was Planus. The demon lord Kratos' cape flowed behind him. Meanwhile, a hulking figure of wood and earth declared that it was thanks to the fertile land and nutrients that it was able to grow. Kratos' eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on a monstrous entity. The camera panned out, showing the scale of the devastation across the potato field. Kratos, enraged, called Planus a bastard. His anger was palpable, his teeth bared in a furious snarl. The demon lord demanded to know what Planus had done to their food, questioning if he was trying to anger them. The monstrous figure loomed, its wooden form twisted and menacing. Kratos questioned what someone like Planus could even do. The demon lord stood amidst the wooden figures, his cape billowing behind him as he prepared to fight. The scene blurred with speed as the battle commenced. Kratos strikes with immense force. The force of the blow sends Planus crashing through the rocky terrain. The demon lord's rage is palpable. Meanwhile, the masked figure orders the others to retreat. The red-skinned demon, restrained by others, shouts that they must save the demon lord, but the blue-haired official asks if he is insane. The blue-haired official insists that even if they survive, there is no way the demon lord is going down, urging them to hurry. The red-haired combatant shouts that the demon lord is weak. The red-haired combatant realizes that the demon lord is incredibly fragile after he pulled him up. The force of the impact continues to reverberate. Debris rains down around the battlefield. The air is thick with dust and energy. The landscape is scarred and broken. Planus is sent flying through the air. The force of the blow sends Planus hurtling through the air, crashing through rock and debris. Nearby, Kratos seemed lost in thought, a small, blue creature perched on his shoulder. Suddenly, Planus' voice boomed out. His words carried across the assembled demons. He commanded them to listen up. The demons turned their attention to Kratos. The voice declared that someone was dead. Kratos stood beside a masked figure, both observing the unfolding events. Kratos' expression remained unreadable. The voice reminded everyone to remember the ancient rules of the demon race, stating that power comes from strength. The towering, tree-like demon stood silent, its glowing eyes piercing the gloom. From the depths of the forest, a voice boomed, declaring, "From this moment on, I am the demon lord." The voice continued, commanding, "Kneel before absolute power." In response to the command, the assembled demons began to kneel before Planus. The demon lord advisor observed, realizing that Planus had absorbed all the nutrients in the land. With Kratos dead, Planus was now the strongest being in the land. The demons began to kneel. One by one, the demons fell to their knees. From above, the red-haired combatant and NPC agent Kimchi watched the scene unfold. The message was clear: follow the power of overwhelming strength. The camera focused on Sergei's masked face, her expression unreadable. Sergei knelt with the others. One of the armored demons declared, "We offer our respects to the new demon lord of the land." With Planus now in charge, Kratos lies defeated on the ground, his glasses askew. Other demons stand nearby, seemingly unsure of what to do next. Kratos' face is shown in close-up, a small, blue creature resting on his shoulder. Another demon, presumably Zephyros, demands to know what Kratos is doing and orders him to conduct himself properly. A close-up of Kratos' face reveals his teeth are clenched in anger or frustration. Suddenly, Kratos is sent flying backwards, crashing into the ground. A monstrous, tree-like figure with glowing green orbs embedded in its trunk looms ominously. A multi-armed figure stands before the tree-like monster, wielding swords. A hulking figure stands to the side. Kratos is shown with tears streaming down his face. A demon stands silhouetted against the bright, orange sky. Elsewhere, a child's voice calls out to Kim Jang-cheol, asking if he wants to play hide-and-seek with Mommy. Kim Jang-cheol agreed to the terms, but he knew this was that day. The demon King Kratos wondered if it was all a dream. A voice echoed, instructing someone to close their eyes and count to 10 before being found. The unseen person agreed. Kratos counted down, 5. He continued, counting 6 and then 7. Elsewhere, a child counted 8 while leaning against a tree. The child then counted 10. Kratos called out for his mom. He desperately called for his mom to come out, frustrated that he couldn't find her. Kratos threatened to count to 10 again, demanding that she come out by 10. He counted 8 once more. Kratos continued counting, his voice echoing in the seemingly empty space. A child's voice called out for his mother, the sound tinged with desperation as he announced that he had finished counting to 10. The child's cries for his mother continued, his small figure standing alone in the distance. The demon lord Kratos declared that he had finished counting. The young boy's cries for his mother grew more frantic, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, a message appeared, urging Kim Jang-cheol to get a hold of himself. The demon lord Kratos lay still, his face marred with blood. A disembodied voice wondered what that was, as a close-up revealed a bloodied eye. A message window appeared, seemingly calling out to someone by name, followed by a simple message. A close-up of a bloodied face showed a man wondering where he was and if he was dead. Another message appeared, stating, "Please move. If you do, you can live." The demon lord Kratos realized he was using a quantum leap move with a glitch, but he couldn't move because there was no space to even turn his body. Despite his weakened state, Kim Jang-cheol found that his hand could still move. Even if it was little by little, he resolved to dig his way out. He began to count as he moved his hand, focusing on the small victories. He continued to count, the effort straining him. Pushing through the pain, Kim Jang-cheol reached 10. He started again, counting from 1. Meanwhile, a voice commanded a scribe to come forward. Zephyros reported to the demon lord, identifying himself as the scribe. The demon lord instructed Zephyros to record this historic first step with great care. The voice declared that from now on, the demons would invade the human lands. The voice continued, stating that they would rule all humans. They would raise them as livestock for food, the voice concluded. Kratos stated that they were back to square one. Kratos mused that this could be fun, now that they could fight and kill to their heart's content. The demons had always lived, and if this could fill their stomachs, then... But still, the faces of several demon lords appeared, and one wondered why he was so angry. That was how. Azurat counted the number of those fallen, reaching 7. Someone struggled to breathe. The figure gasped, unable to breathe. A monstrous figure commanded the demons to take up their weapons. The demons marched to war. Meanwhile, Kratos was informed that the march was impossible. The strange tree-like entity stood silent, its glowing eye watching everything. Meanwhile, Demon Lord Planus and Demon__Advisor discussed the food shortage. The advisor explained that the only food the demon race had was a few small potatoes. The tree-like entity seemed to be speaking, questioning if someone had always been an idiot. The entity stated that they already had plenty of provisions. Suddenly, a vine-like appendage shot out from the tree. The vine continued to extend, moving with incredible speed. The vine struck with great force. The vine had captured NPC-aged Kimchi. A nearby demon was shocked by the sudden attack. Planus considered that there were plenty of weak and useless demons that could be used as food. The tree-like entity held NPC-aged Kimchi in its grasp. NPC-aged Kimchi vehemently denied that they were like that anymore, struggling against the tree-like entity that had captured them. Their words echoed with desperation, a plea not to revert to his savage state. The desperation in NPC-aged Kimchi's voice was palpable as they screamed. Meanwhile, a massive eye, seemingly belonging to the tree-like entity, observed them with cold indifference. The tree's grasp tightened around NPC-aged Kimchi, pulling them further into its depths. The ancient, gnarled branches of the tree seemed to writhe and twist, as if alive. Deeper and deeper, NPC-aged Kimchi was dragged into the darkness. A sudden, violent motion blurred the scene. The blurring motion continued, suggesting a rapid descent or impact. Elsewhere, Demon Lord Kratos lay prone on the ground, seemingly defeated. Kratos realized that his heart was stopping. His hand, pale and bloodied, lay limp against the dark earth. The thought echoed, a chilling premonition. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of figures stood on a hill overlooking a desolate landscape. One of them remarked that some people would go hungry again. Elsewhere, a voice declared the situation bloody. The speaker's red eyes narrowed, filled with a burning intensity. A figure, radiating golden energy, roared in fury. The figure declared that he couldn't stand to see anyone starving. Elsewhere, Planus' hand clenched into a fist, his expression contorted with rage. His anger intensified. He roared in fury. Planus' rage reached a fever pitch. Planus, consumed by rage, unleashes a torrent of power, his hand stained with blood as he screams in fury. Deep within the forest, a single, luminous eye pierces the darkness, observing the unfolding chaos. The force of Planus' outburst sends shockwaves rippling outwards, tearing through the very fabric of the environment. Amidst the destruction, Demon Lord Kratos clutches a small child protectively, his expression a mix of concern and determination as he moves to escape the devastation. The Demon Lord Kratos lay defeated, his hand outstretched in the dirt. A voice echoed, commanding him to strike. Golden energy surged around Kratos. With a roar, Kratos unleashed his power. It was too hard, he thought, struggling to maintain consciousness. His red eyes burned with determination, blood trickling from his mouth. Kratos wondered how much further he had to go, questioning if he was even on the right path and if his actions had any chance of succeeding. His hand remained outstretched, stained with blood and dirt. The demon lord Kratos lay still, seemingly defeated. The advisor, with a stern gaze, looks off to the side. Azurat appears concerned. A strange energy emanates from below. The demon lord Kratos is seen holding Azurat. Azurat looks up at Kratos, calling him Lord Azurat. Meanwhile, the tree-like demon lord seems to be communicating with someone. The tree demon lord questions Azurat's sanity. Kratos continues to hold Azurat, who looks frightened. Kratos continues to hold Azurat, who looks frightened. The tree demon lord seems to be reacting to something. Kratos declares that Azurat is his food supply. Kratos reveals he has been saving Azurat to eat while she is still fresh. A massive, tree-like structure erupts from the ground. The structure continues to rise, dwarfing the surrounding landscape as it carries figures on its surface. A sharp, echoing sound pierces the air. The force of the impact sends Demon Lord Advisor flying backwards. Elsewhere, the red-haired combatant and a female warrior stand ready for battle. The Demon Lord Advisor plummets downwards. The Demon Lord Advisor lies prone on the ground. The blue-haired official appears concerned. The tree-like structure declares that it will only say it one last time, ordering them to prepare to deploy for war. The blue-haired official's expression hardens. He argues that there is no valid reason for deployment. The tree-like structure continued to extend its reach. Its branches pierced the sky. The massive tree continued to grow. The tree's roots began to spread, reaching towards the ground. The red-haired combatant stood ready. One of the tree's branches struck the ground with tremendous force. The tree's eye glowed with an eerie light. The red-haired combatant overheard that the demon lord had already assigned the task to Zephyros. The red-haired combatant grabbed the blue-haired official, demanding to know who would count the potato harvest if Zephyros died. The red-haired combatant accused them of trying to start a rebellion. The tree's roots continued to glow. The blue-haired official, kneeling, dismissed the accusation of rebellion as absurd. The Demon Lord Advisor stated that they were convinced that the farming initiative attempted by the previous Demon Lord Kratos was a more reasonable order to follow than an invasion. The advisor's words hung in the air, a challenge to the current course of action. The tension was palpable. Zephyros recalled that the former Demon Lord proposed a path where no one had to die, questioning why they would go to war when there was another way. The tree-like structure pulsed with energy. The word terminate appeared in a burst of dark energy. The tree-like structure loomed, its presence dominating the landscape. A voice boomed, declaring that it had the authority. The voice thundered again, proclaiming that it was the authority itself. The blue-haired official stated, with absolute certainty, that it was not. Another voice countered that authority must be justified. The Black Boulder Tyrant roared, calling out T-Bone. The demons declared that their true demon lord was Lord Kratos, demanding payment for the destroyed potato field. The air crackled with energy. Before the demons, a group of workers stood their ground against the looming threat. The energy intensified. Suddenly, Demon Lord Kratos erected a mist barrier. The barrier shimmered with a protective light. The red-haired combatant roared, unleashing a torrent of fire. The fire surged forward. The red-haired combatant braced himself, preparing to unleash his attack. A warrior screamed in terror. The warrior was struck by a barrage of energy beams. The energy beams continued to strike. The air crackled with unseen energy. The armored attacker lunged forward, spear aimed directly at the monstrous form before him. The monster roared, promising to tear out his opponent's eyes. Its massive jaws opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A single, glowing green eye glared with malevolence. Despite the size difference, the armored attacker stood his ground, undeterred by the looming threat. Another monstrous figure, seemingly composed of twisted branches and vines, lashed out with its tendrils. The attack connected, sending a shockwave through the area. The vine monster roared, questioning how anyone dared challenge the Demon Lord. It unleashed a barrage of attacks, intent on killing all who opposed it. The monster declared that its enemies would learn through death. It proclaimed itself far greater than the wretched Kratos, as the silhouettes of many figures were seen falling. The monstrous figure declared that the fallen warrior was a pathetic coward who died without resistance, mocking the very notion of him being called Demon Lord. Above the body of the fallen warrior, the monster questioned what was so great about him. The monster wondered aloud what made Kratos so special. Meanwhile, Kratos carried Azurat away from the immediate danger. Elsewhere, a voice questioned why someone's self-esteem was so low. A single, glowing green eye peered out from a dark, cavernous space. A bloodied fist clenched tightly. The fist belonged to the armored attacker, his knuckles white with strain. High above, Kratos continued to flee with Azurat in his arms, while the monstrous figure pursued them relentlessly. The rocky terrain stretched out below them. The sound of impact echoed through the air. The monstrous figure struck a powerful blow, sending Kratos and Azurat plummeting downwards. The force of the impact was immense, sending debris flying in all directions. A voice echoed, singling out someone. Meanwhile, a monstrous tree watched with a single, glowing green eye as Credos and Azurat plummeted downwards, their fate uncertain. Suddenly, a notification appeared, declaring that someone had gained a new system and skill on the brink of death. The cry of Demon Lord rang out. His fist clenched, blood dripping from his knuckles. Below, the protagonist continues his descent, falling further into the abyss. The armored attacker follows close behind, his cape billowing in the wind as he navigates the treacherous terrain. The ground below appears cracked and uneven, hinting at the instability of the area. A sudden burst of speed propels the armored attacker forward. He hurtles downward, closing the distance between himself and the falling protagonist. The armored attacker gains on the protagonist, his descent mirroring the others. The speed intensifies, the air rushing past in a blur. A voice echoes, filled with malice. You. A single, menacing eye opens within the rock face, observing the unfolding events. In the distance, Credos held a small girl, both seemingly safe from the immediate danger. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared, indicating that a new system and skill had been gained on the brink of death. The words Demon Lord echoed, signifying a transformation. The transformation was complete, revealing the Demon Lord in his full demonic form. Following the transformation, a notification appeared, stating that concentrated nutrition had been activated. The scene shifted to 10 minutes ago. The abyss seemed endless, the fall continuing. The sound of scratching filled the air. His hand, bloodied and bruised, desperately clawed at the rock face. He cried out in pain and frustration. He thought to himself that this was too hard. In a dimly lit room, a young man sits with his back to an elderly woman who is carefully sorting seeds. The woman looks up, asking what he had said. The young man sits hunched over, his head in his hands, lamenting that it was too hard. He wonders why they have to keep living if it's too hard. The elderly woman listens intently. She holds up a seed, explaining that it's because they are seeds. The woman continues, saying that every living thing is a seed. She elaborates, saying that even if it's hard, they have to dig through the soil and sprout, and when that sprout appears, it encourages other seeds. And then sprouts begin to emerge all over the place. Then one day, a young boy sits beside a small sprout growing in the cracks of the pavement. The sprout grows taller, reaching for the sky. The boy looks up in wonder at the towering tree that has grown from the tiny seed. The words of the elderly woman echoed in his mind, a stark contrast to the reality he faced. He remembered her saying, "Everything will be green." But Zhang Xiol couldn't accept such optimism, snapping back at the memory. He questioned why his father had died from overwork and why his mother had abandoned him, wondering if he was a rotten seed. Dismissing the old woman's words as nonsense, Zhang Xiol resolved to live only for himself, just as his mother had done. Tears streamed down Zhang Xiol's face as he vowed to succeed. He would live well, all by himself. The weight of his determination seemed to press down on him. Zhang Xiol was seen running through a hospital corridor. Back in the hospital room, Zhang Xiol's body lay still, connected to life support. "We are all." Zhang Xiol's face contorted in anguish, tears streaming down his face. The word seeds appeared, accompanied by a flash of lightning. The lightning intensified, illuminating a clenched fist. A surge of power erupted. The force manifested as a soul strike. The strike radiated with intense energy. A screen appeared, stating that Kim Zhangxiol had endured the pain of death and rebirth. Another screen indicated that his will and spirit, having overcome their limits, had unlocked a new system. The Mana Seed system was now unlocked. Zhang Xiol realized this wasn't in the game. As a reward for 3 successful resurrections, his Mana Seed started at level 3. The Mana Seed amplified all of his stats by a certain multiplier. At Mana Seed level 3, the amplification rate was 1.3x, increasing all stats by 30%. Zhang Xiol realized he could escape his current predicament with this new power. The Mana Seed system's option skill was Concentrated Nutrition. With the Mana Seed system unlocked, a notification appeared, stating that it concentrates all stats into one and can only be used once a day for 10 minutes. Zhang Xiol's eyes glowed with newfound power. The system then displayed his initial stats: stamina, mental strength, physical strength, dexterity, and magic power, all at 30%. Prompted by the system, he activated the Mana Seed. A bright, concentrated light appeared. The light solidified into a small, glowing crystal. His stats increased to 39% across the board. Suddenly, the demon roared, demanding concentrated nutrition. As the demon roared, his stats were displayed, showing stamina at 21%, mental strength at 23%, physical strength at 98%, dexterity at 21%, and magic power at 22%. The system then focused on physical strength, showing it increasing dramatically. Stamina and mental strength were both at 10%. His physical strength soared to 155%, while dexterity and magic power remained at 10%. The demon Lord Kratos, empowered by the sudden surge in physical strength, prepared to strike. Zephyros stood ready to face him, surrounded by swirling energy. From the depths, a figure began to emerge. The ground cracked as something immense forced its way upward. A hand, large and powerful, broke through the surface. The earth continued to shatter as the being pulled itself free. A dark cape billowed as the figure fully emerged. The ground trembled with the force of its arrival. The towering form of demon Lord Kratos stood tall, his glowing eyes piercing the gloom. From a hidden vantage point, a single eye opened, and the thought echoed, Kratos. The demon lord with glasses demanded to know if Kratos had survived, questioning why they were even asking when he was clearly present. The demon lord with glasses, visibly enraged, called them an idiot. Nearby, two figures exclaimed that it was Lord Kratos. The news spread rapidly. Kratos was alive. The demon lord had returned. The battlefield was ripe for the taking, and the forces under Kratos were ready to reap the rewards. Suddenly, a small, blue dragon-like creature appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The creature nuzzled against Kratos, who seemed unfazed by its sudden appearance. Elsewhere, the blue-haired official breathed a sigh of relief, but knew the situation was far from over. Meanwhile, Azurat considered Planis's situation. The red-haired combatant realized that Planis's power was too strong, and the demon lord couldn't beat him. But for Kratos, this was perfect. At that very moment, Planis vowed to kill them all. But the tree-like creature simply responded, no. Kratos declared that Planis wouldn't be able to kill even a single one of them, no matter how overwhelming Planis' size was. Even after his transformation, the demon lord Kratos moved in predictable, game-like patterns. And the demon lord Kratos observed that the farmer corps, who had trained with him using crazy physical routines, were no different. The demon lord protector ordered everyone to get behind him and group up. The demon lord protector declared that the drills would begin. The farmer corps charged forward. The demon lord protector moved with incredible speed. He commanded them to move left. The farmer corps followed his command. The ground cracked as they shifted. The demon lord protector commanded them to jump right. He then commanded them to get down. The demon lord protector and his farmer corps continued their rapid descent down the rocky slope. The order was given to keep rolling left. The farmer corps followed without hesitation. The command to roll echoed through the ranks, followed by an order to fall back. The demon lord protector maintained his position at the front, guiding his troops through the chaotic maneuver. A new command rang out, jump. The farmer corps launched themselves into the air, executing the jump with practiced precision. Suddenly, a massive, tree-like creature emerged from the ground, prompting confusion. The demon lord protector wondered why his attacks weren't hitting the creature. He realized that Planis would have a long recovery delay after this. The demon lord protector landed gracefully, preparing for the next phase of the battle. He shouted for his troops to turn. The farmer corps reacted instantly, pivoting to face the new threat. The demon lord protector led the charge, his farmer corps arrayed behind him, ready to confront the massive tree-like creature. The demon lord protector taunted the massive tree creature. Below, the farmer corps mirrored his gesture, pointing up at their foe. The tree creature roared, its massive form shaking with fury. Its branches writhed like serpents, the air crackling with energy. The creature's roots tore through the earth, seeking purchase. The demon lord protector grinned, realizing that until now, they had only been using game logic to fight him. This time, they would destroy him using real-world logic. Someone shouted for T-Bone to go. The small, blue dragon, T-Bone, looked up with determination. He roared, preparing for flight. T-Bone's body began to bulge as he prepared to launch himself. With a burst of speed, T-Bone shot towards a massive tree creature. The air crackled with intense cold as T-Bone's attack began. The chilling assault struck the tree creature head-on, causing it to react in surprise. Demon Lord Kratos observed the fight, realizing that even with his strength massively boosted, hitting that huge body 100 times wouldn't do anything. Kratos then realized that the tree creature was still a plant in the end, as the creature called T-Bone a damn fly. T-Bone aimed to freeze the tree creature's body at an extremely low temperature. The tree creature began to freeze, its tissues on the verge of rupture. Kratos watched with a knowing smirk. T-Bone continued his assault. The sound of the tree creature cracking echoed. The eyes spread further across the tree creature's body. The tree creature's eye widened in alarm. The tree creature was going berserk with that massive weight. The tree creature continued to crack under the intense cold. Meanwhile, Kratos grimaced, realizing that the tree would self-destruct under the pressure. The title card appears, proclaiming, "What a bountiful harvest, Demon Lord." Suddenly, a voice cries out in disbelief. Demon Lord Kratos stands on a desolate landscape, a small, winged creature perched on his arm. The small dragon, T-Bone, pants heavily, its tongue lolling out. Kratos praises the dragon for a job well done. Kratos, with T-Bone on his shoulder, turns to face Demon Lord Planus and Demon Lord Advisor, Fikamer. Below, the final blow lands. The tree monster is struck with tremendous force. Kratos watches as the tree monster crumbles. He realizes that another weakness of tree monsters has been discovered. The narration declares the weakness to be the knothole. The knothole, now fully exposed, offered a glimpse into the tree monster's interior. A blinding flash of light erupted from within. The force of the blast sent Planus flying backwards. Zephyros unleashed a torrent of divine energy. The tree monster began to crumble. As the monster disintegrated, Kratos was thrown clear of the blast. The tree monster's destruction continued, its form collapsing inward. The last vestiges of the monster were obliterated. Green energy dissipated into the air. The area was consumed by a final, violent burst of energy. Nearby, the Demon Lord Advisor and a young girl looked on, concern etched on their faces. A system notification appeared. The time limit for concentrated nutrition had expired. The remnants of the tree monster drifted through the air. The last fragments of the monster continued to fall. With a final, desperate shriek, the tree monster disintegrated. Only scattered pieces remained of the once imposing figure. The last of the monster's essence faded away. One of the observers noted that the monster's face was gone. More pieces of the monster continued to fall. The remains of the tree monster scattered, dissipating into nothing. The last of the debris floated away. One of the demons considered that something was not right, as in the game, the monster's entire body would have shattered and disappeared. The demon wondered why part of the monster was still present. The demon fixated on the fact that part of the monster was still there. From the remnants of a destroyed tree monster, a new form began to coalesce. Tendrils sprouted from the ground, reaching upwards. The tendrils twisted and formed a humanoid shape. Meanwhile, Demon Lord Kratos lay prone, unable to move. He wondered what was happening to him. The humanoid figure stood tall, its body composed of the same material as the destroyed tree monster. Nearby, two demons watched in shock. The new creature absorbed an immense amount of nutrients, despite having nearly died. It had managed to concentrate a portion of its strength to create another body, a seed that fell into a toxic swamp. The creature sprouted from cursed ground. Now that it had inherited the Demon Lord's power, its mission was clear. It would flood the world with poison. The newly formed creature stands tall, its gaze fixed forward. Suddenly, a voice booms out, declaring the intent to kill Kratos. The creature declares that they are seeds. Meanwhile, the Black Boulder Tyrant is struck by Sergei. The creature's face is shown in a close-up. The force of Sergei's blow sends the Black Boulder Tyrant flying. The creature seems surprised by the ongoing battle. The Black Boulder Tyrant crashes to the ground. The creature thinks to itself about the other seeds. Sergei continues her assault on the Black Boulder Tyrant. The Black Boulder Tyrant is struck again. Sergei continues her relentless assault. They are seeds, watching. With a roar, the newly formed creature strikes the Black Boulder Tyrant. The tyrant staggers. Enraged, the Black Boulder Tyrant curses his attackers. The tyrant reels from the blow. Their strength is rising. The Black Boulder Tyrant reels again. The tyrant grunts as he is struck again. Meanwhile, Kim Jang-cheol prepares for a bountiful harvest. Kim Jang-cheol is ready for a bountiful harvest. The harvest begins. The Black Boulder Tyrant lies defeated. The newly formed creature stands tall, its massive form dominating the battlefield. Meanwhile, Demon King Kratos watches with a piercing gaze, his expression unreadable. The creature towers over the landscape, its body resembling twisted wood and stone. Its immense legs stand firmly on the ground, a testament to its raw power. The creature's form begins to glow with an eerie, green light, energy coursing through its wooden frame. The air crackles with energy as the creature prepares to unleash its power. The green light intensifies, illuminating the surrounding area with an otherworldly glow. Particles of energy swirl around the creature, further amplifying its presence. The creature's body is now almost entirely composed of glowing green energy, its wooden form barely visible beneath the surface. The energy continues to surge, building to a crescendo. The landscape around the creature is bathed in intense green light, the air thick with anticipation. The creature unleashes its power, a blinding flash of green light engulfing everything. As the green light faded, the landscape was revealed to be populated by numerous figures, all seemingly awaiting orders. Lying prone, Demon Lord Kratos cursed his opponent under his breath, acknowledging that he deserved the blow. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord Advisor observed the scene with a calculating gaze, a red-haired combatant standing behind him. The Demon Lord Advisor stepped over the fallen Azurat, his expression unreadable. The Demon Lord Advisor vowed to settle accounts. He declared that those acts of treason would be accounted for, and that victory would belong to the Demon Lord army. The camera zoomed in on the face of the Demon Lord Advisor. An unseen figure shouted their agreement. The Demon Lord Advisor shouted the name of Kratos. The assembled crowd of workers cheered in agreement. The Great Paladin and the Red-Skinned Demon also voiced their agreement. The assembled crowd of workers, the Great Paladin, and the Red-Skinned Demon all shouted the name of Kratos. The Demon Lord Advisor's rage was palpable as he commanded someone to stop. The command echoed, but its target remained unseen. The assembled demons looked on, their expressions a mix of fear and anticipation. The Demon Lord Advisor's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense. Below, the fields were devastated, the land scarred and barren. The Demon Lord Advisor's expression hardened as he surveyed the destruction. A single, withered leaf fell to the ground, a symbol of the desolation. The fields were in a complete mess. The Demon Lord Advisor knelt, despair washing over him as he realized they would have to restart everything. He realized they would all have to starve again. The Demon Lord Advisor wondered how he could ask them to farm again after all this mess. He refused to accept it. The Demon Lord Advisor was adamant, declaring that he couldn't bring himself to do something so cruel. Elsewhere, a group of demons stood together, their expressions unreadable. Meanwhile, a small, glowing orb rested near a discarded cloak. Nearby, armored boots stood on the desolate ground, the glowing orb casting a faint light. The orb pulsed with a soft, green light. The light illuminated a withered leaf lying on the barren ground. The leaf lay still, the orb's glow reflecting off its surface. Suddenly, the leaf began to tremble. The leaf vibrated intensely, the orb's light bathing it in an ethereal glow. Next, the title card appears. What a bountiful harvest, Demon Lord. Within a prison, one of the prisoners relays information they overheard. They had heard it from one of the demon caretakers. Another prisoner remarks that the Demon Lord changed a few days ago. A third prisoner asks what that has to do with anything. Another prisoner, huddled on the ground, thinks to himself that no matter who the Demon Lord is, they are all just livestock demons meant to be eaten anyway. Suddenly, the lock on the prison door is broken. A hulking figure stands in the doorway, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The prisoners exclaim in shock as the hulking figure approaches. The lock falls to the ground with a loud clatter. The hulking figure roars, and the prisoners scream in terror. The prisoners continue to scream, one wondering what is happening. A close-up reveals the hulking figure's face, with one eye glowing red. In the dimly lit prison, a small figure sits alone, their shadow looming large against the wall. The other prisoners watch from the edges of the room, fear etched on their faces. The hulking figure, wearing a mask with glowing red eyes, looms closer. The air crackles with tension as the prisoners brace themselves for the unknown. The small figure, seemingly unfazed, looks up with a calm, almost bored expression. Suddenly, the masked figure strikes, their massive hand slamming down towards the small prisoner. The force of the blow sends tremors through the prison. The other prisoners gasp, expecting the worst. Yet, the small prisoner remains unharmed, looking up at the masked figure with the same detached expression. The masked figure raises their weapon, preparing to strike again with even greater force. Again, the blow connects, but the small prisoner remains unscathed, their gaze unwavering. From the shadows, Demon Lord Kratos emerges, his eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. The masked figure roars in frustration, their red eyes burning with rage as they prepare for another attack. The small prisoner stands their ground, seemingly unaffected by the onslaught as the masked figure towers over them. Kratos watches intently, his expression unreadable as the masked figure continues their assault on the seemingly defenseless prisoner. The masked figure's assault continued, the small prisoner still untouched by the attacks. The masked figure stepped forward, their armored boots echoing in the chamber. Meanwhile, the small prisoner looked up as the masked figure addressed them, calling out, "Hey kid." Kratos watched with a stern gaze. The small prisoner responded that they weren't afraid, and that it was actually a relief. The masked figure considered that no matter how much they struggled, there was no way for a livestock demon to survive, and that they believed the best thing they could do was to reduce the time they spent trembling in fear. The masked figure continued, wondering why the prisoner didn't give in to fear and beg for it while waiting for death. The masked figure stated that the prisoner was different from the others. The masked figure told the small prisoner to follow them, and that they were appointing him as the new record keeper of the demons. The masked figure thought it would be a waste for someone like the prisoner to just be eaten and gone. The masked figure stated that for now, they still had to keep consuming livestock demons. The small prisoner looked up at the masked figure. The masked figure, standing over the small prisoner, vowed that one day, Demon Lord Kratos would put an end to this. Elsewhere, a young demon with glasses looked on with a concerned expression. The tragedy of eating their own kind was a heavy burden. Meanwhile, Demon Lord Advisor was seen with a small dragon-like creature on his shoulder. The Demon Lord Advisor's hair was neatly styled. The small dragon-like creature looked up at the Demon Lord Advisor. The Demon Lord Advisor stood over a kneeling figure. Elsewhere, blue-haired official, red-haired combatant, and blonde warrior dress were seen. Blue-haired official was seen leaning on a farming tool. Blue-haired official looked up with a stern expression. He demanded to know what the Farmer Corps were doing. Blue-haired official was visibly angry, with blonde warrior dress standing behind him. The blue-haired official's command echoed through the ranks, ordering the immediate preparation of the soil and the raising of the beds. The order was received by the Farmer Corps, who immediately began to move. With a unified cry, the Corps began their work. The ground shook as they tilled the earth. The work continued, accompanied by a strange song. The Farmer Corps sang as they worked, their voices rising in unison. The song continued as the ox moved slowly, the plow cutting through the soil. The strange song filled the air. Another order rang out, this time for Team 1 to find every spot where potatoes were still alive. Following that, Teams 2 and 3 were instructed to line up with their hoes. Finally, Sergei was ordered to cut the remaining seed potatoes. Zephyros was then commanded to go with Sergei and wipe down her blades. Hartok ordered Azurat to find the tools he had mentioned, instructing them to lead Team 1. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted. The source of the surge was Demon Lord Kratos. His power manifested as a declaration of a bountiful harvest. The Farmer Corps raised their tools in unison. The red-haired combatant grimaced, baring his fangs. The sound of the tools striking the earth echoed. The red-haired combatant watched as the Farmer Corps began their work. The sound of the tools striking the earth grew louder. The ground was soon filled with the tools of the Farmer Corps. The red-haired combatant realized that farming had always been like this. Sergei's red eyes narrowed as she observed the scene. The Demon Lord Kratos considered the challenges of their world: natural disasters, pests, market fluctuations, and climate change. He knew they had to fight all kinds of enemies, fail, break, and then dig the earth again. For Kratos, making a living was war after all. Meanwhile, Azurat looked on with wide eyes. She noticed a healthy potato sprout. Azurat continued to observe the sprout. Azurat thought to herself that they needed to save as many seed potatoes as they could, as a fallen warrior called out for help. The fallen warrior continued to call for help, wondering why they were so stuck. A hand reached down and grabbed the sprout. Kratos stood behind Azurat, looking down at her. The ground began to shake. The shaking intensified as something emerged from the ground. Kratos and Azurat looked on as the hand pulled the sprout from the earth. Azurat and Demon Lord Kratos were surprised by the sudden appearance of the hand and the potatoes. The potatoes were pulled from the ground, revealing more than they expected. Below the surface, a warrior lay defeated, seemingly crushed by the very potatoes that had sprouted above him. The impact of the potatoes' growth had clearly taken its toll on the warrior. The Demon Lord Protector One, witnessing the scene, could only exclaim in disbelief at what he was seeing. Azurat's eyes widened with excitement as she gazed upon the massive potato. Demon Lord Kratos watched Azurat, a hint of curiosity in his expression. His gaze intensified, focusing on the potato in Azurat's hands. Azurat, completely enthralled, exclaimed how huge the potato was. Kratos approached, questioning where she had found such a real potato. Azurat explained that she had simply pulled up a weed, and a whole bunch of potatoes came out with it. Kratos gasped, surprised by the revelation. A text box described the scene as being from the game, specifically when Planus was defeated and little sprouts appeared where he died. The potato sprouts continued to grow where Planus had fallen. Now, Planus' size had been multiplied hundreds, even thousands of times over. The nutrients from the defeated Demon Lord had been fully absorbed into the earth. Suddenly, Demon Lord Kratos roared at the Farmer Corps, ordering them to stop their current work and start digging deep into the ground. One of the farmers exclaimed that the potato was huge and enormous. The farmers realized that the field wasn't dead and that there were potatoes everywhere. One of the farmers struggled to lift a giant potato. The farmers shouted that potatoes were popping up all over the place, even here and there. Kratos, holding a potato with a small creature attached to it, was observed by the Demon Lord Advisor. The farmers continued to harvest the potatoes. Another farmer held up a potato, his hands stained with dirt. Kratos, observing the scene, wonders if this is truly a bountiful harvest. What a relief. The Demon Lord's expression is unreadable. He is really glad. The narrator declares a bountiful harvest. The Demon Lord Kratos is overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he smiles widely. He thinks that everyone will be able to eat their fill. The title proclaims this to be what a bountiful harvest, Demon Lord. The situation in the abandoned lands was under review. The review continued. The report indicated that the first star territory had been secured. The map showed the layout of the first star territory, divided into 4 sections. The report detailed that the first star master, Saruthal, had started a rebellion and was defeated. The Heart of Ice Spirit was deactivated, and all his minions disappeared, leaving the territory completely empty and uninhabited. The second star territory was also mapped out, divided into 3 sections. It was reported that after the star master Planus died, his subordinates were left stunned and in disarray. The scene showed the aftermath, with Planus' subordinates in a state of shock. Finally, the third star territory was shown, also divided into 4 sections. Star Master, Ruster, was being used as a lightning rod. The question remained whether his subordinates should be punished for treason. Meanwhile, the narrator stated that the fourth-star territory belonged to a snake human named Tarthu. In the game, Tarthu had been a rather loyal character. The remnants of the second-star territory and the residents of the fourth-star territory could probably be mobilized easily, but still, they couldn't just act recklessly. The speaker declared that they should summon them all, but if they increased their manpower too fast, they would end up with too many mouths to feed. They would have to expand gradually until the next harvest. A demon lord was informed that large-scale food processing had been initiated as ordered. The demon lord responded that it was good and thanked them for the effort, instructing them to manage the meal tickets carefully. The demon lord was also informed that standby orders had been delivered to each territory. He asked if they had complied, as he no longer trusted them. The fourth-star territory wasn't responding, which prompted the demon to exclaim in frustration. The demon asked what they meant, as they didn't say much. He then questioned why they didn't even ask why. The tall demon with long hair screamed in anger. The demon wondered what was with the average intelligence. The demon questioned the intelligence of these demons, wanting to know why the fourth-star master was ignoring his command. The small demon reported that there were very few servants left in the fourth-star territory. It was practically empty. The demon lord asked if he had questioned the servants. The small demon responded that he had not, and that he didn't even know why it was empty. The demon lord found this annoying, thinking that talking to the small demon was like dealing with a completely useless administrative assistant. He thought that even though his behavior had improved, he was still a hideous demon lord. Kratos thought that even if 10,000 years passed, there would never be a face uglier than Lord Kratos. He wondered what if there was another uglier face, and that he should just beat them up. Kratos stated that he would go talk to them. He asked if the servant had told him anything, and where the fourth-star master went. The small demon reported that they went into human lands. The small demon said that the fourth-star master would gather human corpses and offer them as compost. Kratos looked on with a serious expression. Kratos was shocked. Kratos exclaimed in disbelief. According to the games, the ancient paladin awakens, moving to exterminate the demons the moment they invade. Quite some time has passed, and aged Kimchi hasn't shown up. The demon thinks his theory was right, they will attack. But if the fourth-star master starts attacking humans, aged Kimchi stands among the fallen. Aged Kimchi is coming. The demon lord's face contorts in rage. Kratos calls out to the demon lord, questioning where he is going. The demon lord declares that he will stop the fourth-star master. Kratos asks what about reinforcements. The demon lord strides forward. The demon lord states that he will go alone, as it's faster this way. The demon lord reflects that he defeated Planus and reached Mana Seed level 4 anyway, declaring that Mana Seed is concentrated nutrition. The demon lord's dexterity stat increased significantly, along with a slight increase in his other stats. He committed himself fully, activating a glitch shortcut that utilized all available resources to maximize his speed. The demon lord shot forward, a blur against the landscape. The landscape blurred as he moved at incredible speed. He approached the abandoned lands of the demons. The map indicated that the Tower of Life and the Tomb of the Paladin were located in the abandoned lands. The map showed that NPC-aged Kimchi had met Rivage and his gang in the land without owner, and then briefly stayed at the village of exiles. The demon lord needed to go a little further from there, near Fort Magrat, the border between demons and humans. The imposing walls of Fort Magrat loomed in the distance. From atop the walls, a soldier spotted someone approaching. He recognized the envoy from Azrahan. The envoy from Azrahan approached the fort, accompanied by 2 others. The soldiers at the fort noticed that all the other soldiers were gone, leaving only the ugly servant and a bunch of strangers they had never seen before. An unseen figure thanked Sir Azrahan for his hard work. The envoy from Azrahan, along with the strangers, approached the large gates of Fort Magrat, where a few soldiers stood guard. Commander Wokos, standing firm, inquired about the soldiers who had accompanied them. The blue-haired official explained that they had run into a monster horde and hadn't survived. The official continued, stating that they couldn't even get close to demon territory, despite the royal order to explore demon lands. Wokos somberly reflected that it was a special mission often carried out, but always with sacrifices, adding that they were all fine warriors. Wokos then invited them to come in and rest, thanking Wokos for his service. The blue-haired official and his companions entered Fort Magrat. Wokos stopped the blonde warrior. He told him, "Not you." The blue-haired official and the blonde warrior both reacted with surprise. A surge of power emanated from the blonde warrior. The blonde warrior's eyes narrowed with determination. Commander Wokos seemed taken aback. The blue-haired official explained that the blonde warrior was someone he had met in the land without owner, and that he had saved him when he was injured. The blue-haired official asked if Wokos had forgotten Sir Azrahan, reminding him that only those who left through the gate may re-enter. The blonde warrior smiled, seemingly relieved. Wokos stated that there seemed to be a misunderstanding as he rustled the coins in his pocket. Wokos clarified that he was not asking them to let him in for free, as he presented a handful of coins. Woko's tossed the coins to the ground. The blonde warrior was now on the ground, his face red with anger. Woko's insulted the blonde warrior, saying that he was a lumpy potato-faced brat with both his face and heart misshapen, and that his kids and his kids' kids would all live miserable lives just like him. The blonde warrior looked up from the ground, his face bruised and tearful. Despite the humiliation, the blonde warrior in the frilly pink dress remained determined. The blue-haired official watched as the guard demanded to know what was hidden under his cloak. The guard threatened to execute him on the spot if he found anything suspicious, convinced that everything under the cloak was suspicious. The blonde warrior remained silent, his expression unreadable. His eyes narrowed, a glint of defiance flashing within them. The guard's suspicion only intensified. Suddenly, a horn blared in the distance. The sound echoed through the fortress, a clear signal of impending danger. From atop the fortress walls, a lookout shouted that they were coming. The guard and the blonde warrior turned their attention to the walls, the gravity of the situation becoming clear. A vast horde of demons was approaching. The lookout confirmed that it was the demons. The demons were upon them. The sudden appearance of monstrous figures caused a stir among the assembled warriors. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted for a battle formation, declaring a combat alert. Zephyrose's expression hardened as he prepared for the onslaught. His resolve was unwavering. The question hung in the air. Demons? A vast horde of demons stretched across the horizon, an endless wave of destruction. A command echoed through the ranks. Kill them. The intensity of the situation was not lost on Zephyrose, who gripped his controller tightly. His power surged, ready to be unleashed. An armored figure descended rapidly, prepared to strike. One of the demons pleaded desperately for restraint. The command to not attack was issued, but the chaos had already begun. The warning echoed through the canyon, a dire prediction of the demon's impending doom. The title proclaims, "What a bountiful harvest, Demon Lord." The lizard-like creatures pulling the cart cry out in pain. The sound of something heavy impacting wood echoes through the area. Because of this, one of the lizard-like creatures is sent flying into a wooden wall. From above, a voice shouts, "Fire!" as a volley of arrows rains down upon the castle walls. The arrows strike with deadly force. The dragon-like creatures are struck by the arrows. Below, the attackers continue their advance, undeterred by the hail of arrows. The soldiers are sent flying from the walls as the siege intensifies. The sounds of battle fill the air. The siege continues as the attackers press their assault on the castle. The impact reverberated through the structure. The force of the blow splintered the wood. Inside, the room shook as the attack landed. The force of the impact was felt even by those further inside. He instinctively charged in to fight, a familiar impulse from what he believed was probably his 19th reincarnation. Memories flooded back of carrying out slaughter again and again, just as the summons of duty commanded. It tried to make him fight again. If Lord Rivage hadn't pulled him back, he would have ended up fighting as if it were only natural, without even knowing what his true will was. But everyone here is trembling in times like this, maybe he should fight. The doors splintered further under the relentless assault. The gate was failing. The gate was collapsing, someone shouted. The structure gave way. The demons poured through the opening. The sounds of battle echoed. One of the demons roared, demanding that they be killed and turned into fertilizer. Someone ordered the rear bridge to be cut off, but another protested. A soldier declared that they were going to die there either way, and that they couldn't let a single demon get to their homeland. The main gate had been breached, and the order was given to cut the bridge. The bridge began to collapse. An official stated that he had just heard the explosion from the bridge getting cut, realizing that they were going to die there, lamenting that he hadn't even gotten. He was overcome with dread. Blue-haired official, Diol, was told not to be so bitter about the situation. Diol was told that even if he made it out alive, he would never be able to get married anyway. A man thought that in his next life, he would be born a noble and work Diol to the bone. The ground shook as the snake-like demon attacked. The force of the attack sent the blue-haired official and others flying. The snake-like demon continued its assault, wielding a massive hammer. The defenders screamed as the demon's hammer crashed down. The force of the blow was devastating. The demon's massive foot came down with crushing force. The snake-like demon prepared to strike again. The scale of the demon's foot was immense. A child cried out for their mother in terror. Screams echoed as the castle's defenders were thrown back by an unseen force. Meanwhile, Hartok watched in disbelief as the chaos unfolded, a subordinate cowering behind him. The force emanated from the snake-like demon's massive tail. Zephyrose observed the destruction with a cold, calculating gaze. The tail slammed down with devastating force. Each strike of the tail brought more destruction to the castle. One of the castle's officials watched in horror as the tail approached, unsure of what to do. The force of the blow sent another soldier flying. The tail continued its relentless assault. Each impact shook the very foundations of the castle. The castle walls began to crumble under the immense pressure. The once proud castle was now a scene of utter devastation. The castle continued to crumble as the snake-like demon's tail relentlessly struck its walls. From the ground, Zephyros watched the destruction unfold. The armored warrior charged forward, his sword raised, ready to strike. Zephyros remained focused on the battle, his expression grim. Another strike from the tail sent debris flying. The armored warrior continued his advance, undeterred by the chaos around him. The sounds of destruction echoed through the battlefield. The snake-like demon seemed surprised by something. NPC aged Kimchi stood tall, his expression unreadable. The snake-like demon's eye narrowed, focusing on something in the distance. The snake-like demon wondered about NPC aged Kimchi's attire. The snake-like demon found the situation increasingly strange. NPC aged Kimchi declared that he did not want to fight. The lizard-like demon mocked NPC aged Kimchi's appearance, questioning what he thought he could do. Meanwhile, Zephyros' expression hardened. He vowed to destroy an entire tribe. Zephyros declared that he would kill them all. The lizard-like demon challenged Zephyros, asking what he thought he could do if he... The thought trailed off. Zephyros wondered if he had any other option. The heart-shaped emblem on blonde warrior dress's chest glowed. He resolved himself, deciding that if it was his fate, he would accept it. Zephyros declared that he was the one who slays demons. A sword falls to the ground. Elsewhere, Demon Lord Kratos kicks Zephyros. Zephyros looks on with a serious expression. The lizard-like demon is sent flying. Zephyros watches as Demon Lord Kratos stands over the lizard-like demon. The lizard-like demon struggles to breathe. His eyes widen in fear. Zephyros looks on. The lizard-like demon realizes it is NPC-aged Kimchi. NPC-aged Kimchi cries out, recognizing a demon lord. The demon lord looms over him. The demon lord prepares to strike. Zephyros angrily questioned why Kratos disobeyed him and invaded the human realm. Kratos, in his lizard-like form, tried to explain himself, but Zephyros silenced him, threatening to kill him repeatedly. Zephyros stood over the fallen Kratos, breathing heavily. The great paladin recalled telling Kratos not to do what he did. Kratos, still in his lizard-like form, screamed at Zephyros, accusing him of being selfish for wanting to just eat and live. A group of demons begged for forgiveness, pleading with Zephyros to let this transgression slide. The demons pleaded with Zephyros not to kill them. Zephyros stared down at Kratos. Zephyros declared that he knew who Kratos was. Zephyros continued to stare at Kratos. Zephyros's expression remained stern as he looked at Kratos. Zephyros revealed that Kratos was the demon lord. Zephyros stares intently, his expression unreadable as he processes the revelation. It seems like the blue-haired official is starting to sweat, his face betraying his inner turmoil. The official realizes the gravity of the situation, thinking he will be the first to die. Nearby, a soldier questioned if he had just heard correctly, that the demon lord himself was present. However, the distance was too great to overhear the conversation. Elsewhere, Kratos seemed to be contemplating something, wondering if the name was that of a computer operating system. Zephyros wondered what a computer even was, deciding that it was just a final confirmation. His eyes widened as he realized that the demon lord had already figured it out and was absolutely sure. The demon lord knew that if he just kept spacing out, he would be the first to get hit. He realized that the best thing he could do right now was just this. The demon lord prepared to strike. Zephyros braced himself. The demon lord lunged forward. The ground shook as the demon lord's attack landed. Zephyros was sent flying. The great paladin crashed into the ground. He struggled to regain his footing. Zephyros looked up, his expression a mix of pain and determination. Nearby, the snake-like demons wondered if this was the demon lord's new threatening pose. Zephyros wondered what they were doing. Demon Lord Kratos declared that he had no intention of invading the human world, and that a subordinate had acted on their own, prompting him to rush here to stop them. Zephyros questioned if he should believe a demon's words. Kratos begged him to believe him, stating that he would apologize 100 times, until his horns wore down. The snake-like demons observed Kratos' threatening, bull-like stance, which was tearing up the ground. Zephyros thought that it was as expected of the demon lord, and that he must look pitiful and disgraceful. Zephyros knelt before the demon lord Kratos, knowing that if he didn't, all the demons would die. Kratos considered himself a responsible leader. Meanwhile, in another location, a man lay prostrate on the floor, with two figures standing over him. One of the figures mocked the man on the floor, incredulous that he would kneel just because someone told him to. The man on the floor was asked if he thought this would end just like that, and if they should mess up his ratings too. Elsewhere, a man apologized to someone, presumably his superior. He vowed to ensure this would never happen again. A child begged for forgiveness, just this once. A voice declared that for the sake of their people, they would gladly endure any humiliation. Back in the demon realm, Zephyros remained kneeling before Kratos. Kratos loomed over Zephyros, his expression unreadable. Zephyros thought that it was useless to resist Kratos, as he existed only to kill him. With a flourish, the figure raises a staff topped with a heart-shaped gem and small wings. Determined, the figure vows to eliminate the immediate threat and then deal with the remaining demons. The figure slams their head into the ground with brutal force. A voice echoes with a singular, violent purpose, to kill them all. Zephyros's face is shown in a close-up, his expression unreadable. The voice observes that Zephyros has been banging his head against the ground exactly 10 times each time. Then, the voice notes he pauses for a second. The voice continues, noting that Zephyros then repeats the head banging another 10 times, an action that feels oddly familiar. Meanwhile, Kim Jang-cheol is seen intensely playing a video game. The figure, revealed to be Demon Lord Kratos, continues to slam his head against the ground. The summons of duty had arrived, and it was always 10 times, even when searching in a land of demons, he always searched in sets of 10. Even before jumping into a trap, he would always count 10 times without fail, 1, 2. And even when aimlessly picking at dirt with no meaning, 10 times each time. Meanwhile, someone was extremely sorry, begging to be spared, noting that this speech pattern was uncharacteristic of a demon lord. Why had the summons of duty come before him in the form of the demon lord? Someone was this close to killing him. The ornate armor of Demon Lord Kratos gleamed as he stood ready for battle. Elsewhere, a subordinate thanked Planus profusely, vowing to never forget the grace he had shown them. Meanwhile, a demon lord commanded his 4-star army to retreat, urging them to move quickly and fall back. Nearby, a serpent-like creature wondered aloud what had just happened, confused by the sudden turn of events. 2 figures stood in the distance, one remarking that they had no clue what was happening, but they were following the demon lord's orders. The battlefield was chaotic, with soldiers and demons alike caught in the crossfire. Zephyros was shrouded in dust and debris. A hulking, green-skinned demon stood amidst the chaos. Zephyros looked up, his expression grim. The green-skinned demon roared, calling someone worthless vermin. Zephyros unleashed a powerful attack. The green-skinned demon was struck by the blast. The green-skinned demon is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. Lord Kratos shouts in disbelief as he witnesses the attack. The force of the impact is so great that it sends the demon hurtling through the air. The sky is visible in the distance as the demon flies further away. Zephyros watches as his attack sends the demon flying. The green-skinned demon continues to plummet through the air, blood spraying from the impact. Kratos watches in horror as the green-skinned demon is sent crashing into the ground. The demon crashes into the ground with tremendous force. The impact of the crash sends debris and blood flying. Kratos is stunned by the power of the attack. He can only watch as the green-skinned demon is defeated. Zephyros stares intently, his glowing eyes fixed on the destruction he has wrought. Lord Kratos seethed, the word echoing in his mind. His eye twitched with suppressed rage, sweat beading on his brow. He understood that the green-skinned demon's actions were not of his own volition. Kratos glared, his expression a mask of fury. The air crackled with barely contained power. Kratos vowed that if the green-skinned demon ever showed his horn again in the human world, the demon lord began to walk away from the defeated demon. Kratos promised that he would kill Zephyros. Below, the fortress stood tall, a testament to its resilience against the recent onslaught. Back inside the fortress, the blue-haired official questioned NPC aged Kimchi, expressing his worry about his sudden disappearance. He admitted that they were all concerned when he vanished. The blonde warrior acknowledged that there had been a fight. He then asked if Kimchi had been the one to fight against those terrifying demons. The blue-haired official stepped forward, questioning if he was truly the Sir-aged Kimchi they knew. Another soldier declared that they all saw how Kimchi struck down the demons in one move. The blonde warrior placed his hand over his heart, asking for forgiveness for his discourtesy earlier, adding that Kimchi had made the others kneel. The blue-haired official and the blonde warrior looked on in awe. The blonde warrior exclaimed that it was Kimchi, admitting that he knew he was strong, but not this strong. The soldiers then shouted hooray for Sir-aged Kimchi, who protected the fortress. The soldiers continued to cheer. The soldiers raised their swords in celebration. Cheers erupted as soldiers celebrated. NPC-aged Kimchi looked off into the distance. He realized this was his 20th life, and he had finally escaped the cycle of repeated slaughter. He looked down, lost in thought. He had chosen the path of sparing others. NPC-aged Kimchi thought to himself that he had killed 2 of them, though. Far below, a group of soldiers marched through a canyon. The canyon stretched into the distance. The soldiers were in the abandoned lands, 4-star region, stormy wasteland. The soldiers continued their march. One of the demons exclaimed that they were finally there, complaining that dragging along a huge group takes forever. The demon ordered them to go back to their castle or home and stay put, threatening to kill them all if they invaded the human realm one more time. The two demons attempted to explain themselves, claiming they were only following orders from Lord Tarthu. But their excuses fell on deaf ears, as they were commanded to return home immediately. Heavy footsteps echoed across the desolate landscape. The demon Lord Planus realized he needed to hurry and oversee the potato crop. He noticed an abandoned well and lamented that travel would be much easier if the wells still worked. Planus knew that the wells were part of the system that handled power-ups and warps. He had checked a bunch of them just in case, but none had worked. Planus sighed, wishing he could warp. He figured the wells wouldn't activate because he wasn't a paladin. Suddenly, the well began to activate. Planus exclaimed in surprise as the well activated. The well surged with power. Planus was enveloped in the well's energy. A system message appeared, stating that all the wells visited since his arrival had been activated and asked where he would like to go. Planus thought of the Demon Lord's castle underground, then wondered if it had been destroyed. With the warping formation remaining intact, Planus affirmed his destination, the underground of the Demon Lord's castle. The warping magic surged to life. Meanwhile, the masked figure expressed their frustration at finding another broken farming tool, hoping to find at least one that still worked. Suddenly, the masked figure paused, noticing something. A surge of blue energy erupted from the ground near the masked figure. The masked figure's eyes widened in shock as they looked towards the source of the energy. The blue energy solidified into a humanoid form. The masked figure gasped as rocks and debris were displaced around them. The force of the arrival sent the masked figure stumbling backward. The newly arrived figure grimaced, their expression one of intense focus. The masked figure fell to the ground, disoriented. The figure who had arrived through the warp stood tall, seemingly catching their breath after the sudden transition. The rainbow-colored substance spewed forth from the demon's mouth. The masked figure grimaced in pain. The force of the blast sent debris flying. The rainbow substance rained down on the masked figure and the small demon. The small demon complained that their stomach was turning inside out and questioned why Planus couldn't transport them gently like in a game. The small demon looked up in distress. Planus thought that being able to come this far with just one bout of vomiting was a bargain, and declared it was time to get started. Planus announced his intention to mass-produce huge potatoes. A large wooden structure stood in the distance. Hartok remarked that no matter how many times he saw it, it was incredible, and that the fog cleansing by Hartok had been completed. Planus remained silent. Planus gazed upon a vast quantity of potatoes. He examined the pile of potatoes, a sense of unease washing over him. Something felt distinctly out of place. Meanwhile, Kratos observed Planus holding one of the potatoes, his expression unreadable. Planus paused, a thought striking him. He cursed under his breath as he examined the potato more closely. Planus, now standing atop the mound of potatoes, grabbed another one. He declared that even this one was. Kratos inquired if there was a problem with the potatoes. Planus stood before the pile of potatoes, remarking on their size. He realized that they didn't have sprouts and felt how smooth they were. Kratos realized that no sprouts meant. Planus, with a look of realization, stated that the potatoes wouldn't grow. He looked up, his expression one of dawning horror. It was revealed that the potatoes were sterile. A temporary flag flew over the Demon Lord's castle. Inside the Demon Lord's castle, Planus was informed that even if they planted the huge potatoes, nothing would sprout from them. Nearby, the red-haired combatant, Azurat, and the blue-haired official listened intently. The blue-haired official explained that the potatoes had been genetically altered in an unnatural way, resulting in the loss of their reproductive capabilities and turning them into mutants. The red-haired combatant asked if that meant they couldn't eat them. Azurat snapped back, clarifying that they couldn't plant them, and that once they ate everything they had, it would be over. Planus stated that they were never going to rely on potatoes forever anyway. He continued, explaining that the potatoes were vulnerable to disease, and once infected, the whole crop would be ruined. They were always going to have to plant something else eventually. Planus wondered what else existed in this land besides potatoes. The demon lord Kratos listened intently. Kratos stated that he knew a place with a ton of seeds to plant. He spoke of a land overflowing with crops. That land, Kratos revealed, was the land of humans. The call to arms echoed through the demon ranks, signaling a return to the chaos of war. Amidst the clamor, Azurat cautioned her companion to remain patient. Azurat reflected on her deep-seated aversion to conflict. Meanwhile, the demon lord sat in contemplation. Elsewhere, Kratos instructed Zephyros to immediately begin constructing a giant Chino. Another demon was ordered to stay behind and assist Hartok's farmer corps, helping to manage them. The demon lord addressed Sir Gil, Baal, Azurat, and others. The demon lord's sinister grin revealed his sharp fangs. The demon lord declared their intention to invade the land of humans, sell Chino, and use the money. The plan hinged on avoiding aged kimchi. Even if they encountered aged kimchi, they had a plan. The title card proclaims, "What a bountiful harvest, demon lord." The scene shifts to a group of demons gathered before a seated figure. One of the demons questions if the other has lost their mind, wondering why they should listen to such nonsense. He gestures to 3 figures, identifying them as the great demon heavenly generals who were ordered to go. Another demon remarks that one of them looks like a monster. The demon with glasses states that from a human's perspective, they all look like red flags, and one looks like a serial killer with impossible skin color. The armored demon adds that the last one looks like a pale, hypothermic human-octopus hybrid due to gastroenteritis. The demon with glasses retorts that if humans saw them, they would definitely scream, call them demons, and attack. The bespectacled demon insists that he is just speaking facts and suggests they think about this rationally. The red-haired demon argues that they are already being rational, which means they could also rationally kill him right there. He adds that Zephyros is right about one thing. They all look weird, and only he looks normal. The red-haired demon is told that he looks the most demon-like. The demon with glasses expresses surprise at the other's self-awareness, stating that before a gentleman like him, they are all the same. The hooded figure retorts that he means corpse-like, old zombie. Sergei scoffs, saying they all look like steamed fish, and that it is hilarious. The hooded figure tells her to shut it, calling her Gastro Girl, and asks if she doesn't realize she looks the least human. The demons continue their argument, with one calling Azurat a hypothermic octopus woman. The others watched on, some amused, others annoyed. The insults seemed to land with a thud. The demon lord, observing the scene, couldn't help but feel a little sorry for his generals. He knew they all had fragile egos and image issues. Demon Lord Kredos, however, had had enough. He commanded them to stop. The tall demon with long hair found the whole exchange to be a joke, but Demon Lord Kredos silenced him, reminding everyone that none of them had looks they could parade around anyway. The demon with glasses seemed to find the situation less than amusing. Seeing that his outburst had quieted the bickering demons, Demon Lord Kredos considered it good enough. He then addressed Zephyros, asking if he had brought what he had asked him to grab from the hidden path at Saruthal's castle. Zephyros confirmed that he had the items from the secret shortcut. The items were small, blue, and somewhat amorphous. They pulsed with an odd energy. Azurat, looking at the items, wondered what they were. Demon Lord Kredos revealed that they were an elixir of metamorphosis, and that by consuming them, one could take on the form of another. Azurat held up the elixir of metamorphosis, explaining that it would allow them to take on the form of a creature that was not a demon. With it, they would transform and head into the human lands. Planus, arms crossed, questioned if Azurat thought he had brought it to use as skin lotion. Meanwhile, the green-skinned demon declared that he was not picky with what he ate. He then swallowed one of the small, blue creatures whole. The other demons watched as the green-skinned demon swallowed the creature. The green-skinned demon asked if he had eaten it because they thought it would taste good. Suddenly, the green-skinned demon was enveloped in a bright light. Azurat and the other demons watched in shock as the transformation occurred. Planus reflected that the result of the transformation was determined based on the personality of the drinker, hoping that nobody ended up looking too feral. The light continued to emanate from the green-skinned demon. The green-skinned demon realized that he had changed. The red-haired combatant felt something. The green-skinned demon, now with flowing red hair, seems to be admiring his new physique. The elixir of metamorphosis, made from the compressed souls of countless dead meat piles, can only be consumed once, and its resulting appearance may reflect one's innermost desires. Baal observes the transformation, realizing that this new form is the demon's true self. Elsewhere, Sergi declares that the demon lord's order is absolute. She reflects on her own desire to be beautiful. A sudden burst of energy erupts. The energy takes the form of a blue alpaca. The alpaca cries out. Sergi, the cold monarch, had wanted to become a warm-hearted demon. The red-haired combatant shouts that they don't have time and urges someone to drink now. Another burst of energy manifests, this time as a white bird. Azurat, the blood-drinking prince, who longed for freedom after a long life as a human lightning rod, appears alongside the alpaca. The transformed Sergi declares that this is her. Demon Lord Kredos crunched down on something, his expression one of disgust. A burst of energy erupted around someone. The transformation resulted in a graduate student with a nasty personality. Looking at himself in a mirror, the graduate student thought the change was subtle and wondered if it was okay. Two creatures, one resembling an alpaca and the other a bird, stood nearby. The graduate student declared that he looked like someone with liver problems. He then announced that it was time to move out, calling them the Seed Expedition Team. The graduate student, along with the alpaca and bird, walked along a path. The graduate student's face appeared on a screen. The screen displayed a warning. While using the elixir of metamorphosis, one cannot receive happy point-related benefits. The graduate student clicked his tongue, complaining about the many restrictions. Another warning appeared. Even in the game, using skills or taking damage would revert one to their original form, so they would have to be careful. Using an abandoned well, they planned to quickly move closer to human territory. Luckily, they could teleport as a group as long as they held hands. Having teleported, the group found themselves in a desert landscape. One of the group members was kneeling on the ground. The great paladin Zephyros wondered how they would get through the canyon ahead. Zephyros realized that the scariest thing would be running into NPC-aged Kimchi. The fact that he was spotted meant he was heading deeper into human territory. Zephyros realized that it had been a while since he had last seen Kimchi. Zephyros thought that Kimchi had likely already reached his destination and wasn't there anymore. Zephyros considered that even if Kimchi was still there, he wouldn't recognize him. Azurat hoped that Zephyros wouldn't be recognized. Azurat hoped that it would be so, knowing that right now, there was no option other than securing seeds as fast as possible. A signal was sent. Someone noticed a suspicious group approaching, initially mistaking them for demons, but quickly realizing they were not. The approaching group observed that the figures ahead appeared to be in poor condition. The figure in the lead carried a staff over their shoulder. The guard ordered them to halt. The group stopped in their tracks. The guard stated that they must have come from the village of exiles and ordered them to turn back, declaring they had no right to pass through the gate. The masked figure thought to themselves that this was just as they expected. The masked figure recalled that they had anticipated this, as there had been a demon invasion recently, so of course, passage was being denied to everyone. The masked figure thought to themselves that they had read the log of the game's storyline and fully memorized the game settings. The guard stood firm. The masked figure's eyes narrowed. The masked figure thought to themselves that they had brought genuine treasures from the demon territory. The guard questioned if they said demon territory. The demon Lord Kratos knew that the human king truly desired to know what lay within the demon lands. To that end, he sent special envoys to explore them, believing that with these treasures, the guards would have no choice but to let them pass. The masked figure affirmed that they were genuine treasures, and wondered if that was what was behind them. The masked figure revealed that they were beasts captured deep within the demon lands. Kratos added that their meat tasted absolutely amazing. The masked figure confirmed that they indeed had sharp. The scene shifted to a group of figures standing in what appeared to be a desert setting. One of the men questioned if they had been captured alive from the demon's land. Nearby, two creatures resembling alpacas discussed the situation. One of them questioned if they were offering such common beasts to the king. Another man wondered what was going on, questioning how alpacas and pelicans could be common in a world based on medieval Europe, calling it a terrible story. The man declared that the setting was terrible, and that the creatures were smelly and worthless. The man from before ordered them to go back immediately. One of the alpaca-like creatures was offended, declaring that its pride was hurt. The other alpaca-like creature yelled in response. The man from before told someone to take them away. The man with the spiky blonde hair and glowing red eyes was surprised, noting that the alpaca-like creature spoke with precise and clear pronunciation. The long-haired demon with the pale skin saw this as an opportunity. The demon laughed, pointing out that the creatures from the demon's land spoke very clearly. The long-haired demon observed that even the small alpaca-like creature had a juicy cry, urging it to make some noise. The long-haired demon lunged forward. The alpaca-like creature screamed. Meanwhile, the man with the spiky blonde hair and glowing red eyes granted permission to enter, calling for someone to come in. The door opened. The group pulling the alpaca-like creatures declared their entry successful. A voice declared that even if they had rare beasts, they were still descendants of the exiles. The voice continued, stating that they could not roam the royal territory freely. Fortunately, the voice explained, an envoy headed for the royal capital was staying nearby, and they could accompany them. The demon Lord Kratos clicked his tongue, finding the situation troublesome. What good timing, he thought, as they had nothing to show his majesty from the demon's land. And they were feeling ashamed. Rivage Azrahan introduced himself as a special envoy of the king, along with his servant, Diol Frontura, and his friend Bob Badstench. Kim Jangcheol greeted them, introducing himself as from the village of the exiles. The mention of the village of the exiles caused some to murmur. The guards declared that they had stayed in that village for months, but had never seen them before. The guards demanded that they reveal their identities, questioning if they were demons. One of the group exclaimed in shock. It was observed that young Master Rivage's face blindness was acting up again. One of the group pointed out the person from the second house on the left, but Rivage questioned what house they were referring to. One of the group wondered why they were being questioned, suggesting they were just being taken along to present a gift to the king. Another wondered what if they were real demons, but another dismissed the idea, saying absolutely not, never. The blue-haired official affirmed that he didn't remember the others being present because they hadn't spoken. He then greeted them with excessive enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Kratos plotted to use Kim Jangcheol, whom he considered easily swayed. The red-haired combatant agreed, adding that they would get what they needed from the sickly one and then abandon them. The blue-haired official suggested that they skip the chatter and depart at once. He then reminded them that their other party members were waiting outside. The blue-haired official announced that NPC-aged Kimchi had volunteered to escort them. Kim Jangcheol looked on, sweat dripping down his face. Aged Kimchi stared ahead with a stern expression. Kim Jangcheol stammered a greeting, barely able to get his name out. He thought to himself that they were all going to die. Aged Kimchi told Kim Jang-cheol that he didn't look well and should take care of his health. Kim Jang-cheol looked on with a horrified expression. As the group moved forward, the blonde warrior in the pink dress urged them to hurry, stating that the capital was still far away. Nearby, Kratos was shocked that the elixir had worked so well that he was not recognized. He mused to himself that the elixir of metamorphosis truly worked. The warrior's sharp gaze intensified. Under the light of the full moon, the group continued their journey. Elsewhere, a group of figures sat around a campfire, the crackling flames illuminating their faces. One of them, with a grim expression, thought that if they were attacked by bandits or monsters and took a hit, the metamorphosis would break, and they would die at aged Kimchi's hands. Nearby, Kim Jang-cheol, still fearful, realized that the capital was still very far away. The warrior in the pink dress thought to himself that buying seeds would be enough, and that there was no need to go so far with them. The warrior's eyes narrowed, a glint of determination in them. The warrior smiled, their expression unreadable. The warrior continued onward, their intentions still unclear. The blonde warrior in the frilly pink dress thinks to himself that making eye contact with the other makes his body utterly weak. Elsewhere, Kim Jang-cheol urges them to run. The group plans to escape under the cover of darkness. Meanwhile, Baal is urged to wake up quickly. The red-haired combatant groans, stating he needs 8 hours of sleep to grow. Alpa retorts that he already finished his growth years ago. Alpa and Kim Jang-cheol stand together. Kim Jang-cheol is seen outside of tent. Alpa asks if Kim Jang-cheol can speak, and Kim Jang-cheol responds that of course he can, but his mouth isn't used to it yet. Kim Jang-cheol explains that the structure took him a while to talk, and questions why Alpa bothers sticking with those annoying people. Kim Jang-cheol thinks that they've passed the fortress, so they're useless now, and that they just need to accomplish their goal. Kim Jang-cheol thinks that if they drag this out and their identities get exposed, they're screwed. The blonde warrior in the frilly pink dress wonders what that identity is. The blonde warrior in the frilly dress was not alone. A figure descended from above, their features obscured by distance and shadow. Elsewhere, Zephyros stared intently, his expression unreadable. A sudden surge of power caused a man to grit his teeth, his eyes wide with fury. The force of the surge caused another to cry out in pain. The events unfolded in the abandoned land of Chavandantor. Hartok, accompanied by another figure, maintained a composed demeanor. The air crackled with energy. A group of crustacean-like creatures advanced, their intentions unknown. Hartok's expression hardened as he listened to the approaching creatures. One of the crustacean creatures announced that they had heard their star master was present, and that there was also food to be found. Hartok appeared troubled by the news, rubbing his temples. Hartok questioned why the crustacean creatures were present. The tree-like creatures pleaded with Hartok to take them in, their voices filled with desperation. Another creature insisted that they had nothing to do with Planis's betrayal. Another group of creatures begged Hartok to help them first. The snake-like creatures explained that they had come a long way and were on the brink of starvation. They begged for food and mercy. Yet another group demanded to be helped first. Their pleas echoed. Kratos wondered how many Chunos they had. The Demon Lord advisor considered the problem. How many more days would they have to endure feeding them? Hartok was lost in thought. He declared that while he was gone, the others should act as the Demon Lord. Hartok instructed them to think and act like a Demon Lord. Hartok paused, considering the implications of the current situation. He then declared that each race should divide the land and settle their territories. Meanwhile, Kratos assured someone that he would make sure there was food. The group continued to move forward through the forest. Zephyros was at the front, his back to the others. Zephyros turned his head slightly, his expression serious as he addressed Kim Jang-cheol directly. He demanded to know exactly what Jang-cheol's identity was. The red-haired combatant, standing behind Jang-cheol, seemed agitated by Zephyros's question. He told Zephyros that he, bad stench, would knock him out if he told him to. Jang-cheol cautioned the red-haired combatant not to go around fighting recklessly. He then told him to look closely at the man called Old Kimchi. Zephyros, his back still turned, wondered aloud if Kimchi looked like someone whose combat power they could even estimate. The masked figure admitted that they had found Kimchi a little scary in the beginning. Zephyros remained silent, his expression unreadable. Jang-cheol, looking directly at Zephyros, declared that he could hear them. Zephyros reflected on the summon of duty and the Demon Lord, Kim Jang-cheol. He considered that Jang-cheol had once led him into a cycle of slaughter, but now sought peace, and he wondered what his true intention was and why he had come all this way. To know what truly resides within his heart was the burning question. The man with long dark hair revealed that they were not there to present tribute to the king. Zephyros listened intently. The man continued, explaining that their land lacked food, but they had to farm somehow. They had been aiming for the nearest city, as the royal capital was too far. He added that their regional specialties were in the wagon behind them. The man with long dark hair explained that they had tried to leave secretly, so they wouldn't get caught. Zephyros listened as the man continued. The man sincerely apologized, hoping for understanding, and pleaded that they were just poor and hungry. The man with long dark hair declared that he would appeal to Zephyros' sympathy, believing this should get them through this part without any trouble. Zephyros listened intently. Zephyros observed that the man was hiding something, but he wasn't lying. Zephyros considered the man's words. So, the demons had resorted to cannibalism due to a lack of food. The tall demon with long dark hair explained that the demons started eating humans because they lacked food. That made sense to Zephyros, but he couldn't just let them go. Zephyros reminded the man with long dark hair that Azrahan had vouched for them to present tribute to the king. Zephyros couldn't let Azrahan down. Zephyros laid out the plan. They would stop on the way, sell their chunos, and buy seeds. Zephyros insisted that they must continue on to the royal capital, and as agreed, those two beasts were tribute to the king. The man with long dark hair thought to himself that, of course, he didn't mean it. He planned to ditch Zephyros as soon as they got the seeds. The man with long dark hair stated that they had to sell chunos along the way, and asked if Zephyros could show him what they looked like. The group continued their journey, the cart laden with what Zephyros called slightly bigger potatoes. He seemed unconcerned with the true nature of their cargo. The man with long dark hair laughed, his eyes gleaming with a hidden agenda. Below, the shorter man with brown hair looked on with a worried expression. Zephyros, oblivious to the tension, cheerfully hoped they would sell their goods for a good price. The shorter man, however, appeared increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, the man with brown hair, carrying a pack, suggested they present something else as tribute, something more valuable. He questioned why they would use a big, ugly potato as tribute. The shorter man exclaimed that it wasn't just big, it was massive. The man with long dark hair chuckled, finding the other's reaction amusing. He remarked that if size mattered most, the tallest person would be king. Zephyros mused that maybe the demon lord liked it, because it looked like him. The shorter man vowed to get rich one day and make Zephyros his slave. The shorter man continued to grumble under his breath as they walked. Zephyros considered that the potato head might be right. He thought that the potatoes were strange enough that they might be rewarded by the king. But NPC-aged Kimchi thought that getting away from old Kimchi was more important. The group arrived at the commercial city of Daparakia. Thanks to Azrahan's generosity, both he and Bile secured a room at the inn. Old Kimchi's group also secured a room, but the beasts were not given one. It seemed odd that an inn in a commercial city had rooms to spare. The inn looked shabby, but their first goal was to sell chuno. The group continued to pull the cart. The duck-like beast asked if they would hand them over to the king. The other beast responded that of course they wouldn't, calling him their precious lightning rod. The duck-like beast thought that the job was done, and that he was just on sabbatical, just a small break, but this place fell off. The duck-like beast heard that human markets were supposed to be bustling. But this felt even duller than among demons. It had been feeling kind of eerie since they arrived. The aged Kimchi NPC considered the state of the economy and wondered if they would even be able to sell chuno. The other demon dismissed his worries, stating that there was no use in fretting. The demon continued to try and reassure the aged Kimchi NPC. Nearby, chunos were displayed on a table. A vendor called out to passers-by, advertising the potato-sized chunos. The vendors continued to hawk their wares. They advertised the chunos, offering one for 20 or two for 30, and encouraged people to come and get some. One of the vendors insisted that they had tasty chunos packed full of nutrition. One of the demons admitted to being embarrassed that this was their demon lord. Another demon told him to shut up, reminding him that they needed to eat and that there was nothing to be ashamed of. The demon recalled that they had once eaten their own kind just to survive. The other demon stated that if they could get by with just this much shame, they should be grateful. The red-haired combatant and another demon attempt to attract customers, shouting for them to buy their wares. Meanwhile, Azurat demands to know why they aren't yelling louder. The group continues to fall. They plummet further down the cliffside. Normally, when crossing over from a modern world into a fantasy world, people usually sell modern items like ice cream or MSG-loaded recipes and hit it big instantly. But this is just a big potato. Expecting more than curiosity sales is being too optimistic. That's why they have to give it everything they've got. Because this is what making a living is like. A potential customer asks if they are really selling this for just 20 gold. The red-haired combatant exclaims that they have their first customer. The blue-haired official seems surprised that their sales pitch was working, as one customer said that if they were buying 2, of course they would. Another customer declared that they would take 4. The crowd grew, with many clamoring to buy. One customer asked for 6, then changed their mind and asked for 10. The red-haired combatant, Peli, looked on in shock, wondering what was going on. Peli was amazed at the level of attention they were getting from just the buzz. The demon lord's plan had worked again, and he urged Peli to hurry up and start selling. Peli was still in disbelief, but the demon lord insisted that it was right. The demon lord instructed the crowd to form a line and to buy one at a time. The blue-haired official was seen grabbing a large bag of money. The sound of the bag hitting the ground echoed. The demon lord told Peli that they had just sold a third in a flash, and if word got out, they might sell out tomorrow. The demon lord told the 4 great demon generals to wait at the inn, as he was going to buy the seeds and come back. The demon lord was carried away by the crowd. The crowd celebrated the bountiful harvest. Elsewhere, a merchant asked if someone would like to purchase seeds. The customer responded, questioning if he was joking. The merchant stated that they wouldn't be able to buy seeds in this city. The customer was shocked by this statement. The man at the counter told the long-haired merchant that he couldn't get seeds there, explaining that most food and seeds were controlled by a large trading company. The merchant pressed him to reveal the name of the trading company, but the man behind the counter seemed more concerned with the merchant's pallor. Confused, the man behind the counter tilted his head. The merchant, ignoring the comment, directed the man to ask someone else for information. Turning his head, the man looked in the direction indicated. The man was asked if he was the one selling large potatoes in front of the fountain earlier. The man, with a confident smile, stood surrounded by guards. He confirmed that he was. The man introduced himself as Russ Lin, the secretary to Merchant Richmond. The information the long-haired merchant sought concerned the operations of the Richmond Trading Company. Suddenly, Russ Lin appeared, inquiring why he was being sought. Russ Lin wondered if the Richmond Trading Company was the same large company the merchant had mentioned earlier. Merchant Richmond cut to the chase, offering to buy all the potatoes for 20% more than their selling price. Russ Lin paused, considering the offer. He then asked how much a handful of cabbage seeds cost. Russ Lin clarified that he was indeed asking about a handful. The merchant listened intently. He explained that his company currently sold them for about 100 gold. The merchant realized the profit margins were outrageous. The merchant thought that even at the world's most expensive prices, they would be 50 gold at best, but the Richmond Trading Company was charging almost double. He concluded that they were hoarders. The long-haired merchant explained that the Richmond Trading Company controlled distribution channels and cornered the market to inflate profits. That shabby and stood empty, devoid of customers. The dying business district was filled with people desperate to buy chunos. All of it was their doing, which meant the sound of something breaking echoed. The long-haired merchant's expression hardened. Credos wondered what was with that face. Even if he sold all the chunos at the price they offered, the long-haired merchant realized he couldn't buy much seed. Because he needed seeds, it didn't mean he had to buy them from them, the long-haired merchant thought, adding that technically the law said he did, but since he was a demon, laws didn't really apply to him, right? The long-haired merchant walked forward. Aged Kimchi was monitoring the long-haired merchant's every move, and he must have sensed something suspicious. The long-haired merchant realized he had a way to avoid Aged Kimchi and still acquire the seeds. His eyes narrowed as he considered his next move. Meanwhile, the blue-haired official was speaking with Aged Kimchi, insisting that if he signed a contract with them now, he should get his boss. Aged Kimchi seemed shocked by the request. The blue-haired official looked on with a stern expression. Aged Kimchi scoffed, stating that he actually handled the company's operations. The blue-haired official countered that he was just an employee and not in a position to handle his proposal. Aged Kimchi vowed to show him that he wasn't some pushover, small-time merchant he could manipulate. He declared that he was the second in command of the Richmond Trading Company and had almost all the decision-making authority. Aged Kimchi then offered 200 gold for a single potato. He demanded that the official take it or leave it. The blue-haired official looked shocked by the sudden change in negotiation. The blue-haired official was being pressured to make a decision. Aged Kimchi questioned why he was hesitating. The official's boss believed that dried and processed giant potatoes were easy to store in large quantities. Aged Kimchi believed that if the potatoes were supplied to the royal army, it would be a jackpot. Aged Kimchi posed the question of whether the official would ultimately lose money or make a profit if he sold the potatoes at a loss. He continued, asking if securing other supply contracts with the kingdom would ultimately lead to a loss or a profit. The green-haired secretary appeared, shocked by the question. Aged Kimchi instructed the secretary to get his boss. Meanwhile, the sound of thunder rumbled in the distance. Rain poured down on the city. The 2 llama-like creatures shivered in the downpour. One of them exclaimed that they could not forgive the demon. The other llama-like creature told them to be quiet, asking if they hadn't heard the thunder. The llama-like creature recalled what the demon lord had said, that there was nothing good in drawing attention by becoming known as a talking animal. The other llama-like creature questioned since when Aged Kimchi had become such a loyalist. They asked if he wasn't angry that they were dragged into human territory like this. Aged Kimchi admitted that he was actually enjoying it, prompting the other to ask what he meant. Aged Kimchi explained that he had always been curious. The other llama-like creature stared at Aged Kimchi. Aged Kimchi began to explain what this place was like ever since he was little. He had heard there was lots of food and that people didn't eat each other. Aged Kimchi continued, stating that his parents were eaten by a stronger demon. He confessed that he honestly didn't even feel sad because it was just natural. The other llama-like creature asked if it was the same when Aged Kimchi's younger siblings were eaten, right? Aged Kimchi admitted that he couldn't, but at least no one was eating each other, like earlier in the market. Elsewhere, a father, who looked hungry himself, gave Chino mushrooms to his child first. The llama-like creature thought that if they'd been born here, he reflected on the possibility that his family could have found happiness. In a vision, a family of light-skinned humanoids, possibly elves, walked together through a field of flowers, the child laughing as they held hands. Back in the present, rain poured down on aged kimchi, droplets clinging to his face. The rain obscured his vision as he continued to contemplate the past. Another voice broke through his thoughts, accusing him of becoming sentimental and less like an alpaca. The rain continued to fall, each drop a reminder of his somber mood. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings echoed through the rain-soaked streets. Aged kimchi considered that even demons could have a happy era. Suddenly, a voice shouted, calling out to them. The two turned to see who was calling out to them. The blue llama-like creature insisted that it was a misunderstanding and that Sergei was just being rude, while Azurat claimed that Sergei was bullying them and pleaded to be killed. The figure yelled for them to get inside. The figure holding the small, sheep-like creature declared that this was the four great heavenly demon general strategy. Rain poured down on a nearby inn. Inside, one of the characters sitting on the floor questioned if they were monopolizing all the food and selling it at outrageous prices. One of the creatures asked why they would do that, questioning if this wasn't a place where there was plenty to eat without doing all that. Someone stated that it wasn't because they were afraid of starving. The speaker clarified that they just wanted to get richer and richer. Another character responded, saying they knew that once basic needs were satisfied, the hierarchy of wants rises, and people seek respect. The first character questioned what kind of pseudo-intellectual nonsense that was. Someone else chimed in, stating that it wasn't about respect, it was just greed, even though they already have lots to eat. And there, the red-haired combatant's anger began to rise. Meanwhile, another demon addressed his four great heavenly demon generals, noting their displeasure with humanity. He calmly stated that all they needed to do was respond calmly to serve their own goals. Elsewhere, a voice declared that demons should act like demons. The declaration was followed by a sinister grin. The sinister grin was followed by the declaration that they would act like demons by invading their warehouse. The scene opened upon a desolate landscape of towering mountains. A powerful gust of wind swept through the mountains. The wind intensified, swirling with immense force. The swirling winds continued to gather momentum. Meanwhile, within the vortex, several figures stood their ground. One of them wondered what Lord Hartok was doing on Earth. Another figure recalled that Hartok had suddenly ordered him to make a huge pot out of stone, and ever since he'd been creating whirlwinds non-stop. Suddenly, Hartok grimaced in pain. He was then violently thrown into a body of water. He crashed into the water with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Hartok, submerged, felt his plans beginning to coalesce. Back on land, the Demon Lord Advisor wondered aloud what sort of performance this was. The demons watching from the cliffside screamed in terror. Nearby, Kratos was questioned about why so much water was needed. The camera panned to reveal a multitude of bowls filled with water. Kratos explained that many demons had gathered there. He continued, stating that they couldn't possibly feed them all with the small amount of chunos they had. Kratos declared that he was going to boil the chunos in water. He reasoned that by using the same ingredients, they could feed several times more demons, because in this abandoned land, not a single demon should starve. Kratos' expression became fierce as he spoke of his plans. The Demon Lord Advisor listened intently to Kratos' explanation. Kratos is told that he looks like he is about to kill someone, even though he is doing a good deed. He responds that he is a demon, after all. Everything, it seemed, began to change. The Demon Lord declared that they would start farming, referring to the cruel and cold-hearted Hartok, working himself to exhaustion just to provide food for other demons. What could have caused him to change so much? The change in Hartok was drastic. The change was so drastic that it was almost unbelievable. Kratos wondered if he would hear lots of compliments for his efforts. But Hartok would need an enormous amount of firewood to heat such a gigantic stone cauldron. Kratos responded, of course. There was no way to get enough firewood unless they started smashing down the houses of lower demons. That's why they were heading to the sealed volcano in the third sector. The goal was to capture the predator of fire. Kratos appears shocked by something he has just witnessed. The journey to the sealed volcano would be long, but the destination was now in sight. Footsteps echoed along the stone path. Meanwhile, Ruslan stood before his superior, awaiting judgment. The merchant Richmond continued his dealings. Ruslan and his companion arrived at their destination. He observed, so this is the place? The Demon Lord expressed his disappointment in Ruslan. Ruslan, taken aback, asked for pardon. The Demon Lord scoffed, thinking that Ruslan would be frightened by the bluff of some ignorant bumpkin. The Demon Lord questioned how a fool like Ruslan could ever achieve anything great. Ruslan, with a stern look, commanded someone to stay where they were. The Demon Lord declared that he would show Ruslan just how to seize something from the uneducated. Someone knocked on a door, asking who was there. Richmond introduced himself as a small-time merchant in the city. Since his presence had been requested, a figure announced that they had come directly. Richmond welcomed them in. The figure thanked Richmond and excused themselves. The scene shifted to a room filled with a red glow, where a figure was being held. The group of figures continued to fall into the room. Richmond expressed his shock at the sight before him. One of the figures, with a sinister grin, told someone to take a seat, finding the situation terrifying. Richmond watched as the figures entered the room. Someone wondered why they looked the way they did, commenting that they looked just like demons. It was questioned who the others were that had just come into the room, and whether they were beasts wearing human expressions. Someone wondered what the handsome, hulking figure drooling was. The red-skinned demon looked even more intimidating up close. The masked figure confirmed that they had heard the offer. Abraham stammered, reminding them that they had initially asked for 200 per potato. The masked figure simply repeated that they wanted 300. Abraham looked shocked at the demand. Abraham reluctantly agreed that 300 was too much, but the masked figure reminded him that their group included Lord Azrahan himself. Abraham seemed surprised to hear the name of House Azrahan. The masked figure explained that the noble house took direct orders from the royal family, suggesting it would be wise to stay on their good side while they still could. The deal was sealed at 300. Richmond instructed his aide to escort them to the mansion and prepare individual rooms for them, including the beasts. The aide questioned why, but Richmond stated it was included in the contract. The aide questioned why Lord Richmond would be so generous to such ignorant louts. Richmond remained silent, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Richmond's associate declared that short-term losses always bring greater profit in the long run. The associate continued, stating that Richmond really didn't know a thing. Meanwhile, Richmond stood with his aide, who seemed to be in disagreement with the recent deal. Richmond thought to himself that he was just too scared. Elsewhere, Russ Lin listened intently. The red-haired combatant admitted that he didn't get it, suggesting it would be easier to just kill them and take their supplies. NPC Aged Kimchi responded that it was just like the red-haired combatant to think that way, but if they robbed them and a fight broke out, their disguise might slip. Blonde Warrior Dress stated that the best option was to avoid a fight, quietly drain them dry, and then vanish. Blonde Warrior Dress instructed them to listen carefully. Blonde Warrior Dress explained that to monopolize the market, they'd need 3 things: a connection to cover their back and shield them from the law, plenty of funds, and a massive warehouse to store an enormous amount of provisions. The group decided that while they stayed at Richmond's mansion, they would find out where that warehouse was. The blue alpaca-like creature questioned Demon Lord Kratos' understanding of human dealings. The creature pressed, wondering how he knew human dealings so well. It remarked that it was almost as if Kratos had lived in the human world for a long time. Demon Lord Kratos remained silent, his expression unreadable. Kratos responded that, of course, he knew about it because he was the Demon Lord. A sinister aura emanated from Kratos as he activated what he called cheat mode. Meanwhile, the red-haired combatant and the blue alpaca-like creature stood by, the latter commenting that idiots were quick to accept explanations, as expected of the Demon Lord. Elsewhere, Zephyros stood before a closed door, cloaked and seemingly ready to depart. Zephyros was asked if, as a summon of duty, he intended to steal from humans. He simply responded, "No." Demon Lord Kratos smirked, his expression suggesting a hidden agenda. The title proclaims this to be what a bountiful harvest, Demon Lord. Inside the estate, Kim Jangcheol reclined on a luxurious bed, as the Demon Lord advisor looked on. Jangcheol expressed his disbelief that they had secured such a fine room, prompting the advisor to ask how he had managed it. The advisor explained that when he had told them they were going to sell their huge potatoes, this was the result. He added that they had even received extra gifts as thanks. The Demon Lord advisor admitted that he had thought they were just oversized potatoes, and he couldn't believe they had real value. Startled, Jangcheol exclaimed that they weren't just big, but incredibly huge. He emphasized that these were supposed to be presented directly to the king. Jangcheol questioned how he was anything like a potato, while the advisor responded that his features were a little similar. Jangcheol then asked if he had sold them all. The conversation continued between Jangcheol and the Demon Lord advisor. Jangcheol appeared to be in distress. The man with long dark hair declared that they would retrieve what was taken, even if it meant resorting to theft. In response to this declaration, an unseen figure agreed to join forces with him. Meanwhile, another man looked on with a stern expression. The man with the stern expression questioned the meaning of steal. The blue-haired official recoiled, seemingly struck by the question. The man with long dark hair clarified that they intended to steal back everything that had been stockpiled. The blue-haired official stammered, insisting that as a man of the state, such a crime was unacceptable, but then quickly agreed with the sentiment. The man with long dark hair pressed further, suggesting that the official also couldn't accept the hoarding of food supplies and the deliberate wrecking of the economy. The man with long dark hair looked on with a knowing smirk. The blue-haired official, taken aback, demanded to know what the man had just said. Far below, a caravan of wagons, heavily guarded, made its way through the city streets. Nearby, Kratos watched the caravan pass, remarking with sarcasm how hard they had worked. Credos was asked if they were moving the potatoes into the warehouse. The official waved his hand dismissively, denying the request. The official with green hair agreed, stating he couldn't stand the sight of him. Another official suggested they should be allowed to look at the warehouse, wanting to see how their chunos were being stored. The official with blue hair refused, questioning why it was a top secret. The official explained that the methods they used to preserve their supplies were a trade secret, but the official with blue hair didn't believe him. The guard's horse reared up as he affirmed the order. The official with blue hair was knocked to the ground. He refused to move, telling them to either step over him or take him to the warehouse. The guard looked down at the official with blue hair, annoyed. The figure lay prone on the floor, protesting being told to leave their room. Suddenly, a voice echoed, warning of a house. The voice continued to wail, the sound carrying through the air. The red-haired figure continued to sing, prompting a question from someone off-panel about what they were doing. A plush alpaca thought to themselves that they wouldn't call that thing the Demon Lord, finding it too embarrassing. The alpaca continued to lament that someone took all their chunos. Meanwhile, the blue-haired official from before stood over a rotting shipment in a warehouse, remarking that they were rotting. Ruslan wondered what was wrong with the blue-haired official. Ruslan thought that the blue-haired official was a real man. Ruslan considered that the blue-haired official was throwing away his dignity as a human for the sake of his goal, and that he must learn his ways and carry them with him into his next life. The man with long dark hair wondered why Ruslan would want to learn that, as he would just earn scorn and ridicule. Through the darkness, the chunos pushed through, rotting away in the warehouse of cockroaches. Kim Jang-cheol had been so confident earlier, but now his situation looked dire. He considered that he could expose their crimes and punish them, collecting evidence to track down their backers. The blue-haired official wondered how long all of that would take, including filing a case in the royal court. And during all that time, citizens would continue to starve. He couldn't bear that thought. The blue-haired official was overwhelmed by the situation. Azrahan believed he would understand. He proposed that they join forces and return to the people what was stolen from them, what should have been theirs from the beginning. The blue-haired official heard the cries of warehouse and understood their feelings and resolve, promising to give. Kim Jang-cheol vowed to locate the warehouse. Meanwhile, Credos instructed Azrahan to prepare what he had requested. Elsewhere, the blue-haired official wondered if the recent display was the method being used to find the warehouse. Elsewhere, a figure shouted, 1. Another voice followed, yelling 2. Then a third voice shouted 3. The attacks continued. One of the figures exclaimed that the determination of the person they were fighting was insane, ordering everyone to move out quickly. The figure then began to crawl away. He paused, catching his breath. Suddenly, a voice declared, Blood Eye, complete. The blue-haired official grinned. Following the completion of Blood Eye, the blue-haired official was informed that Ruslan would remain irritable for the next 7 hours. The official was also informed that Ruslan was currently moving north from his position, heading toward a secret underground warehouse beneath the outskirts mines. Meanwhile, the man with long dark hair grinned menacingly. Elsewhere, Zephyros stood at a window, observing the scene below. Zephyros considered his options, wondering if he could easily seize everything by force. He questioned whether his actions were truly for justice or merely for pillaging. A question hung in the air. Are you a demon or a hero? The man with long dark hair continued his march. The more someone watched him, the less they understood. The demon Lord Credos walked with purpose. Hartok was described as powerful, the devourer of flames. It was suggested that they should bring the entire army. One of the demons pointed out that Hartok himself had said the devourer of flames was powerful. Dragging a bunch of weaklings along would only create more casualties, he argued. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoed through the chamber as a hand gripped the bars. Ruslan stood before the bars, contemplating the duty of the 4 great demon heavenly generals. He continued his descent. The small creature perched on Demon Lord Credos' shoulder made a small noise, prompting Credos to look in his direction. Credos' companion questioned if he was going to write down what he had just said. Credos affirmed that he would, thinking to himself that his actions were amazing and that the Demon Lord would surely praise him. He declared himself a genius with both intellect and character, just like Hartok. The narration described Hartok as having low intelligence and extreme aggression, being guilty of cannibalizing his own kind, and sentenced to death, but his strength was too valuable, so he was sealed instead. Below, a pool of lava churned. Credos stood before the lava. He commanded Ikrit, the devourer of flames, to come forth. Hartok stated that he had a task for him. The lava churned, bubbling ominously as the summoned creature began to materialize. With a violent surge, the lava erupted upwards. The force of the eruption sent molten rock cascading down the cliff face. The lava flowed like a fiery waterfall. Below, Credos stood firm, unfazed by the torrent of molten rock. From within the lava, a voice boomed, declaring its hunger. The massive head of Ikrit, the devourer of flames, emerged, its eyes glowing with fiery intensity. The towering form of Ikrit loomed over Kratos, dwarfing the demon lord. Ikrit reiterated his demand for food. Ruslin, observing from afar, expressed his surprise at Ikrit's immense size. The title card proclaims, "What a bountiful harvest, demon lord." The scene opens on a desolate, rocky landscape. The view descends, revealing Kratos kneeling on the ground. A small, blue creature lies on its back, seemingly content. Kratos reaches out, his hand approaching the small creature. Kratos looks down, a slight blush on his face. The small creature is being petted. Kratos continues to look down, a soft expression on his face. Suddenly, a voice shouts, "Run away." Kratos is sent flying through the air. A massive, red-haired demon roars, towering over the scene. The red-haired combatant roared, his fiery breath engulfing everything in its path. The flames intensified, consuming the area with a terrifying heat. The force of the blast sent debris flying in all directions. Amidst the chaos, figures were sent flying through the air, desperately trying to escape the inferno. Hartok watched the scene unfold, his expression a mix of concern and frustration. One of the demons questioned why they had gone in so confidently, only for another to snap back, explaining that the fire-eating demon had become too strong. Hartok, observing the fleeing heavenly generals, noted that they, who had once boasted of bravely leading the charge, were now fleeing with their tails between their legs. He then commanded them to retreat for now, adding that there was no time for details. Hartok, visibly agitated, declared that they would figure out how to light the fire again later. Elsewhere, a flower-like creature tended to a sleeping figure. Meanwhile, Hartok was sent flying backwards. He scrambled to his feet, realizing there was no time to waste. Hartok's eyes glow with an intense, menacing light. Channeling his power, Hartok prepares to unleash another attack. The red-haired demon retaliates with a fiery blast. Hartok declares his unwavering resolve, proclaiming himself as one of the 4 great demon heavenly generals, ready to fulfill his duty even at the cost of his life. The force of the blast sends Hartok reeling, spitting out saliva as he struggles to maintain his footing. The red-haired demon slams into a wall of ice. The ice cracks under the force of the impact. The red-haired demon's jaws clamp down on the ice. The ice shatters, sending shards flying in all directions. Hartok grits his teeth, his expression a mix of frustration and determination. Despite the chaos, Hartok clutches a small, blue creature, seemingly unharmed. The red-haired demon stands amidst the shattered ice, towering over Hartok. Hartok, one of the 4 great demon heavenly generals, felt a surge of embarrassment as he scribbled notes. His superior snapped, demanding that he not write that down. Meanwhile, the demon lord's castle stood tall under the moonlight. Inside, a figure declared that the others would wait for his signal while he investigated their storage. Elsewhere, Ruslin and another official assured someone that they would take care of it. Another figure ominously stated that it was all for the citizens' food supply. The blue-haired official was told that he seemed like a good person, but there was something about his face. He dismissed the comment. The official with blue hair asked why they were keeping everything a secret from NPC-aged Kimchi. He was told that Kimchi stood out too much, and that the 2 of them were the perfect balance. Ruslin remained silent, listening to the conversation. The blue-haired official stared intensely at 2 plush creatures. The official with blue hair thought that he had better not say anything. He knew that could lead to an argument as he flew away from the castle. The hooded figure moved with practiced ease across the rooftops, the sounds of his passage masked by the wind. From his vantage point, he considered the plan, which hinged on securing the seeds while keeping NPC-aged Kimchi occupied elsewhere. Separating him was a necessary precaution. Luckily, the figure realized aged Kimchi wasn't following them at the moment. He urged his companion to finish scouting quickly. Below, the entrance to a mine was heavily guarded. A rustling sound alerted the hooded figure as he perched on a wooden structure overlooking the entrance. With a swoosh, he dropped down from the structure. The hooded figure noted that the defenses were strict. Indeed, he thought a wrong move could spark a battle. He knew the greatest risk of the elixir of metamorphosis was that if one took damage, the transformation would be cancelled. He realized that if NPC-aged Kimchi found out about their plan, it'd be game over. The hooded figure wondered where their food storage was located as he, in blonde warrior dress, crouched behind a wooden barricade. His eyes narrowed, a glint of determination in them. Blonde warrior dress's expression hardens as he listens intently. The masked figure, startled, questioned why blonde warrior dress was so calm, stating that from their perspective, his current expression was far more frightening. Blonde warrior dress revealed that he knew of the plan to distribute food to the citizens and offered his assistance. The masked figure stammered, asking how blonde warrior dress knew about their intentions. Blonde warrior dress stated that he had sharp hearing. The masked figure was shocked, realizing that even on different floors, blonde warrior dress could hear their conversations. The masked figure panicked, realizing that blonde warrior dress might have overheard their conversations with the four great demon heavenly generals. The masked figure internally questioned if they had referred to blonde warrior dress as demon lord, and then dismissed the possibility. Blonde warrior dress questioned why they were not hurrying. The masked figure nervously agreed, stating, "Yes, of course." The masked figure thought that if blonde warrior dress had heard their previous conversation, they would have already been torn apart, but reassured themselves that he probably hadn't heard it. The masked figure told blonde warrior dress to follow them so they could grasp the route, and when blonde warrior dress asked why they were sneaking, the masked figure asked him to repeat himself. Blonde warrior dress suggested it would be easier to simply eliminate everyone. The masked figure responded that this was what they had learned. The masked figure looked off to the side, their expression unreadable beneath the mask. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair and a white lab coat gripped a game controller, his expression intense. A figure stood silhouetted against a bright light, their form obscured. Blonde warrior dress explained that life was precious, and it was best to resolve things peacefully, and without a fight if possible. Blonde warrior dress looked on with a serious expression. Blonde warrior dress stated that if that was the masked figure's wish, so be it. The masked figure's expression seemed to shift, a subtle change hinting at some internal conflict. The pair continued deeper into the mine. The mine stretched into the darkness, illuminated by sparse lights along the tracks. The masked figure and blonde warrior dress walked along the tracks, deeper into the mine. The masked figure and blonde warrior dress continued deeper into the mine, the silence broken only by the echoes of their footsteps. Ahead, several large, stone golems stood silently on the tracks. Blonde warrior dress recognized the golems, recalling that they were mentioned in the in-game records. He knew they were weapons developed by a magic tower for humans. The masked figure observed the golems with a calculating gaze. Blonde warrior dress knew that the golems had been destroyed in the game and never appeared. He wondered how strong they would be in this reality. Blonde warrior dress and the masked figure were sent flying backwards by the force of the golems. Blonde warrior dress looked back at the masked figure, surprised by the sudden attack. The golems stood firm, their massive forms blocking the path. Blonde warrior dress questioned the masked figure's methods, reminding them that they were supposed to be doing this peacefully. He asked why they were smashing the golems apart. The masked figure asked what the problem was and told blonde warrior dress to follow them. The masked figure paused, trying to recall a word they had heard before, something starting with The masked figure stated that the clear would be faster. The masked figure's expression hardens as he considers the situation. He acknowledges the truth of an unseen statement. A sinister grin spreads across the masked figure's face, hinting at a darker plan. The title proclaims, "What a bountiful harvest, Demon Lord." Golems methodically push minecarts along rails. From a hidden vantage point, the man with long dark hair observed that there were 3 of them in the area. He worried that if they got caught, the alarm would sound. The blonde warrior dress instructed the other to check the patrol routes more than 10 times. He added that when a blind spot appeared, they should take them down one by one, starting with the one furthest away. The man with long dark hair expressed his surprise. The man with long dark hair recalled that just a while ago, the blonde warrior dress had said he learned it and wondered if he actually had. The blonde warrior dress was remembering the sense of play from when he was controlling him. The man with long dark hair noted that there was hardly any opening. He stated that the only way was to strike them simultaneously. The blonde warrior dress observed that those 2 were the closest. He then asked what if they took them down separately once they're far apart. The man with long dark hair admitted that he couldn't give that assurance, as he didn't know if he could beat those golems in one hit. The man with long dark hair considered the combat power of his opponents, unsure of his own strength in his current transformed state. Meanwhile, the blonde warrior dress offered him an item, stating that simply holding it would make him stronger. It was one of the hidden ultimate weapons. It was Bragia's pretty hard hammer. The hammer was described as an unknown weapon with a dangerous aura, having taken its current form to fool others. The more one learned about it, the more they realized it was an outrageous cheat item. Even just equipping it in his current state would increase all of his stats by 30%. With the hammer in hand, the man with long dark hair thought that he might actually be able to do something. Bragia prepared to reach for something. He decided he would go with a sword. Bragia wondered if he was carrying everything he had put into the game inventory, exclaiming that it was Dorikimchi. The golems remained still, waiting just a little bit longer. Bragia prepared himself, and then gave the signal to attack. The man with long dark hair watched as the blonde warrior dress rushed in alone, thinking that they needed to strike at the same time. Suddenly, one of the golems turned its head, seemingly alerted to their presence. Below, the man with long dark hair watched the golem turn its head. Zephyros thought to himself that someone was waiting for him. The golem continued to turn its massive head. Bragia prepared to strike. Bragia swung his sword. The man with long dark hair swung his hammer. The golem's head continued to turn. Zephyros thought to himself that he needed to lower his body and roll to avoid being spotted. Zephyros lowered his body and rolled. The golem's fist crashes down with immense force. The force of the blow sends the man with long dark hair flying. The golem continues its relentless assault. Brajia and the man with long dark hair are sent crashing through the air. Brajia grits her teeth, struggling to maintain her composure. Zephyros realizes that the man with long dark hair is moving in perfect sync with Brajia. Meanwhile, two armored figures continue down a mine shaft, noting that their target is not in sight. Suddenly, the armored figures are ambushed by the man with long dark hair, Brajia, and blonde warrior dress. The ambushers quickly overwhelm the armored figures. The armored figures are sent flying through the air. One of the armored figures is crushed by a mine cart. The remaining armored figure is shocked by the sudden turn of events. Aged Kimchi and blonde warrior dress move together, deeper into the mine shaft. They moved as if they were one body, their movements synchronized. Meanwhile, the man with long dark hair thought to himself, "Here I am." Blonde warrior dress fought alongside the terrifying demon. The man with long dark hair grinned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Blonde warrior dress wondered why it felt so exciting. The man with long dark hair reflected on the one who taught him slaughter but told him not to, and the one who tried to destroy. He considered humanity, which now desired peace, and a mysterious dimensional existence who only confused him. Yet now, just being together with aged Kimchi made blonde warrior dress happy. A voice echoed, asking if he were asked, would he tell his true identity? Aged Kimchi began to strangle the man with long dark hair, who gurgled in response, prompting blonde warrior dress to question what was happening. Blonde warrior dress exclaimed that aged Kimchi was strangling him too hard and that he would die at this rate, thinking that in this world there really weren't that many villains who deserved to die. The man with long dark hair was being strangled, but the speaker considered the people in this place. He thought they were probably just trying to make a living, and perhaps they already carried deep wounds in their hearts. He decided he didn't want to hurt them any further. Footsteps echoed nearby. Meanwhile, aged Kimchi and blonde warrior dress had come quite far, yet there were no more guards or golems in sight. They must have never imagined anyone could make it this far without being detected. The blonde warrior hushed aged Kimchi. Before them stood an enormous door. The man with long dark hair felt like he was in a warehouse. The blonde warrior told him to hurry back now and use the things they prepared. Suddenly, the blonde warrior warned that someone was coming. The footsteps grew closer as the man with long dark hair stood before a group of golems. The order to retreat was ignored as someone called out Richmond's name. The golem guarding the door beeped, warning that no one was allowed to pass. The golem threatened to attack if they didn't leave in 3 counts. A hand was outstretched, ready to be scanned. A ding sound indicated the scan was successful. The system confirmed Richmond's blood and welcomed them. The door began to open. The golem stood aside as the door opened, revealing the path forward. Someone wondered if they identified people by checking their blood, and if that was the case, it would be useful. A sinister smile spread across a face, thinking this plan just got so much easier. The path forward revealed a long corridor lined with stacked crates. The crates were filled with gold coins. The demon Lord Credos expressed his surprise. Nearby, a collection of bread and vegetables lay in wait. Beyond the food, seeds were neatly organized in wooden containers. The state of preservation was remarkable. Aged Kimchi stated that there would be a slight adjustment to the plan. Elsewhere, a golem observed that 3 golems were gathered together in one spot, and that he should take them all out in one strike. Zephyros declared that it was easy. A blade pierced through one of the golems. Blonde warrior dress struck another golem, sending pieces of it flying. The golem shattered. Another golem was destroyed. An older golem, caught off guard, wondered who was there. The demon Lord Credos struck the older golem. Blonde warrior dress stared intently, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the demon Lord Credos continued his assault, his fist connecting with another opponent. The force of the blow sent the figure's cane flying, blood splattering in the air. Elsewhere, the masked figure considered the situation. They mused that perhaps their opponents already carried deep wounds in their hearts. The masked figure continued, thinking that they didn't want to hurt them any further, wondering if that guy was just a madman. The title proclaims, "What a bountiful harvest, Demon Lord." The entrance to a mine is seen, with 2 figures standing guard. Inside, an older man with white hair sits at a table, clearly annoyed. The man with white hair, bound to a chair, demanded to know where he was. The man with long dark hair, standing over him, listened to the captive's outburst. The man with long dark hair responded, stating that it was the torture chamber he had built. The man with white hair began to ask why. The man with long dark hair retorted, questioning if he needed a torture chamber inside the warehouse, before declaring that it was the endurance training room. The blonde warrior, holding a hook, remained silent. The man with long dark hair grabbed the man with white hair by the face. The man with long dark hair, eyes glowing red, was about to continue his interrogation. The man with long dark hair was clearly distressed, tears streaming down his face as he expressed his fear. Those tears, however, seemed to be a calculated act, like a murderer's just before they strike. The plan, it seemed, was to catch and frighten Kim Jang-cheol in order to learn the origin of the giant potatoes and seize them. The man's expression shifted, a sinister smile now plastered across his face. He thanked someone, stating that they had cleaned up what had been bothering his heart. The man who was tied to the chair went from crying to smiling and saying thank you. He didn't even know what he was talking about, and it didn't look like a thankful expression. He was so unpredictable, a fiend. The man with long dark hair told NPC-aged Kimchi to wait there, promising to show him an amazing spectacle. The man with white hair warned someone not to take his security lightly. The man with white hair's face was contorted in anger. Nearby, a large, mechanical golem stood ready. The man with white hair announced the arrival of an A-rank security golem, Destroyer. He commanded the golem to smash them to pieces. The security golem moved to obey. The device beeped, confirming the blood sample. The doors opened, revealing a massive security golem standing guard as the man with long dark hair and Zephyros approached. The golem announced that Richmond's blood had been detected and instructed them to proceed. Suddenly, Zephyros kicked off the wall and launched himself at the golem. The man with long dark hair was furious. He recalled how a swordsman had destroyed his golem with a single blow. Elsewhere, NPC-aged Kimchi wondered what was going to happen to him. Meanwhile, the man with long dark hair and Zephyros continued their ascent. Zephyros remarked that even if they confined Richmond, the guards would still be extra vigilant. The man with long dark hair responded that they could let them stand guard forever if they wanted, because numbers beat everything. The man with long dark hair grinned menacingly. Zephyros thought to himself that the same applied to NPC-aged Kimchi. Elsewhere, a strange creature was summoned. A man announced that it was the Richmond Trading Company's warehouse clearance sale, as the company had gone bankrupt. The warehouse doors were thrown open, and the crowd was told to take whatever they wanted. The citizens were shocked by the announcement. They wondered if it was real, if they could truly take whatever they desired. Someone shouted for everyone to come and see. The crowd began to gather outside the warehouse. A figure gestured wildly, repeating that they could take whatever they wanted. A voice boomed, urging everyone to go. The citizens, energized by the prospect of reclaiming what had been taken from them, surged forward. Nearby guards looked on, wondering what was happening. Suddenly, a trail of fire appeared, prompting one of the guards to question what it was. Someone shouted that the citizens were coming. The man with long dark hair grinned, noting that they were gathering in a swarm. A voice declared that the area was private property and demanded that they stop. The man with long dark hair demanded to know what the others were saying, calling them thieves and ordering them to get out of the way. Meanwhile, a man yelled for the golems to stop them. From the crowd, someone sighed, saying it was to be expected. Another man remarked that Richmond would even take the coffin to the grave and that things wouldn't be any different even if he went bankrupt. Elsewhere, someone wondered if it would be allowed. A golem beeped as it moved. A voice announced that Richmond's blood had been detected and gave the order to proceed. The golems began to move. The crowd scattered. Aged Kimchi was told to lead from the front and silence those who were annoying. Someone responded that they understood. The golems advanced. The man with long dark hair sneered, pleased with the obedience he was witnessing. He considered his opponents fools. Meanwhile, workers rushed to fill the warehouse with seeds, their movements frantic. They were ordered to quickly stuff the seeds into the warehouse and then move in perfect formation, following the plan. The warehouse bustled with activity as workers scurried to fill it with goods. Elsewhere, more seeds were being transported, the workers urged to hurry. The workers continued to rush, throwing bags of seeds into the warehouse. Elsewhere, Lord Richmond demanded that Rustlin hurry and untie him. Richmond lamented that the bumpkin had brought citizens in, and now they were looting everything. Nearby, the demon lord advisor cursed under his breath. Someone declared that the master golems must be activated. The demon lord advisor reprimanded Richmond, stating that he wanted to make money, not commit massacres. The demon lord advisor's expression hardened. The red-haired combatant questions how the current actions differ from what has already been done. Lord Richmond is shocked that he is expected to follow after being robbed and reduced to a beggar. Meanwhile, the citizens celebrate their newfound food, declaring that they will no longer starve. Suddenly, a master golem declares that stealing will not be tolerated. The blonde warrior dress is shocked to see that the master golem has been broken. The blonde warrior dress stands ready, his weapon at the ready. He is sent flying through the air. The impact of his fall causes the ground to crack. Elsewhere, the masked figure notes that NPC-aged Kimchi will be too busy escorting the citizens out to notice them. The masked figure carries a large sack, presumably filled with stolen goods. The blue-haired official explains that the other guards said they would protect the citizens, too, before running off at full speed, implying that they have dealt with the annoying ones. The masked figure believes that if they slip out now, everything will be solved. The demon roared, his fangs bared in a savage display. Seeing the danger, The demon with glasses yelled for everyone to run. The ceiling began to crack and crumble. As the structure gave way, debris rained down upon those below. The demon with glasses looked up, confused by the sudden collapse. Dust and debris filled the air as the ceiling continued to fall. Someone screamed as they were caught in the collapse. Amidst the chaos, the demon with glasses shouted the names of the heavenly demon generals. Another figure yelled, determined to strike. A woman holding a baby was caught in the destruction. The woman looked down at the baby in her arms, her expression filled with worry. She remained still, cradling the child. The force of the collapse sent the man sprawling, his hand outstretched as he tried to brace himself. Elsewhere, the other victims of the collapse were sent tumbling through the air. The man with long dark hair's eyes widened in shock as the destruction unfolded around him. Below, Planus surveyed the scene, sneering as he called them wretched, lowly thieves. With a mechanical hum, the massive automaton behind Planus loomed forward. He declared that he would kill them all and take everything back. The title card appears, proclaiming, "What a bountiful harvest, Demon Lord." The original creators are credited, as a landscape with a bright sun is shown. Someone shouts to put in the chino. Two men are seen throwing large rocks into the water. A massive red dragon prepares to breathe fire. The order is given to ignite. A man is seen standing before the dragon. The man swings a tool, striking the dragon. The dragon unleashes a torrent of fire. The fire coalesces into a stream of molten coins. The molten coins cool and solidify into ordinary stones. The cauldron was boiling, and the process was working as planned. Meanwhile, Ruslin confirmed to Hartok that everything was proceeding as instructed. The official looked on with a concerned expression. He was sulking because he had failed to capture the Devourer of Flames in a spectacular way. T-Bone, the one who caught the Devourer of Flames, was disheartened by his own pitiful appearance, and Hartok fell into despair. However, something had been overlooked. One thing was overlooked. This was all possible because of the plan devised by Hartok, the brains of the demons. Thanks to Chief Cultivator Hartok's idea, the food supplies multiplied several times over. Elite. Hartok insisted that anyone could have figured out with a little thought. Meanwhile, someone noted that he was embarrassed. The scene shifted to an unknown location. Below, someone struggled to hold something up. The strain was clearly taking its toll. The individual continued to struggle. He thought it was heavy. The red-haired combatant admitted that he couldn't hold on much longer. Elsewhere, NPC-aged Kimchi, who stood firm and supported it with unyielding strength, unlocked a new skill of Credos. The individual realized what was happening. The Thorn of Tribulation skill required 500 HP to unlock, which he considered perfect and just what he needed. It was a skill that made a spear of blood erupt when he stomped his foot, and he believed he could support the ceiling with it. Frustration mounted as NPC-aged Kimchi realized he didn't have enough HP to unlock the Thorn of Tribulation skill. Meanwhile, another figure urged everyone to hurry and get out of there. Panic set in as the group scrambled to escape. The ground trembled as something massive approached. The approaching threat caused one of the figures to exclaim in surprise. A deep voice warned that crawling out would only lead to death by the golem. The golem threatened to crush anyone who didn't want to die. The same voice derided them as pitiful wretches. The figure lamented being born only to be stripped of everything. He cursed the bastard responsible for their predicament. The golem loomed closer, an inescapable threat. The figure's face contorted in rage and despair. Demon Lord Credos scoffed at Richmond's audacity, believing he had shown the old man too much leniency. He couldn't believe Richmond dared to crawl back up after the beating he had received. He lamented that he should have crushed Richmond so thoroughly that he wouldn't even have the will to rise again. The tall demon with long dark hair roared in frustration. The tall demon with long dark hair's eyes widened as he noticed something. Notifications appeared, indicating that the members of the Demon Lord's army felt the happiness of satiety, increasing their HP by 1 and 34 points respectively. The tall demon with long dark hair wondered what the others were eating so happily. Another notification appeared, this time indicating that the members of the Demon Lord's army were overflowing with the happiness of satiety, increasing their HP by 39.75 points. Someone commented on the nice timing as a bowl of what appeared to be brown stew was presented. The weeping plant-like creatures continued to offer their stew. Nearby, the crab-like demons ate the stew from their bowls. Meanwhile, Ruslin stood behind Credos, who was observing the scene. The current HP of someone reached 15,761. A new skill was unlocked, Thorn of Tribulation. The tall demon with long dark hair continued to watch. The system announced that the Thorn of Tribulation had been unlocked and that by consuming HP, the effects of the elixir of metamorphosis were dispelled. The Thorn of Tribulation was activated. The power of the Thorn of Tribulation surged. The system prompted to level up the skill to increase the number of spears. The tall demon with long dark hair announced the arrival of the 4 heavenly generals. The tall demon with long dark hair looked on with anticipation. A voice booms, commanding something to be raised. Below, Demon Lord Credos descends upon a group of people. The group is sent flying by the force of the attack. A notification appears, indicating that 15,100 HP has been consumed to raise the Thorn of Tribulation to level 13. Demon Lord Advisor is shocked, wondering if people can actually lift that. Elsewhere, Planus raises his weapon as someone exclaims that he is a demon. The people below him are terrified. Planus prepares to strike. He brings his weapon down with immense force. The impact sends shockwaves through the area. Planus's attack unleashes a torrent of red energy. The red energy spreads rapidly, devastating everything in its path. Zephyros, cape billowing behind him, stood ready for battle. His sword, massive and gleaming, was held at the ready. The great paladin's expression was one of grim determination. The Thorn of Tribulation pulsed with dark energy. Nearby, onlookers whispered, identifying the armored figure as a demon. One man recalled that the demon had saved them. Planus stood firm, unfazed by the accusations. The ground trembled beneath him. Another man shouted, demanding that the demon who devours humans be killed. Planus questioned who they thought had been devouring humans. He pressed them to consider who was truly responsible. Planus stood his ground, ready to face whatever came next. A wand with a heart-shaped gem at its tip glows with a soft, magical light. The blue-haired official's expression shifts to one of surprise and concern. He questions what he is seeing. The words Bragia's Pretty Heart Hammer appear. The wand is gripped tightly, ready for action. A voice declares that the wand's true name is something else entirely. The heart-shaped gem pulses with power. An eye opens within the gem, glowing with an ominous light. The air crackles with energy. The eye within the gem intensifies its glow, swirling with dark energy. Dark energy surges forth. The words, "The Ancient Evil God," appear, illuminated with an eerie glow. The blonde warrior in the frilly pink dress stood on a precipice, the wind whipping around them. A close-up revealed the warrior's intense gaze, their eyes narrowed with determination. Meanwhile, a figure clad in dark armor gripped a sword radiating with purple energy. The sword's intricate design and the swirling energy around it hinted at immense power. The blade pulsed with dark energy. The words Bragia's Holy Sword appeared, though the sword's true nature was now in question. The armored figure vowed to never forgive those who bully others over food. The ground trembled as the figure prepared to strike. The sword was brought down with tremendous force. The armored figure stood poised, the sword crackling with dark energy. Raising the sword high above their head, the figure prepared to unleash its power. The air crackled with anticipation as the blow landed. The force of the blow sent debris flying in all directions as the sword came crashing down. The impact was so great that the very air seemed to crackle with energy. The construct below were obliterated by the sheer power unleashed. The armored figure continued their descent, the holy sword leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The ground itself shattered under the immense pressure. Azurat watched as the attack landed, the force of the blow rippling outwards. The impact reverberated, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area. The air crackled with displaced energy. The force of the blow caused a resounding thud. Demon Lord Credos, his face grim, thought to himself that it was all over. Zephyros, standing firm, declared that Credos really was just a demon. The title proclaims this to be what a bountiful harvest, Demon Lord. The blonde warrior dress kneels in defeat, her head bowed before Demon Lord Credos. The blonde warrior dress realizes that, in the end, Credos is just a demon. The blonde warrior dress looks up, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. A bead of sweat trickles down Credos' face. Credos stands tall, his sword held firmly in his grasp. The demon lord's hand tightens around the hilt of his blade. With a swift motion, Credos raises his sword. The blonde warrior dress's staff is struck by Credos' blade, sending a shockwave of energy through the area. The blonde warrior dress, realizing the dire situation, thinks, "We're going to die." Demon Lord Credos requested that his subordinates be spared. Nearby, the red-haired combatant questioned who he was. The bird-like creature with the alpaca plushie wondered what was happening. Zephyros's eyes narrowed. Zephyros's expression remained stern. The blonde warrior dress lay on the ground. A sword was raised high. The blonde warrior dress thought that he wanted to know more about Zephyros. Azurat's eyes narrowed. Azurat, in plushie form, yelled to release the bird-like creature struck the plushie. The plushie was struck again. The red-haired combatant is struck. The force of the blow sends the plushie flying. Zephyros calls out to blonde warrior dress. Zephyros' expression hardens. The black-haired warrior declares that if anyone wants to lay a hand on the demon lord, they'll have to deal with him first. The armored attacker and the red-haired combatant stand ready to defend. Azurat shouts for them not to do it. Azurat's expression is one of horror. Blonde warrior dress rushes forward. The armored attacker and the red-haired combatant continue their assault. Someone shouts for blonde warrior dress to wait a moment. The black-haired warrior stands over blonde warrior dress, who is bleeding from his arm. The group of people watch the demons, acknowledging that they certainly looked like demons. However, one of the men pointed out that they had saved their lives, suggesting that not all demons were the same. Meanwhile, another figure believed that demons existed only to harm humans. Elsewhere, a man knelt on the ground. His eyes narrowed in anger. He held a device in his hand. The man's face contorted in rage as he shouted to smash everything to pieces. The demon Lord Credos looked on with a stern expression. Another man shouted that it was dangerous. It was a self-destruction device, and someone clicked it. The mountain hideout, once a refuge, was now a tomb. The explosions echoed through the night. The mountain shook as the self-destruction sequence continued. Below, the blue-haired official and the red-haired combatant watched in disbelief. The tremors intensified. The explosions ripped through the mountainside. The force of the blast sent shockwaves outward. The mountain crumbled. The blue-haired official exclaimed in horror, realizing people were still inside. Zephyros looked on in shock. Amidst the destruction, figures were launched into the night sky. A figure with light blue hair realizes that they are facing demons. Nearby, a group confirms that they are exposed and orders a retreat back to their territory. Elsewhere, a figure is being forcibly taken away. The group is seen running away. The one giving the order to retreat is Azurat, who is clearly agitated. The figure being taken away demands to know why they're being taken. The captor explains that they saw the figure was good at managing provisions, and from now on, they will be their warehouse. Another figure shouts at the manager, calling them a greedy profiteer. The man being called a greedy profiteer looks shocked and terrified. A group of figures is ordered to move out. Someone cries out that their husband is still inside, while another laments the loss of their friend, Smith. From within the inferno, a figure emerges, seemingly unharmed by the surrounding flames. The figure solidifies, revealing the unmistakable silhouette of NPC Aged Kimchi. The flames continue to rage around him. Aged Kimchi floats above the destruction, his pink and white tunic fluttering in the heat. From a safe distance, a group of onlookers expresses their relief at seeing Aged Kimchi alive. Aged Kimchi, now on solid ground, is confronted by the blue-haired official, who questions what is happening. The official notes that figures resembling demons had fled the area. The blue-haired official asks if the demons caused the explosion, but Aged Kimchi denies it. Aged Kimchi's expression hardens as he considers the situation. Meanwhile, several figures are seen fleeing the scene, each carrying large sacks. Aged Kimchi clarifies that they are not demons, at least not in the way the official thinks. A close-up shows Aged Kimchi's determined expression. Aged Kimchi resolves that he would rather act than let everything be taken away. Aged Kimchi raised the orb high, his face contorted in rage. He declared that he would smash everything to pieces, and with a click, the orb activated. The orb glowed intensely as its power surged. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted, sending debris flying in all directions. The force of the blast shook the very foundations of the area. Amidst the chaos, the black boulder tyrant roared, calling out to the 4 heavenly demon generals. The red-haired combatant shouted for the people to be protected from the explosion. Civilians scrambled for cover as the shockwaves rippled outwards. Zephyros, the great paladin, unleashed a torrent of energy, attempting to contain the blast. The armored attacker braced himself against the intense heat and force. Aged Kimchi, seemingly unaffected by the destruction, laughed maniacally. Giant chunks of debris rained down around him as Aged Kimchi stood amidst the devastation. The sound of a powerful impact echoes. Zephyros calls out to Kim Jang-cheol. Zephyros declares that he will save the people. Another warrior instructs someone to take the seeds and hurry back, urging them to plant peace. The scene shifts to the land of demons. The demon lord's gaze is intense. Heavy breathing fills the air as someone wonders why he just stood by and watched. The panting continues as a group of figures runs through the night. The individual continues to breathe heavily, their expression strained. The figure realizes that Aged Kimchi knew everything from the start. The figure wonders why Aged Kimchi simply stood by and watched, but then dismisses the thought, deciding that it doesn't matter now. A red-skinned demon reports that the seed acquisition was successful and that they will immediately start a new round of farming upon their return. The red-skinned demon, along with other demons, carries a large sack, presumably filled with the seeds for planting peace. They move with purpose, their mission clear. Meanwhile, Zephyros' face contorts in rage, his fangs bared as he shouts in fury. In the distance, the group of demons continues their trek through the forest, the words bountiful harvest echoing above them. Nearby, 2 figures observed a man digging in a rocky terrain. The man digging seemed the type to be easily frightened. One of the observers wondered how desperate someone must be to hide so many secrets that they would even build a self-destruction device. He reasoned that it was probably because most of the things he hoarded were close to stolen goods. The other observer then brought up Kim Jang-cheol, questioning why he suddenly ran off. He reminded the other that Kim Jang-cheol had shared the food with the citizens, and if he had gone to the royal capital, he could have received a reward. The first observer responded that maybe Kim Jang-cheol panicked after wrecking someone else's property. The second observer stated that Kim Jang-cheol didn't seem like the type to be easily frightened, though. The first observer wondered if they could be the demons he saw that time. The second observer stated that, as he'd already said, there were no demons present. The first observer questioned that if Kim Jang-cheol really were a demon, why would he have protected the citizens? The second observer wondered if they were villagers. The advisor with glasses listened intently to the other's words. Elsewhere, a man labored with a shovel, prompting another to ask what his servant was doing. The man explained that since the place no longer had an owner, the servant was scavenging anything of value. The advisor scoffed, calling the servant a greedy bastard, and musing that if he had been born a noble, he would probably be rich by now. The advisor seemed lost in thought. The servant, Chino, was excited about his find. Chino's master declared that they could offer this to His Majesty. The scene shifted to a distant view of Fort Magrat. Fort Magrat stood as a fortress. The fortress loomed. Bubbles rose to the surface. It was said that Fort Magrat sat near the abandoned lands and was heavily guarded on that side, so infiltration was impossible. The armored figure declared that the side facing the kingdom was more loosely protected, and they could slip through using the blind spots. It was said that each of the 4 heavenly demon generals also possessed swordmaster-level skills. Meanwhile, a voice declared that getting through an unguarded path was child's play. Above, a guard questioned what was happening. Looking through a scope, the abandoned lands came into view. It was determined that there was no contact from the rear, and it was probably just wild animals. Elsewhere, Kratos wondered why his heart was racing like this. He thought that he shouldn't be this breathless, especially in this demon lord's body. The man offered more food to Flute. Flute declined, stating that she was full and that there wasn't much left anyway. She suggested that they should start rationing. Flute worried that if the demon lord couldn't bring back new seeds, this might be their last bowl of chino porridge. The man stated that the demon lord would bring them back. Even if he didn't, Flute said it would be okay. She added that they already knew what it was like to eat their fill. Flute expressed that she was really grateful for that. The man reiterated that the demon lord would bring them back. Suddenly, Flute exclaimed that the demon lord was back. She was overjoyed. Indeed, the demon lord and his companions had returned. The crowd cheered as Lord Azurat arrived. Richmond's perspective revealed the demons' true forms. One of the demons exclaimed how much they had missed Azurat. Azurat was greeted by a small, blue dragon-like creature. Azurat responded that he had missed the creature as well, calling him T-Bone. Elsewhere, Hartok was thanked for his hard work by his subordinate, who stated that all the demons deeply appreciated his efforts. Hartok questioned what they were talking about. Azurat approached Hartok, stating that T-Bone had told him everything. Hartok looked confused. Azurat thought to himself that Hartok was living up to his reputation as the brains of the demons. Hartok continued to think to himself that because Azurat was present, everything would be resolved perfectly. Hartok stated that he only did what he was supposed to do. Hartok gasped, covering his mouth with his hand. Hartok's eyes narrowed, a look of determination on his face. Azurat descended from the sky, greeted by the outstretched hands of the demons below. Elsewhere, a demon carried a child on his shoulders, while a red-haired demon walked beside them. The demon Lord Kratos realized that the racing heartbeat he felt earlier was the feeling a father gets. It was that feeling a dad gets as he looked upon his people. The demons continued to cheer as Kratos looked upon them. The text simply stated that he was bringing home fried chicken after work. Kratos declared that it was time to begin the next farming season. He was pleased that he managed to secure rice seeds from Daparakia. Kratos looked over the rice seeds. He realized that they needed a lot of prep work, and the climate didn't fit, so that was on hold for now. Kratos then stated that the seeds they had in bulk were corn and pumpkins. And beans. With his advisors gathered, Demon Lord Kratos explained that by growing corn, beans, and pumpkins together, they would maximize space and efficiency. The Demon Lord's words hung in the air. Kratos then declared this to be the Three Sisters farming method. It was a cultivation method where 3 symbiotic crops grew together in one place. When beans were planted alongside corn, the beans would climb. The corn stalks grew taller. The advisor with glasses wondered if the crops would withstand external damage. Someone asked Kratos if he had been an agricultural professor in a past life, then quickly dismissed the thought, wondering if professor was just another word for executioner. And on the ground, pumpkin vines would spread with broad leaves to cover the soil. The crops flourished. The advisor explained that this would prevent the soil from drying out and stop weeds from growing. He then asked Kratos what he had been doing before this, and why he hadn't farmed before. Kratos simply stated that it was because they were demons. Azurat declared that they should stop talking and get started. Sergei responded with a chuckle, wondering if Azurat was eager to see everyone eating well. Azurat retorted that it wasn't even funny, and she couldn't care less whether those idiots ate or starved. She demanded to know if Sergei thought she was funny or not. Elsewhere, a figure wondered what they should do first. Someone noticed that Sergei and the Demon Lord were awfully close, and wondered when she had arrived. Another demon declared that he was merely commanding a low-ranked demon, questioning why everyone was making such a fuss. Someone else commented on how unpleasant Azurat was all the time, adding that they were all weirdos. Another voice chimed in, saying there was no need to rush, as every demon was gathered there anyway. Another demon lord declared that with so much manpower, they would finish in no time. A demon lord observed that summoning demons from other regions might not be so easy. Another demon asked why not. One of the demons questioned why they all went out of their way to sound like that. Another demon stated that they had plenty of chino porridge to distribute, didn't they? Credos interjected, stating that wasn't the issue. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed. A monstrous creature roared. The creature attacked. The tree-like monster roars, its leafy head shaking violently. The creature continues its enraged bellow, its form a mass of twisting branches and leaves. The ground trembles as the tree monster stomps forward. The monster's glowing red eyes pierce through the foliage, a clear sign of its rage. With a burst of speed, the tree monster lunges forward, its branches flailing. The tree monster declares itself the new second Star Master. The tree monster's voice booms as it announces its presence to the assembled demons. The Demon Lord Advisor explains that the Star Master position is vacant, leading to the current chaos. The tree monster continues to scream, while the text explains that the third Star Master, Ruster, is technically still alive, but barely. Elsewhere, the chaos continues as another battle rages. The Demon Lord Advisor states that times have changed. The Demon Lord Advisor considered the situation. The world, he mused, was no longer ruled purely by strength, though some still refused to accept this reality. In that case, the Demon Lord's face contorted into a sinister grin as he listened to the advisor. The Demon Lord declared that he would present a truly fair dual rule.